used to Acrobat and PDF files. Boy, you ain't seen nothing until you see it in the hands of a pro. We're going to show you, and maybe this will inspire you to some things you might want to do with Acrobat. We're going to take a web page, tear it to shreds, and rebuild it. Susie Gardner is here from our web workshop. Yes. She's going to show you, some listeners, some kind guinea pig, what to do to improve their site.
She's very delicate, though.
Oh, yeah,
so
gentle, gentle. I showed her my site. She went, can't help you. Sean Carruthers is also here. He's going to talk about secure external storage. We had a call the other day, and it kind of set us off, saying, you know, I have a thumb drive, and I want to put some personal stuff on there, but it's so easy to lose or leave behind. I don't want it to be exposed to the outside world. So we got to look at it, and we found some interesting hardware devices to protect your data on a thumb drive. But enough of that, because what this is really about, this show is really about, is Kate Abraham, ladies and gentlemen. Her lives, her loves, her trials, her tribulations.
What do you want to know?
And her calls. Mostly I just want to know who's next.
Yeah, our next caller is actually Mark from Ottawa.
We'll find out about the lives and loves later.
That's
another show. That's another show a little later tonight. Hey, Mark, how are you today?
Not too bad, Leo. How about you?
I am fantastic. Really glad to be here today. What can I do for you?
I got a problem with my laptop. I hooked my laptop to my computer using an video cable, and my resolution that comes up to my TV is not as good as what it shows on my laptop.
Yeah.
I was wondering if there's any way that I can get a resolution on my TV any better than what I have on my laptop.
Yeah, well, it's going to really depend on your TV, isn't it, and the capability of your TV. What kind of TV are you using?
It's a JVC 52-inch HD TV.
It's a big TV. And you think because it's a JVC HD TV, this is a beautiful high-resolution monitor. But here's the surprise. Your desktop monitor, even your laptop monitor, may well be higher resolution than that fancy 50-inch television. And the reason is television, even HD television, isn't as demanding as a computer screen. For instance, all HD requires is 720 lines of resolution from the top to the bottom. You might have, if you have a really fancy 1080p screen, you might have 1,080 lines from top to bottom. But most of them, no more than something like 720, which means that this resolution of this screen couldn't even be 1024 by 768. It wouldn't have enough lines to do that. So what you have to find out is, what is the native resolution? And that's the word, native resolution of my screen. Do you know?
For my TV?
For the JVC, yeah.
720.
So exactly, and so that's why you got to find. They're actually, if you look in the manual, it's probably not 720. It's probably something like 720, and you need to know what the width is, and you have to set your computer to be exactly what it is.
Okay. So when I usually plug my computer into my TV, the resolution on my laptop screen goes to about the same size. Like my resolution on my laptop, like lower than what it usually.
But the computer's just doing what it thinks is best. It may not be what's best. So what you have to find out is, and it only say in the manual, what is and this is the underlined word, native resolution of the screen. It's all sorts of weird things. It's not, usually it's not 720. Usually it's like, what are some examples? Like it'll be 1200 by 760, or, you know, they're oddball resolutions. It's just because that's how this LCD panel got made. You know, that's the resolution they use. They're different than computer resolutions, and they're usually not, even though it's 50 inches, they're not as high because they don't need to be. So what you have to do is you have to set your computer output to be the exact size of the screen. Now, it may or may not be capable of that. You may have to get an approximation, but it'll look the best when it's exactly the same. What's happening is your screen is being scaled, either shrunk or expanded to fit that monitor, and it's not giving you the same clarity that you would expect on your computer monitor.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
So, and this is important when people go out and buy HD TVs. A lot of times they go, wow, there's a 50-inch screen. I should be able to get, you know, 1800 by 2400 on. No, because it's not. That's LCD screen and a plasma screen. They have dots. They have pixels, you know, a little bunch of LCD pixels, and you can only get the resolution that you've got. Any bigger or smaller, it's not going to look optimal.
Oh, okay.
So find out what that native resolution is, set it for that. You may have to, now there are a couple of issues that could come up. You may want to try to see if JVC offers a driver for a computer for that screen, and then use that driver. That's the best thing to do. Then then Windows will choose the proper resolutions and give you the choices. If you can't, the truth is a video driver isn't really software. A monitor driver isn't really software. A monitor driver is really just a text document describing the resolutions and refresh rates that that monitor can handle. So if you could find out that information, you could even, believe it or not, use a text editor and create a monitor description that it could use as a driver. But I bet if you go for a search for that JVC model and a Windows driver, you could find that information. And then it will tell you the exact resolution and the refresh rate. And by the way, the refresh rate should probably be 60 hertz.
60 hertz.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, have a good day.
You too. Thanks for calling. I appreciate it.
Not a problem, thanks.
A lot of times people take home these very fancy big screens and they go, why does it look so icky? Because a computer monitor, believe it or not, probably the highest resolution monitor in your home is your computer monitor. That is better often than your HD TV. Coming up, let's talk about Acrobat. Everybody's got it. We all read PDF files, but did you know what you could do with it? I didn't. Ray Maxwell will show us when the lab continues in just a moment. Stay right here. Welcome back to the lab. It's time to talk about, well, whatever Ray Maxwell wants to talk about, to be honest with you. He'll come in, he'll talk about anything, and that's what I love about Ray. He's a polymath. He knows a lot about many, many subjects. A color engineer by trade. He's also a great photographer. He's shown us some wonderful Photoshop tips. And this time he's going to show us another Adobe program that is much more capable than you might have thought, Adobe Acrobat. Welcome back, Ray.
Exactly. Today, being a storyteller from the Ozark Mountains of Missouri, I have a story to tell.
Excellent.
Many years ago, Brooks Jensen and Maureen Gallagher, husband and wife team, started putting out a little newsletter with a mimeograph machine. Today, they publish a magazine called LensWorks.
This is it here. Look at this. This is no mimeograph.
This is no mimeograph.
This
What's
is
more, this is not
beautiful.
done on a web press. This is done on a sheet-fed press.
Wow.
And that is 20 micron stochastic screening and duotone, and it is beautiful. And if you want to know about, be inspired to do artistic photography, that's one of the top magazines out there.
LensWork. I'm going to have to look for this.
LensWork.com.
Well, I mean, it's gorgeous, if nothing else. But it also talks about how to do it.
He stays away from technical almost entirely.
Okay.
This is the art of photography.
I love it.
Now, a couple of years ago, he did something I think is incredibly innovative. And that is he brought out LensWork Extended. He started it on CD, and he's now gone to DVD for more room, and everybody's got a DVD player.
That's right.
But this is published entirely in PDF and is readable by Acrobat Reader, which everybody has on any platform.
If you don't put this in a DVD player, you put it in a computer, and you open the file.
That's right.
And Mac or Windows, you can read it.
And Linux.
Or Linux.
Yep.
Because PDF is such a universal file format that allows you to put graphics and text. Can they actually reproduce images as well as they are reproduced here?
Okay, that's one of the beauties of Acrobat. They produce these at something like 400 DPI to suit the stochastic screening.
Wow.
But they can repurpose with just a couple of clicks in Acrobat and bring it down to screen resolution.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. And so they can take the same pages, and the same pages that are in the magazine are on the disc. Okay, but there's a whole bunch of additional work that's on the disc.
This would be preferable if you could get it.
Yes.
And you have a computer.
And you can subscribe to either one or both.
Well, let's take a look.
So
this will be
I'm gonna
very
give you a
interesting.
little bit of a tour.
This is kind of like the best you can do with Adobe Acrobat.
Right. Now, you know, we always think of just text and maybe pictures, but I'm going to show you some multimedia embedded in
No,
PDF.
you can do multimedia in Acrobat.
So this is the opening page that we have here, and now I'm going to click on index down at the bottom. By the way,
look at how beautiful
this
this is.
site navigates so easily, it's not even funny.
Wow.
I'm going to go into a portfolio done by a photographer who visited Antarctica, Joan Myers, and look at this. I can choose to view it in standard format if I have a 4x3 monitor, but if I have a wide monitor,
Yes, you do. Look at
boom.
that.
Now, while I'm looking at the pictures, I can play a recording
That's the
of
raw
Brooks
scene. So you're looking at
and the photographer discussing each print. And
that's
then I
not
can
Arabic
step
stuff
through the
there.
pictures
Yes, you're actually
while they
looking
do
over to
this.
Arabic.
How innovative. You know, it's really interesting because not a lot of people are doing this. They're really using the technology in a very apt way and a
This is
very
actually taken
elegant
from,
way
the
to do stuff like, you know, give you tours of photos and talk with the author. Look at these pictures.
The photographer tells you about what they were thinking when they were shooting the picture,
I love
what
the
they're
idea.
trying to capture, their background, how they got into photography, this sort of thing. Now I'm going to go back to the index and show you some additional
Now, you
multimedia.
could put this on the web, but it would be so slow to load because the image quality is so high. It really is best on a
This
DVD.
is much higher than you get off the web.
Yeah.
He has a series going on of touring dark
video
rooms.
too. You could put video in this.
So here's video, and I'm going to jump into it a ways here. And here he's in his dark room, and they're visiting about the techniques. By the way, this photographer, he is a photographer and a printmaker. He coats his own paper and does palladium prints. Platinum, sorry. And they're some of the highest quality printing
Are
around.
these digital photographs, or is he still shooting on film?
He does both, yes. And he does printing for people who shoot both digital
Interesting.
and, you know. So
Interesting.
now let me just show you one other that I got quite a bang out of the story and stuff here. Here is a 99-year-old photographer. I'm going to jump into the middle again. This fellow's 99 years old. He shoots with nothing but an Instamatic.
What?
And Kodak found out about this. He shoots abstract photographs with an
interesting.
Instamatic. And he said, I love this. In the interview, he says, they're only good for 1,000 shots. He said on 1,001, they always quit. So he said, I get a new one. You know, but he said,
1,000 pictures.
yeah. And he says, you know,
Look at those.
look at this abstract.
And those are photographs.
Yes.
Wow.
These are and Kodak has him in their permanent
Yeah, I
collection.
bet they do.
And they find him a really fascinating guy. So just to review, what we've done here is we have put in text, photographs. Oh, I want to show you one other thing. The magazine is strictly black and white, but the photography...
You could do color, absolutely,
color.
and something like this.
Guess who Brooks invited down to teach him how to do color?
Who? You? Oh, that's cool. Now, let me ask you, how does he make this? Do you use the Acrobat Distiller?
Okay, he uses the entire Acrobat. He uses
He's a full Adobe suite.
full Adobe suite. Exactly.
So Photoshop,
Photoshop,
Illustrator.
InDesign, primarily Photoshop, InDesign, and Acrobat.
InDesign is the page layout program.
Yes.
So he's probably laying this out in InDesign for a magazine.
Right.
And then exporting that to a PDF.
Right.
And you can do that and then embed other things that you couldn't put in a magazine like audio and video.
Correct.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so I
Wow.
think he's, you know, really showing us what the full...
This is really cutting edge.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting you should bring this up because we had thought about, Amber and I had thought about doing a book on podcasting, and we decided that print really wasn't going to be a good way to do a book about a multimedia medium like podcasting. We needed audio and video, and we decided on Acrobat as the perfect way to write a book on that kind
You
of thing.
do the most wonderful segues. Look what else he has put on. On his site, you can find free podcasts, but he's collected a bunch of
They're
them
all
for
there.
you on the DVD.
Isn't that great?
So his best podcasts are here, and you can single click,
A good friend of mine.
and you can hear them.
Well, here's a guy who clearly knows how to use the medium.
Yeah, he's really
Isn't
using
that
it
neat?
to the fullest
Yeah.
extent.
And this is what I was talking about. This is what this show is really about, is using these new modern digital technologies. It's not about the technology, it's about what you do with it.
Exactly.
It's about taking your skill, your art, your knowledge, and using the technology to bring it to a larger audience. This is a really good example. How can the people find out more about Lenswork? There must be a website.
Oh, yes, lenswork.com.
lenswork.com. You can subscribe to the paper magazine, but you know, to me, if you've got a computer, the DVD is the way to go, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's very cool. Thank you for sharing that with us. And now it's inspired me to think about more about what I can do using Adobe's
I thought
Creative
this would
Suite.
stimulate your neurons.
Yeah. Well, I've got InDesign. I've been trying to think of what could I do with that. For more information, go to our website, labwithleo.com. Ray's got his site up. It's maxwellmultimedia.com.
got it.
And there'll be pictures for sale and all sorts of information. Ray's got a whole body of work that he can share with us, and I'm glad you're finally bringing it to the web. Now it's time to look at a close-up picture our own in-house photographer, Sean Carruthers, took of something you'd find around the lab. I know what that is. I finally know what it is. Or do I? Well, think about it. We'll zoom out and we'll find out when the Lab with Leo continues. Welcome back to the lab. Before the break, we showed you this close-up of something around the lab. I think it's a USB extender connector. It is. I got it. I got it. That makes 3 out of 113.
3.5.
3.5 out of 113. Okay, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I can feel it now. That's a great. Sean takes these. You know what's neat about them is you really see the beauty in everyday objects when you get that close and the light and everything. It's just really fun. All right, let's get another caller on the air. Speaking of the beauty in everyday objects, Kate Abraham has a caller for us.
That was a beautiful segue. Very smooth.
Very smooth. What do you got for us?
We have William from Melbourne in Victoria on the line.
Excellent. Let's go to Melbourne. Hello, William.
G'day, Leo. How are you?
I am great. How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Let me help you.
I've got a small systems integration business, and I'm looking to provide a better level of service to our clients.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking at Citrix Go to Assist or Log Me In Rescue or one of those sort of systems for clients that are at home and just have a little problem to save us driving out to sort it out. They could just go to one of those websites and we could remotely control their system. And I thought you might know a bit about open source sort of solutions.
Well, there is VNC, but I think it's very slow compared to Log Me In or Citrix. I think these guys, especially Citrix, nobody knows Windows better than Citrix. Citrix was actually founded by engineers who wrote a lot of the NT kernel, Ed Yacobucci and his group. And he was, at the time, he was working for IBM. And they know intimately how to do this remote access. In fact, a lot of the Citrix product is in, I believe, is in Microsoft's own remote access, remote desktop solution. Which would be another one. If it's all Windows people, I'd say Microsoft's own remote assistance is a very good choice because they all have it, right? As long as they have XP or later. Are you using other operating systems besides Windows?
Yeah, I know that Citrix does support Mac OS X, which is a benefit because we do have clients with Mac OS X.
Yeah.
Do you have any sort of like comparative information between the two?
I don't. I have my own experience with them. I'll tell you, my strong preference, if you are supporting Macintoshes, is Apple's own remote desktop, which is not cheap, but is going to give you some real capabilities that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Doesn't the Apple one require modification to the firewall settings to...
Well, yeah, this is the advantage, and so does the Windows solution. This is the advantage of Log Me In and the Citrix solution, is they're using a central server. So the way Log Me In works, the way Citrix's solution works is you and your user both log into the central server. That way, it does something called NAT traversal. It eliminates the need to modify the firewall in any way because both connections are essentially outbound, and then you handshake, and then the server can be dealt out at that point because you've got a connection established with the two of you. That's a real advantage to the way Citrix and Log Me In work, and it's something that neither Apple nor Microsoft's solutions do. VNC doesn't do that either. And in order to do that, you really have to have a company, for-profit company designed to support that because you have to have these centralized servers. Between the two, Log Me In and Citrix, I have a strong preference for Citrix. I think Log Me In is newer, and they're coming along, I think, very well. They're doing a lot of interesting things. They acquired Hamachi. I think they do some really interesting products. They, of course, offer a free product, which is very smart because that gets people started with Log Me In, and it's a clever way to go. Of course, you're not going to go with a free product. You're going to end up using the professional version. The Citrix desktop, whether it is, let's go to Citrix site, whether it is the Go to My PC product or the higher-end enterprise stuff, is really best. I think it's best in class, and it's what Microsoft essentially uses in their own stuff. So, I think what you're using is probably the best there is, frankly.
Okay. Do you think you could ask viewers that have maybe tried the two products to provide some feedback?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's places you're using Go to Assist. Is that the product that you're using?
Well, we've just done the 14-day trial of Log Me In Rescue, which has been pretty good, but it doesn't support Mac. But I did find one blog that said something that someone had previously used Go to Assist and they were looking at changing, but at that stage they hadn't tried the Log Me In.
Of the two, I prefer Go to Assist, but yeah, let's ask our viewers. And right now we don't have a forum set up yet. Now, that's something on our list of things to do, and I'd love to do that. That would be a perfect thing for a forum to do. Compare Log Me In Rescue to Go to Assist. You know, I think that each has their own advantage. The good news is both of them have free trials. You could try them and see how you feel about them. I just don't, to be honest with you, I haven't used it in your situation as an IT support desk, so I personally don't have strong opinions on one or the other. But my experience with Citrix products, GoToMeeting and GoToMyPC, is in general very, very good, very positive.
Yeah, I did register my name for the trial, but no one's gotten back to me yet.
Oh, really? Well, now that's not fair, and that's not right. Well, I'll kick them in the butt on that one. Yeah, you have to. It's a little different from LogMeIn. See, LogMeIn gets the idea. You do it free, make it easy to do, and more people are going to try it. Yeah, I think that's the best. Is just try it in your own situation. I don't have any other experience other than that. All right.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
I'll check out the Citrix product then.
Yeah, I think that's the one. To me, that's the one I would use, but that's just a personal opinion. Thanks, William. I appreciate the call. Coming up, our web workshop, we're going to give you a chance to dissect and maybe improve some viewers' website in just a bit. But first, our quick quiz question of the day. What type of battery technology is used by that hybrid Toyota Prius? Is it a lithium ion, a nickel metal hydride, NiCad? Or I think they just have AAA batteries in there, don't they? Think about it. We'll come back a little later on and tell you when the lab continues. Welcome back to the lab with Leo. That's me, Leo. Susie Gardner is here. She's creative director at Hop Studios. And this is the thing we call web workshops. Susie takes a site that one of our viewers asked for some help with and helps them make it a little bit better. In this case, it's the Valley Christian radio station at 101.1 FM, valleychristianradio.ca. And you took a look at it. There is the site.
There it is.
What do we do? First of all, did they tell you what they wanted?
They talked a little bit about it, but really they didn't tell me much about what they think is wrong with it.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go out and say what I think is wrong with it.
Well, you're the pro.
I think almost any web user and any web designer would see the problem right away, and that's this inline frame that's right in the center of the window here.
That's why you see those big scroll bars there.
That's what's causing these scroll bars.
In fact, you don't even see the whole text area. You have to scroll left,
which is a little
right.
weird. I mean, inline frames are usually used so that you can get a bunch of text into a very small space.
Right.
But in fact, when you look at this, there's quite a bit of space extra that they could have used. and in any case, you almost never want to have horizontal scrolling like this.
It looks like it was almost, they put it there because they could. Like
That
somebody
might be
figured it
it.
out and said, oh, let's try this.
Well, I think the idea was they didn't want to have to make the page scroll, but the thing
Right.
is you still have to scroll, so really
haven't
it's hard to
gained
tell what the
anything.
savings is here.
Yeah.
So I would get rid of that. Just make the page scroll. Users are used to it. It looks fine, and you're not going to have this horizontal scrolling, which is really annoying.
Putting a scroll bar inside a frame does confuse people. They're used to having it at the edge of the window.
And for most people, that means that
It's easy.
a mouse roll wheel won't work anymore.
Oh, that's
So
interesting.
you've got to actually go and select it.
That's frustrating
Which
right
is
there.
pretty
So you're going to
irritating.
frustrate your users a little bit too by doing
So
that.
I'd get rid of that.
It's gone.
The thing I would also say is that this is a very compact little layout here, and in fact I think it's probably too compact.
Too compact. Okay.
One of the resources I use a lot is this browser statistics page, and this tells you what browsers are being used, but it also will tell you a lot about what browser resolution is being used.
How much room most people have on their screen. And what is the most common? I mean, it used to be we would design for an 800 by 600 screen. I don't think anybody has an 800 by 600 display anymore.
You'd be surprised. If you look here at these stats in January of this year, that was 14% of users. And this is a very general measurement, so it's going to vary site by site.
Right.
So it's still quite high, although it's down a lot from, say, 2002.
So should you design for an 800 by 600 or 1024 by 768? Clearly not more than 1024 by
You need to
68.
design still with 800 by 600 in
do?
mind.
Okay.
But lots and lots of sites are moving to 1024.
Okay.
So I use a tool called Reglo to help me with this.
Reglo.
Reglo is from Basta Computing. I hope I'm saying that correctly. It's a really inexpensive little program for Windows. And what it'll let you do is set a little keystroke command to resize the window to 800 by 600 or 1024 by 768,
That's the
whatever
typical
it
screen.
is.
And now we know why their window is the size it is. They
Right.
clearly designed for 800
They
by
did,
60.
although there's still
They could make it
all
bigger.
this extra space.
They could
So this
still-
is...
so use it all. If you're going to make it that small, do use it all.
Get rid of the frame, make it bigger.
Right.
You've got the space. That'll help you with the horizontal scrolling
Right,
here.
right.
My other big criticism, of course, is always about text size. You know, you just can't err on making text bigger. So
You know, that's funny because a lot of highly designed sites, when I look at sites that by designers even, now I'm over 40 and it's very hard for me to read this tiny. They use 8 and 9 point type. I can barely read.
I know, and I have to say when I'm in Photoshop and I'm messing around, I really want to use the little text too. It looks good and you can get more information in the same amount of space. But like you said, it's really hard for people to read, especially on this background, on this little website
You don't have
here.
a high contrast background.
It's not a high contrast background especially when you've got the black text.
Right.
But also, if you look, there's a very tiny texture in this background. So again, as soon as you put small text on top of that, it just really starts to get hard to read.
Yeah.
So I'd up the size of the text, and it also changed that background so that it wasn't textured.
Now, you could use a serif font or a sans serif font. Do you have a preference one way or the other?
The studies show that serif fonts are harder to read online, and so you mostly see sans serif fonts. That's the ones without the little the hooky bits on the edge.
So Arial would be a sans serif
Arial,
font.
Verdana.
Times would be a serif font.
Okay. Especially for body copy, where you have lots and lots of text, a sans serif font is generally.
See, it's funny because in the old days of typography, they said headlines in sans and text in serifed. So you're saying it's the other way around, really. You should use, for the most of the reading, you should use a sans serif font.
It's true. I mean, it just has to do with, you know, the ease of reading on a screen, which is very different from print.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What would you say the minimum font size should be on a website?
10 point.
Don't make it smaller than that.
In very specialized circumstances, like little tiny icons or buttons, you can get away with a smaller text. But for body text like this, I would never go smaller than 10.
Right. I use sometimes 12 and 14, but I'm an old guy and I want to be able to read my own
It
sites.
depends a lot on what your audience is, too. If you were aiming at teenagers, you know, go with 8.
Yeah, they can see. It's amazing.
Yeah.
That's really great advice. So we'll take the frame out, we'll increase the page size, increase the text size. You might want to take a look at the background, maybe make sure it's a high contrast background. No textures behind text. That makes it very hard to read. And but otherwise, you're good to go. And you may have said a very important thing, which is consider your audience. Design for the audience that you think will be reading the page, right? Yep. And if they all are using 800 by 600, you better use 800 by 600. Susie Gardner is a creative director and partner at Hop Studios. That's hopstudios.com, a great place to go to find out more about web design. And in fact, they won a Webby Award in 2007 for one of their clients, the truthdig.com. They got a People's Choice Award, People's Voice Award, I'm sorry, for the best political blog. And we thank the folks at Valley Christian Radio for letting us look at your website, valleychristianradio.ca. All right, thank you, Susie. Appreciate it. More of your calls coming up. The Lab with Leo continues right after this.
Welcome back to the Lab with Leo. I'm Kate, and now I'm going to show you how to test your reaction time. Not by using a rule like you did in school, but this is the way you're going to do it, is by shooting tranquilizer darts into running sheep.
Sure you are.
Many thanks to the BBC for this site, obviously the BBC. What it is literally is you have to test your reactions by basically stopping these sheep running. So what you need to do is effectively wait for the sheep, and then as soon as it runs, and you actually get penalised if you go too early.
You're shooting sheep?
Yeah, with the track there you go, you see? And no sheep were harmed in the making of this flash game. I just wanted to let you guys know. There you go. Yeah, we don't know what sort of tranquilizers they are.
How are your reaction times?
Pretty bad.
Oh.
Yeah, you want me to be driving a car with you, put it that way. But yeah, so this is a BBC game. It's a very long URL, but if you just search
That's what puzzles
BBC...
me. What is the BBC doing with sheep tranquilizers?
This is a science test. They're using it for the human body site. So it's actually, this is science, Leo.
This is science. Your average time, 0.8. Which is that good? Sluggish snail.
I'm not a turbocharged cheater, unfortunately.
I guess not. Wow.
So there you go. This is one of my tips for the day. You can find it at labwithleo.com. Obviously, you can search bbc.co.uk and search for sheep reaction times, and that's how you'll find this one.
There you go. That's the way to do it.
It's great fun. Sean and Matt loved it.
All right. Let's stop tranquilizing sheep or our audience. Let's get a caller on the air here. What do you say?
Tim from Sydney on the line.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Kate.
Okay.
Hello, Tim. How are you today?
Oh, hi, Leo. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I hear the weather is beautiful in Sydney this week.
It's lovely. It's nice spring weather.
Spring weather, isn't that nice?
To the sheep.
Yeah? Lots of sheep, huh? What can I do for you today, Tim?
Well, Leo, I'm a regular listener of the Lab and also the Twit netcast.
Bless you. Thank you, Tim.
There's a lot of discussion about the iPhone.
Yeah.
But I've read about Linux open source phones.
Right.
In particular, one called Open Moco.
Yeah.
And I haven't really heard a lot of discussion about that. Now, I'll probably be in the market for a new smartphone probably next year. And I was just wondering if I could get your thoughts on Open Moco and the sort of the open source phone area.
Well, I have to say, I was, as you know, I love the iPhone, and I was all excited about the iPhone. But Apple's decision to close this thing down and really, once people had opened it up and put applications on it, to not only deprive them of the applications, but in some cases to destroy the phone as a punishment, kind of made me think maybe I don't want to be party to this closed system. So I understand completely your desire to have an open phone. In fact, you know me, I'm kind of pro-open everything. If possible, I think that's the best way to go. Now, when it comes to cell phones, this might be a little bit more dicey. I can't think of any product that the open source, any hardware product that the open source community has successfully created and marketed. Now, with Open Moco, what's going to happen is they're working on the software right now. It's very promising. They're going to have hardware partners. I don't think it will be a hardware device created by the open source community. I think what they'll do is they'll create the software, and then they'll look for partners to create it. The first one is actually already out. You can actually get this as a prototype. The Neo 1973, but it's only for developers, and those I've talked to who say they've got it. Say it's, it needs some work. It's, this is very early days yet. But I think we should support it. I mean, I think the idea of, the way Apple did it was it's our phone. You don't even own the software on the phone. You lease it, in effect. You can't now, they've proven this, you can't modify it. You're not allowed, forget unlocking it, you're not allowed to put your own applications on it. And that's really disturbing because there's things missing from the phone. There's no to-do list. There's no cut and paste. I can go on and on. There's no chat. So shouldn't I be able to put that on my phone? It is, after all, my phone. I bought it, and most other phones allow you to do that. So, and even if you do go to any other cell phone, there are all sorts of restrictions. And I don't know what it's like in Australia, but in the States, the cell phone companies rule with an iron fist, and if they don't want you to do something, they won't let you do it. So I'm all for the idea of an open source phone. It's good you're not looking till next year, because the Moco is far off, I think. Even though they've got the developer prototype, they hope to have a phone out this year. I think it's, practically speaking, it's going to be next year. Now, this will be an unlocked phone. It'll probably work on the standard GSM frequencies, which means it'll work almost anywhere in the world. You would still have to get a cell phone company, but it would work differently. You would go to the cell phone company and get a SIM chip, not a phone, and you'd put the SIM chip in the phone. But it's my hope this is the future of cell phones. Cell phones are more and more becoming computers, and as we know, computers should be open. A closed computer is not a good idea. So I'm all for this. There are some others. There's one called the Tux phone. This is the one that's the most advanced product right now. But still, I think a ways off. And I don't mean to be skeptical, but I haven't talked about it a lot because frankly, it's still very much in the talking phase. It's not yet a real product, in my opinion. But let's cross our fingers and let's support them. I think that this could be very good. Go to OpenMoco, OPENMOKO.com to find out more. And if you are a developer, if you know how to do this kind of stuff, get involved in the team. Let's make this a good phone. Let's make this the iPhone killer. I'm all for that. As much as I like the iPhone, I'd like to see an iPhone killer. So how close are we to that? I don't know, Tim. I suspect even next year might be a little bit early.
Okay, thanks, Leo.
Yeah, it's great to talk to you. I'm so glad you listen to the Twit podcasts, and thanks for watching the show, too. I appreciate it on the How To Network.
All the time, Leo.
Oh, you're the greatest. Tim, thank you. Have a great day.
Bye.
Enjoy spring and summer as we head into winter up here in the Northern Hemisphere. It's getting colder and rainier and colder. All right, now it's time for Mr. Ryan Ewell, who loves the winter. He's a snow bunny.
Well, winter in Vancouver is not really winter.
It's not snowy, is it?
It's kind of wet.
No. No, so I say we move this whole show to Banff.
Hey.
Let's just go there, and we're going to ski all winter long. What do you say?
You got my vote.
What do you have for us today as a free file?
We're in Windows today, and I think it's pronounced all chars, like characters, C-H-A-R-S.
All chars.
All chars, all chars.
Yeah, all chars.
Basically what it is for Windows, and it lets you easily input special characters, like, the copyright symbol.
Always hard to do.
And
Yeah.
so what you do is you have a button to activate it. So right now it's the default control. So I've just hit control, and now I'm going to hit OC, and there it goes.
Oh, look at that.
And
now you have to remember that it's
you have to
OC, but that's
remember.
not so hard if you look at it.
But they did something smart. Check this out. They made things look like how they look. So, for instance, the quotation marks are for the 2 dots above vowels.
Yeah.
So if I go quotation marks O, that's that.
Oh,
if I
neat.
go quotation marks
That's the
U,
umlaut.
if I go quotation marks I, they group
That
them
makes
together.
sense. That's
So,
logical.
Yeah. So they try to.
How do you do an E with an acute
Well,
accent on it?
if you don't know how, you just go into the little area here.
Oh, and it shows you
and
all
it
of them.
shows you. And so you can see they've tried to group things how things look.
It's logical, isn't
so
it?
for copy.
So you do. I see. You do
So for
apostrophe.
copyright, see the circles.
Yeah.
So they-
O-C-O-R.
there you go. So,
C-R. Yeah.
So they tried to make it so, like,
Oh, you got pound,
yeah,
euros,
all kinds.
yen.
And they tried to make the 2 things you do almost look like the symbol, so you can easily remember it.
It's a very good idea.
So yeah, so they've
And this, yeah, it could work with any word processor.
I've tried Notepad, I've tried Microsoft Word, I've tried a few different ones, and it seems to work with
See,
all the
I
ones
know
I've
because
tried.
I have a Leo actually is Leo with an E accent aigu normally. So not normally. Well, that's how I was named when I was a kid. So I know that you type Alt 270 to get that, but that's a lot of the memory. See, this would be so much
So
easier
this
for
one,
me.
it tells
you
us,
just go apostrophe E,
Yeah,
and it's got an E accent aigu.
There you go. And so,
Brilliant.
So they're smart. They're really thinking, how can we get people to remember this?
I love that. This is All Cares is free.
All Cares is free. It's
If
for
you've got an
Windows.
umlaut in your name, like Chris Krug,
Oh, there you go.
you got to get this.
This is for those people.
You got to get this thing. And where do we find UL's Jewels?
Labwithleo.com.
112 fine free programs, websites, and tips
You say so.
just for you. Now, coming up in a bit, Mr. Sean Carruthers, we are going to show you how you can have a USB thumb drive that nobody, not even Ryan Ewell, the master thief, can get into. You are a master
Don't
thief.
challenge me.
Maybe,
if you can't find it after the segment, yeah.
Before we do that, though, one more chance to take our quick quiz question of the day. Here it is. What type of battery technology is used by that hybrid car from Toyota, the Prius? Is it LION, NIMH, NICAD, or AAA? Pick your letter, and we'll talk about it when the lab continues. Lab, before the break, we asked you what kind of battery is used by the Toyota Prius. It's actually not lithium-ion like in a laptop. It's a standard nickel metal hydride, the kind of rechargeables you might have at home. They are working on a car with lithium-ion in it, but there's a few issues, one of which is that lithium-ion is basically a bomb.
Yes.
So a car with a lot of lithium-ion batteries, you're explosive. The other issue is that they're very, very expensive. This car that they're working on is $100,000, but it has such torque, it has such speed. I think the top speed is like 230 miles an hour. This thing, you put your foot on the pedal and you're gone.
Yeah, but then you hit a bump and then you blow up.
But it was a fun ride while it lasted. So a couple of days ago, we had a call. Interesting caller said, I use removable drives and thumb drives, and I want to make sure that the data I put on there is secure, even if I lose the drive or leave it behind. And I mentioned a software program called TrueCrypt that will encrypt the data of the drive. It's absolutely free, does a very good job. It's pure software, though. And Sean has decided to show us there's some hardware solutions that do something similar.
Right. The nice thing about, or the not so nice thing about something like TrueCrypt, despite it being free and user accessible on any key that you put on there, is it requires a little bit of setup and it requires a bit of thought and all that. So you may not want to do that. You may not want to do the stuff. You may just want to get a product out of the box and go.
Right.
So there are a number of products out there that are external storage that have hardware encryption built in, so you don't have to think about that. Right. So there's a chip right in the product itself.
Oh, that's interesting.
You choose a password, and then it encrypts using your password and then the value put onto that chip. So even if you took the raw data off of the key itself,
Still be useless.
You'd still need that hardware code on that.
Now, that's not any more secure, particularly than TrueCrypt. No. TrueCrypt is completely secure, but it's a lot more convenient. This is the first one. This is called the Pro Lock or Padlock.
Right, that's from Corsair. It's the flash padlock at 2 gigabytes. It's a little bit bulky, as you can see. It's way bigger than most 2 gigabyte flash keys. But what it does have on there is a little keypad on there.
So you can enter the combination.
It's a soft switch, right? So you've got 5 buttons there that enter values, so each of them doubles up. So it's not really 10 digits. It's really 5 that you can choose between.
It's not super secure in that case, really.
It's not really secure.
But somebody'd have to sit there for a long time trying combinations.
Right. So essentially, when you're ready to unlock it, you press the key up top, and it'll flash, and you enter your number, and then it should go green when you hit unlock again. So now it's green.
So now you can take off the top and use it.
Right.
But you have to do that before you plug it in.
Right.
Yes.
You have to enter that number. You can plug it in; it won't register as anything. But
does it see anything on there at all, or is it just nothing?
No, it's all encrypted through that hardware. So otherwise, it won't work. But as soon as you unlock it, you can plug it in, and away you go.
And then when you unplug it, you press the key again, and it locks.
Exactly.
Okay. So that's how much?
That one is $40, so it's relatively cheap.
For 2 gigs, that's nothing.
Yeah, the one thing I don't like about this is it's using soft switches on the front, so that would be fairly easily damageable, especially if you put it in your pocket.
Or in the dryer.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonably cheap, so consider it disposable.
Right.
But, make sure that you don't put anything on there that you can't afford to lose.
The other thing about this is it announces that there's something on here.
Exactly.
It's kind of saying, steal me, So you may not have to worry about the data, but somebody might well steal it, just thinking, oh, there's something on there, I know, because they've got a padlock on it.
It does look pretty exciting.
Now, this one looks pretty. This is called Iron Key.
Yeah, I got an email from these guys a while back saying, this is the most secure key you will ever have.
Wow.
So it's got the hardware encryption on it. It's got tamper-proofing on it so that if you actually go in there and try to remove it from the case, it'll basically blow up the data on site and make it completely unusable.
Because in theory, if the data is not encrypted on it, but it's just protected, you could take it apart and get the data off of it.
Right, and even though this one uses hardware encryption in the first place, so you couldn't even do that. But
they still want to
make sure
belt
that
and suspenders.
It breaks. So.
Now, obviously, this doesn't have a keypad on it, so we must do this in software.
Doesn't have a keypad on it, right? So the nice thing about this is you have 10 times to enter in your key.
And then what?
And
if you fail 10 times?
It blows up.
Really?
Yeah, again, it's meant to be really secure. So
don't forget your password, kids.
Right, so we're going to go over to the Mac here. You have to set this up on the PC.
It is U3.
It's not U3. No, it's their own control panel. So we're going to go to the IK control panel here. It'll find the key there, and then we're going to type in my password and hit unlock.
Again, only as secure as your password is, so you want to choose a good, strong password.
Right, and I've just chosen a really quick password here, and then it opens up IK Secured, which is the secured drive. And we'll see, look, we have right here, Saw 4. Matt Harris has been looking forward to seeing this movie, so there we go. I don't think this is the Saw 4 he was looking for.
Ladies and gentlemen. We're very excited about this. You may want to chop his hands off when you hear this.
This is
Sean is learning how to play the Saw.
Yeah, this is a bit worse than a snuff flick, actually. So.
Give me Saw 4 any day.
All right, so anyways, that's enough of that. Okay. So anyways, there you go.
Pirated! It's pirated!
And then, again, you've got the encryption on so that when you pull it out, away it goes.
Automatically. There's no...
Right, so you don't have to worry about it.
You don't have to press the lock button as you would on the padlock.
They do have a system on this so that if you do lose your password, you can retrieve it. You can back up your data online if you really want. I mean, there's a little bit of issues with security there potentially, but you do have a backup. So if you blow it up by typing the wrong password,
so you're not completely out of luck.
Right, and halfway through the process as well,
they warn you.
They warn you and make you enter in something special so you don't. If it's just your kid banging on the keys,
okay, good.
You can't blow it up by accident that way.
That's good. That is the Iron Key.
Right, and that one right there is about 4 gigabytes, and it's expensive. It's about $149. You can get cheaper versions of it as well at lower capacities.
Now this is when you want real capacity, a hard drive. There's nothing like it.
Right, so we've got the Epicorn here. It is called the Aegis Bio, and the Bio stands for biometrics.
Okay.
So right now it's a regular notebook-sized hard drive in here, and it's got the biometric scanner on the front.
That's your thumb scanner.
Right. So you can train it to do any of your fingers. We're going to plug it in here.
Now, does this hard drive have internal hardware encryption? I know some of the newer hard drives do.
It does. So this one actually,
one of the Hitachi drives, or one of the drives that does that.
So it has it built into here. And again, if you take it out, it won't work.
Right. That's good, because if it were just this thumbprint recognition protecting it, I might be a little skeptical. I just open the case, take the drive out, and it works. But the drive is encrypted even without the case.
Exactly. Okay. And actually, I just realized this one requires enough power that we can't just
you got to go directly into it.
Directly into it. So we'll put this here, and it's going to be hard for me to do this upside down, but you can see the button right here is red.
It's red, so that means it's locked.
It's locked right now.
Okay.
Where are we
Go
going?
ahead and
over there. So
summit.
So, and if we do this,
You can turn it
upside
around.
down
That's
and
okay.
backwards,
Turn it around.
so it doesn't see that.
Yeah, no, you got to do the fold. Here,
about
here.
I-
Turn it around. It's okay. Just turn it
Okay.
around.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Sometimes it's the
Not
easiest.
that hard.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not doing so good here.
Okay.
Oh,
Is
my
it that
God.
hand? Is it another hand?
It is this hand.
Okay. Well, we see the
It
problem.
doesn't like me that much right now.
Maybe I should try it.
So this is the problem, is that
Wouldn't that be funny if I unlocked it?
oh, it went green.
Did it?
Maybe you trained it.
Okay.
Was this your drive?
I think we got a real winner here. You're kidding. I unlocked it.
No, you know what? It was. It
It just took a
working
while.
before. It took
Okay.
a while for it to
Okay.
unlock, and then it'll kick in over here.
That's
so.
from Apricorn. It'll mount. Again, everything is available now. You've unlocked it. But when you
Right,
unplug
yeah,
it,
so
it
there it goes.
automatically locks itself up again.
And there you go. And we've got a
How
copy
much
of
is that?
Saw 4 on here as well. This one right here goes anywhere from $179 to $379.
Depending on the capacity.
Depending on your
What are the
capacity.
capacities available?
Starts at 80 and then works up from there.
Okay, that's good. That's from Apricorn.
From Apricorn.
We have information on all three of these secure solutions on our website. Of course, the free solution is TrueCrypt. That's at truecrypt.org.
Yes.
And it gives you the same level of security as all of these. So, you know, it's just a little harder to set up, I guess. All right, a final word coming up right after this. You stay right here. Thanks, Sean. That was good.
Oh, shit.
This is pretty.
Keep the good times going, starring Bud Light.
Great game, eh, Bud Light?
These are good times, my friend, but we need some ladies. Can I have the clicker? There's the bait. Hello, gorgeous. And here's the switch. Sorry, friends. There will be no sausage party here tonight.
The easy drinking taste of Bud Light.
Keep the good times going.
Try something different. Edmonton's modern rock.
Oh, Sonic 1029! Sonic!
Try something different.
It's okay, we're going to get a new version of the theme on the saw.
Indeed.
Sean Carruthers is learning how to play the saw. He's pretty good.
Guys are right through me, I'll be honest with you.
That's Saw 4, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, we're so glad you were here. We thank you for joining us. Go ahead, play some more. He's lost his touch.
Apparently he's got a sweet spot.
If you want to be on the show, if that's sweet, I don't know. If you want to be on the show, all you got to do is go to the website, thelabwithleo.com, fill out that form. Kate will call you.
I will.
We promise no musical saws will call.
I promise.
We thank you so much for being here. We hope we'll see you again. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
That is an awful noise. Like a dentist drill.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome to the where's my cup? Welcome to the Lab with Leo. I've done 114 episodes. At each one, there's been a cup there, and I forgot to put my cup there.
I would have, if I'd known.
No,
I
that's
would
not
have
your
got you
job.
something.
I don't have, unlike many famous television personalities, I don't have a cup person. A person just to bring me a coffee cup. No, I do it myself. I'll go, I'll refill it and everything. But I just neglected to. So I'll be cup free today on the show.
That's no good.
This is the show where we help you understand how technology works with or without our cups or mugs or any of that stuff.
I'm on it.
It's my cup boy. He's going to get it.
Isn't he good, eh?
I think he's a Boston Bruins fan. I don't know why. I just get that
Yeah.
impression that he might
He's
be.
a little bit of a Bruins fan, I think.
If Matt is getting my cup, who's running the show?
Nobody.
Nobody.
This is
Okay,
chaos.
well, there we go. Aaron, it's all on you now.
Oh no, Sean's
all right.
going to go and do some direction. Look at that. Jack of all trades, here's the lab.
Sorry about that.
Go Bruins.
Don't encourage that, please. Please don't.
Thank you. This is the show where we help you understand how technology works. And in many different ways, computers, the internet, we got cell phones, we got camcorders, we got Alex Lindsay today. He's going to show you how to put your picture on other people's computers or something.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Tris Hussey's here, and actually I'm very interested in this. You have a blog? I have a blog.
Mm-hmm.
All God's children got blogs. So we're going to show you how to make your blog fancy, pimp your blog.
Brilliant. Absolutely.
Dress it up. Put some...
Mine's very boring.
Is it?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, actually both my blogs, they're both black backgrounds.
I'm kind of the opinion that a blog really is about the content more than, how fancy it looks. So you got to be careful about dressing it up. You don't want it to look like MySpace.
Well, it's that fine line, like Facebook, the same thing. Too many applications, it's too busy, people ignore it.
Yeah, exactly. So, Trish has got taste. So he'll show us the good stuff to do. And our good buddy Ray Maxwell, who is a natural teacher. Have you ever wondered how inkjets work? It's actually mind-bogglingly amazing. He's going to show us how inkjet printers work. All of that's coming up on the show today. Also, Sean's Gadget. You've got a special tip, I'm sure, for us. A Firefox app today. And we've got Ryan Ewell's Jewel. We got tons of stuff.
Busy, busy, busy.
And we've got callers, so we better get to them before this goes on too long.
We have Lyle on the line from Thornhill in Ontario, and he's asking about televisions.
Hello, Lyle. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am great. Welcome to the lab. What can I do for you today?
Oh, well, I'm still currently stuck in the age of, tube TVs.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to make the jump to HD TV.
Wasn't that long ago. Way back in the caveman days, we had tubes in our TVs. So you're ready for an HD TV, huh?
Yep, and I was wondering if I can get your opinion on the best type of TV technology.
Yeah, it's funny. Amber and I just were in Vancouver doing a mock debate. We weren't really fighting with each other, but she was taking the sides of LCD and I was taking the sides of plasma. There's also, those are the direct view TVs. There's also rear projection TVs. You've got LCOS, LCD, and DLP. You've also got the front projection TVs, DLP, mostly. You have a few other choices. So there's a lot to choose from. It's a little overwhelming. I have to tell you that they're all going to look great as long as they're high def. And you really have to think about application and, of course, price. Those are going to be your deciding factors. Now, we use on the set LCD TVs. This is a Samsung LCD. And there's a reason for that. LCDs are the best in bright light. A plasma, because it's got a big glass panel in front of it, can be very reflective, and it's also darker. So I think plasma gives you a better picture, personally, but it's only when you can darken the room. So it's for the home theater experience. It's not great for a living room watching daytime TV or sporting events because, frankly, you don't want to pull the drapes every time you want to watch TV, right? So a lot of people like LCD. Size will also determine that. If you want a bigger picture, you're going to go with plasma. If you want a smaller screen, 27 or 32, you're probably going to go with LCD. There are a few LCDs in the larger size and a few plasmas in the smaller size, but basically it comes down to LCDs are a little smaller. Price, by the way, per square inch has dropped so much now that they're very comparable. It used to be plasmas were cheaper for the big screens, but they're now down to $3,000 for a 60-inch plasma. Yeah, and that's why it's a good time to be buying, by the way. I mean, they're very, very affordable. I like LCDs for their brightness. They pop out at you. Both plasma and LCD are digital, which means you're going to get very good reproduction, very crisp reproduction. LCD is a little slower, so some people complain about LCD not giving you the best picture for gaming and for action movies where there's a lot of motion. They can kind of get a little bit soft focus. Doesn't bother me.
Like a Future Shop the other day, and they said for video games, you should not use plasma at all. It will just wreck the whole screen.
Well, I'm not sure I'd agree with them on that. I have my Xbox 360 hooked up to plasma. It looks fantastic. Oh, yeah? The thing they're probably talking about is that plasma is a little more susceptible to burn-in. What you don't want, sometimes if you watch the same channel for a long time, you get a little bug on there. And plasmas really have improved. I didn't like plasma for a long time. We used to have plasmas on this set at the screensavers at Tech TV, and after a few years, they'd get washed out. You'd get a logo burnt, and even when the TV was off, you'd see the Tech TV logo there. Plasmas have really improved. We're now in our 6th generation of plasmas, and they've fixed that burn-in problem to a great degree. They don't have apparently the same wear-out problem. I think plasmas are fine, and they're really nice for gaming. But again, you have to darken the room. I played BioShock on my 50-inch plasma, and I've never had a more scary experience in my life. And then there's also DLP, and these are rear projection or front projection. DLP gives you a great look. Projection screens are in general not as bright, so and they may have some other issues. So the advantage of them is you can get a bigger screen for less money. But I think most people are looking for the flat, direct view screens, LCD and plasma.
Definitely.
And so basically breaking it down, LCD is good for a lit room. Plasma is good for a darker room. Both are fine for gaming, although LCD does not have that burn-in issue. So if you are the kind of person that wanders away from your game and leaves it on the screen for hours and hours and hours, maybe you should buy an LCD. Okay?
Thank you very much.
I think you're going to be very happy whichever you buy, Lyle. Truth is, I have one of each. I have an LCD in the living room, which is a good place for it. It's a smaller. I think it's a 27-inch. And then in the bedroom, the quote home theater, a.k.a. the bedroom, I have the big screen plasma. And boy, I tell you, it looks so spectacular. I'm a big fan of both, really. Hey, thanks for the call, Lyle. We're going to take a break, come back in just a little bit. Mr. Pixel Core is here, Alex Lindsay. He's going to talk about screen replacement effects for film. I'm not sure what this means, but we'll find out. It's always fun to see what Alex is up to when the lab continues right after this. Welcome back to the lab. Alex Lindsay is here, and as he often does, he's brought us a new program for filmmakers or videographers, something to make their life a little bit easier. He's always looking at new tools for this kind of thing, and that's one of the things that's the most exciting about digital technology right now is it's just revolutionizing the world of content creation, especially video, because of all these cool things you can do.
And a lot of these tools are what we would call invisible tools. The idea is that, like, we go to see Transformers and you see these big robots and you know they're all CG and that's very impressive. But the day-to-day work oftentimes is done with these very simple tools that just make things that we have to do over and over and over again really easy.
A great many films are created in computers these days, even though they may have seemingly have no computer-generated graphics at all.
Exactly. And case in point, with what we're going to look at today, one of the things that happens, you oftentimes think you're looking at this computer screen when you're watching a movie. Mm-hmm. Like they're working on the computer or they're touching a touch screen. Or
it always looks better than my computer. How do they do that?
It's because oftentimes it's not really there. So a lot of times.
You mean they add it afterwards?
Yes, sometimes. Now, sometimes they'll play it back, but especially if an actor has to hit a bunch of things that are really complex.
It's hard to do, yeah.
Rather than having them, because the problem is how do they make sure they're hitting the right thing and remember their lines and remember all those pieces? So what they do is they give them some.
It doesn't look as good sometimes if you shoot it in the camera as if you put it in after.
You have to worry about the scan lines. You have to worry about all the stuff. So what we do is we just do screen replacement. Okay. So what you see here is this is a clip of my little iPhone here. So
I noticed that the iPhone has green on it.
Yeah, that's just that gives me a lot of contrast. If I wanted to key it later, it just gives it something that it can grab onto.
Now, is that something that you added after the fact?
No, that's actually I actually made a green image. In Photoshop, and then just loaded it on my iPhone, and then I just turned it on. And
is that a special green? Is that
pure green?
Pure green.
So I set it to I just set 0 red, 0 blue, and 100% green in Photoshop, and then wrote out an image, and then threw it in there.
You're showing it on your phone.
Yeah.
But that's important because you want to have a screen that you can replace.
If you want to key it, this program will do it over top of it. But a lot of times it's just the way I've been doing it for a long time, so I was just kind of used to it. So we'll take this image, and we're going to go back, and the first thing we have to do is we have to tell it. We have to show it where the warping is in the image. So all of these cameras, especially the cheap camera that I shot this with.
Yeah, I can even see the little jaggies on the edge.
Well, no, this is just from scaling. So it's just scaling.
Okay.
But this a cheap little
camera. But it's not going to have straight lines, you're saying?
Yeah, because there's a little bit of warping from the lens. And so what we can do is we can go in here and say locate lines. So it looks for anything it thinks is a straight line. Now, not all of those are right. So I'm going to say, you know what, that's actually a straight line.
Okay.
And this is actually a straight line. And especially around where I want to put the screen,
obviously,
I want to make sure that the warping works there.
Okay.
And then I'll go, I know that down here is a straight line.
Why do you care about that?
Because the more information I give it, the better it can get an overall view. If I get everything in the middle, it won't really know what happened further out on the screen. Now, when I'll set up the distortion to a single parameter and say calibrate. And what it's done now is if I go in here and look at the grid, if we enable and disable, that's the distortion.
Slightly curved, and you could tell. So there is a slight curvature in the lens.
Right. So what happened is that corrects for it. Now what's cool is that if I was doing 3D here, I could actually export that to my 3D package and use that later. So the next step is
this is called Monet.
Monet. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to draw a really loose little shape. So this is just saying I want you to track this information. Right, like this. So grab that information, and I just want you to. This is where the first one is what I want you to track. The second area is what I want to actually, where I want the image to go. So this is me just putting some points out here.
Why do you track more than just the image?
Because you don't need to worry about it. I mean,
okay,
sometimes
so
you
it's just a loose mask.
And sometimes it wouldn't. Right now, it's easy to track because I got this big green image. But sometimes, you know, you have a more complex image that you have to deal with. So I get this set up, and now I have it placed. I'm going to go into track, and I'm just going to say, I just want you to track forward. So what it's going to do is it's now doing a planar track.
It's finding the green in each frame of the
Well, it's actually finding. It's just looking at. It's looking at the entire shape on the but in that red area. So in the red outline, it's just grabbing that whole shape and just continually tracking that along, frame by frame by frame. It's what's called a planar tracker. Now, there's other trackers that are called point trackers that'll just track the very little corners. Okay. But this one is much more robust. You can have a lot more mistakes and it'll turn out better. Okay. Now, I'll get to the end, and as it gets to the end, you're going to notice that, you know, it slipped off a little bit up here.
Yeah,
you know, we didn't get it quite perfect here. So what I can do, as soon as it gets to the end here, which will be just in a second, I can readjust some of these and just go, you know, you were off a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'll just grab it and just go, you know, this needs to be really down here.
Yeah.
And what it'll do is it'll do that throughout the entire image. So I don't have to, you know, tweak every frame that it was off. Yeah. It just finds its way there. So now if I hit play, you know, I can see that it's pretty well, you know, tracking, and that's a handheld, and it's slipping a little bit. We'll let it go for right now. So we have this little movement here. Now what I need to do now is, of course, I need to get an image. So what I'm going to do is say, I want you to insert
I bet they do this when they do iPhone ads, for instance, or computer ads. They want that screen to look as good as possible.
A lot of people use this kind of stuff.
Put the screen in and not shoot the screen directly. Also, as you point out, you can't control the screen.
Exactly. You want to do something complex.
While you're shooting. Yeah.
So here's an image that I have here, and it's showing me how it's going to place it. You know, that's the placement. If I go back to my iPhone, look, you can now see it inserted.
So it even distorts the image so that
it figures out all the things it needs to do.
That. So it looks like you're looking at a movie.
Right. And the thing is that while this one isn't totally perfect, we only spent 5 minutes on it.
It'd fool me.
And the thing is that this is something but this is the kind of stuff that is used every day when you're watching films, when you're watching this stuff. And it's one of the things we've been testing in the Pixel Core for a while.
I bet they use it with cell phones all the time because you can never get a good image on a cell phone.
A lot of
with a studio lighting and all the reflectors, it's just easier to do it
almost
this way.
Always replace the cell phones with it because it's just impossible
to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how much is a program like that?
It depends on the version. So I think it's the low end of this. I think is about $1,600, and then it goes up.
These are pricey, and this is just one of maybe hundreds of tools you might use in the making of a movie.
Right. Now the thing to remember though is that when you look at how many, if you have to do a whole bunch of these shots and you're paying $1,000 per shot to get it done, or someone's paying you $1,000 to get, you know, the price of the software becomes very cheap very quickly, you know, and this is it is the fastest way to, you know, to flip screens when you're working.
Are there some people who are real expert in this, like the Thomas Knowles of the world, the guy who designed Photoshop?
For the tracking stuff?
For just,
Oh yeah, there's
some like guys that are just...
There are really high-end guys. This is like 90% of what they do. There's whole companies based on just screen replacement.
That's amazing, I'll tell you. And it's the kind of work you could get if you were a member of the Pixel Core. That's exactly what the Pixel Core is all about, is training you in the various fields of multimedia content creation and then finding work. It's a guild for multimedia artists. Pixelcore.com if you want to know more. And I imagine that you train them in this kind of tool too.
The members have access to an educational version of this right now.
Great. So, I love that. Pixelcore.tv for the podcast. Alex has a whole bunch of them, including Mac Break Weekly, which we do together, and Mac Break, the video show that's just all about Macintosh. And a lot of other stuff that you're doing that's really cool.
We have a lot of other.
We'll save it for some time because I don't want to. But there's new stuff coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very exciting. Hey, we're going to take a break, but first let's get a close-up look. And this is not fake. This is no motion tracking involved. This is something you'd find around the studio. Well, you've got your clip menu and your essence mark, and you've got previous. What the heck is that? He's getting, you know, Sean, you're getting cocky. You're just giving us too much information. I still don't know what it is. Tell you what, we'll zoom out and we'll find out when the lab continues right after this. Before the break, we asked you, what the heck is this? Let's zoom out and find out. Oh, it's a Sony PDWF-70 digital doohickey. Sean, is that commonly found around the lab?
Yes.
Okay, it is.
Our lab.
Our lab. Let's get back to the phones and get another caller. Who do you have for us, Kate Abraham?
I have Michael, and he is from Ottawa in Ontario.
Hello, Michael! I say, hello, Michael! Are you there? I don't think Michael can hear me. We're working on it. We're pressing buttons, frantically going crazy. Sean, if you got out of the control room, everything would work all right now. All right, there he is. Are you there, Michael? Not yet? Well, it's nice to talk to you. It's really appreciate you coming by and joining us on the show today. We're working on it right now. We'll get him up.
Actually, he's gone straight to voicemail, so I think he's turned off his cell phone. But his question
he
was...
doesn't want to talk to
his
us.
question was that he wanted to make his PC boot up, open applications, and perform better. Is there a way to tweak with his computer? He has basic skills with the command, prompt, and terminals.
Okay, so he thinks that there's some magic hidden under the hood of his computer, that if you could only go into the terminal and type CW:\speed up, boot up, return, everything would be okay. I'm sorry, Michael, that's in fact not the case. If your computer is slow to begin with, it's slow. If it's been slowing down over time, there are some things you can do. First of all, chances are, over time, what you've been doing is installing software, adding new things to the computer. And the first thing you want to do is turn off those things that you don't use, especially if they're things that start up with the computer. And that's really where these things can slow you down. If they start up with a computer and they run in the background all the time, they're eating up CPU cycles, they're eating up memory, and they can make your computer a lot slower. A classic example was the 2006 edition of Norton antivirus and SystemWorks, which would, 4 different things would be running. Their SystemWorks would be running, Disk Doctor be running, your antivirus, all at the same time, constantly. And frankly, I mean, literally 20 or 30% slowdown on your computer. By the way, I talked to Norton the other day, the Symantec folks, and they said, we know we screwed up, we apologize. And the new 2008, they say, oh, we're much more careful about that. But the point is that you can install stuff, even commercial stuff, that will slow you down a lot. Here's a great program from Microsoft that will help you figure out what's starting up and maybe disable some of that. It's called Auto Runs. You've probably heard of MS-config, the Microsoft System Configuration Utility. Auto Runs is MS-config on steroids, and it's absolutely free. It's actually written by a guy named Mark Rusinovich and Bryce Caldwell. They are the former principals in a company that Microsoft acquired. It used to be called SysInternals, to do great stuff. This program will give you all the startup items on your system. It'll tell you what's starting up. It'll even give you more information about what it is and give you the ability to disable it. And you can see these are all the different places things can start up. Login, services, Explorer, Internet Explorer, scheduled tasks, boot execute, image hijacks, something. I don't know what that is. I mean, all of these things can start up in the background, and is that WinSock provider? And cause, yeah, WinSock providers. That's your internet access. So this is a great program. They also have a system, a tool called Process Explorer that will help you look at what's running in the background. So turning these things off, this is a simple download, it's a very small download. Turning these things off can very well speed up your computer a lot. I mean, it's just a natural thing. We install a lot of free software, shareware, and free programs, and eventually, you just get tons of stuff on your system, and it can slow down. You also want to make sure you don't have any spyware or viruses using up cycles on there, so it's always important to have good anti-spyware, good antivirus software. You might defragment the disks. Sometimes that helps. In my experience with modern operating systems, XP, Vista, and OS X, fragmentation is nowhere near the problem it was, at least on the NTFS file system that Windows uses. It pretty much keeps it from getting too fragmented, but occasionally, every few times every year, it is worth defragmenting. Worst case scenario, if bit rot, that's what we call it, is really getting to you, your system's gotten bogged way down, starting over is a great thing to do. I do it regularly on both my Mac and Windows PCs. I'll just format the drive, back up my data first, format the drive, and reinstall everything. But there is no magic. I think people think, oh yeah, the experts know some secret hidden command that will speed everything up, and there's no magic, I'm afraid.
No, you just uninstall what you don't need, remove all the things from auto runs that you're not using, and defragment if you still have to.
What more can you do? Now, there is one pathologic case that could cause slowdown if your drive is starting to fail. Then the drive works very hard to read that data. You'll know that's what's going on because you'll hear it going as it keeps trying to read the data. that's a pathological case. That's actually something going wrong with your system. But if that's the case, it's especially a good time to back up everything. Make sure you've got everything on a backup. You could let the drive fail, or you just replace the drive. So thank you, Michael. I'm sorry we couldn't get you on the line, but there's the answer to your question anyway. Now it's time to take a walk to, I hope he's here, to Ryan Ewell. Oh, good. Not only is he here, his cell phone is on, and he's ready to answer our question, our need, our demand for the best free file of the day.
It will be the best of the day.
It's the only free file of the day.
There you go. It's XNView for Windows.
Say again?
XNView.
Oh, I hear good things about this. I've never seen it, though. Let's see.
It seems to be like a Swiss Army knife of images.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do things like, it supports over 400 file formats. So if it's a TIFF, I got some TIFFs here.
Sometimes you get a file that, was created by some weird oddball program. You can't look at it.
You can't open it. So, JPEGs, obviously. I even got some raw files here. The other thing it can do, it can actually play things like AVIs and things like that.
That's a great picture of Kate.
So we got the AVIs here. The famous,
it'll play video.
It'll play video. It's got crazy things, well, not crazy, but like it'll batch convert. So if you select a bunch of images here, we can go up and we can do things like file JPEGs. Operations.
Wow. We'll do thumbnails too and stuff like that.
It will create
slideshows.
It'll do slideshows. It can do all these things here, so we can export different places. It'll even do batch rename. It'll do. It has screen capture in it.
And this is free.
It's all free. So it's just kind of got all these features in one program.
Some say this is the successor to IrfanView, which we've recommended for years.
XNView.
XNView.
Big X, little N, big V. And it
is our free file of the day.
It is.
Where would I find that if I were
labwithleo.com, free files, Jules. It's in there.
You have a blog on our site, don't you?
I do. I don't update it as much as probably I should. I know you say content, right?
Content's king. Got to keep putting stuff up there. I've got a blog. I've been spending a lot of time with it. I'll tell you what. Coming up in just a bit, Tris Hussey is going to show us how to pimp our blogs, make them look good.
There you go.
So even if you have no content in there, at least it'll look good.
Fashion over something else.
Yes, exactly. Now it's time for our quiz question of the day. You ready for this one? What does LED stand for? LED, is it laser emission device, light energy displacement, light emitting diode, or Leo's excellent dental work? I paid a lot for that dental work. Go to the website, give us the answer. We'll talk about it when the lab continues. Welcome back to the lab. We pay so much attention to multimedia and animation and stuff, but sometimes the best content on the net is just text. Just text. Written content. Tris Hussey is here. He's the editor of Blog Nation Canada, and he's going to show you how to take your plain old blog and make it look beautiful,
cool.
So people will want to read your text.
Yeah, exactly. I set up while I was waiting to come in here, and got a very basic WordPress.com blog, and believe it or not,
that's a WordPress template.
This is a stock, untouched WordPress template.
Now that's
that all I've done is say, Leo, my blog is boring. Help me.
That's not a boring blog. That looks really fantastic.
Already, you've got a nice blog. So part of it is just picking a cool template. This is one of my favorites. It's called Fjords.
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 Now, the neat thing about WordPress is it's free. WordPress.com is free hosting, and you can put a blog up there. It can look exactly like that. In 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes. But let's take it to the next step.
You're going to make it even better.
We're going to make some cool things. So I did a little stuff ahead of time because it would take too long. Let's subscribe to this blog by email.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. So I went over to FeedBurner, one of my favorite things, and this is where
this is a free service now owned by Google.
Now owned by Google. So this is where it gets a little geeky, but it's okay. We can do this. First thing, you just need to know how to copy and paste. That's really the core of things. Copy and paste and read.
Copy and paste. Okay, I think I can handle that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do, and I do this mostly with my keyboard.
First you give it the address of your blog.
FeedBurner,
you have to create a free account. Give it the address of your blog.
And I'm under the publicized tab, and I've done the email subscriptions. And so I'm just going to select this code. I'm going to use Control-A. I'm all about the keyboard shortcuts.
You bet.
And Control-A to select all.
And you can also specify what blog engine you're using. In this case, you're going to do it for TypePad.
Well, no, actually, this is if it's using a widget in TypePad. We're just going to use the raw code.
You're not even going to use a widget. You're just going to cut and paste.
We're going to do the raw code.
Here we are in WordPress. This is the management interface.
This is the management interface of that spiffy-looking blog, and we're going to go to Presentation.
Okay, there it is.
There it is. And one nice thing about WordPress, and this is why it's nice and easy to use, is they have widgets.
I love the widgets.
You gotta love the widgets. So I'm gonna make some extra text widget, and it's just going to save that.
Widget's just a little block, a little space you put on your page.
It's just a doodad.
And you can put any arbitrary text in there. So you're going to put that HTML in there?
Yeah, exactly. So we're just
dragging it over.
First, we're going to put in text number 1, and you can see they even come with a ton of stuff like Meebo, the online chat.
This is nice.
All kinds of things.
See, this is now, if you have a WordPress host, self-hosted, you're going to have to add some of those features
You'll have
yourself.
to add some of these.
But that comes with WordPress.com. That's pretty nice.
So we're going to do read by email.
I'm going to do this on my blog as soon as we're done.
And I noticed you were on WordPress too recently.
I love WordPress, yeah.
And I just pasted, which of course is Control-V. Close my little box here.
It's up above.
Up above, a little above the scroll, and then save changes.
So you took that text from FeedBurner and you pasted it into a widget. You've saved it. Now let's see what it looks like on the blog.
Let's hit the good old refresh key F5.
And right on the left there, under Leo, my blog is boring, we should now see.
Enter your email address.
Oh, there it is. Read by email. Look at that.
Right there. In the form. The form is kind of hard to see, but it's right there.
Dude, that's so cool.
All right, but I'm not done.
There's more?
There's more. I'm going to add. This is a feed of mine.
This is from Spring Widgets.
Well, actually, it's from Aid RSS, a great company out of Canada.
Okay.
Out of Waterloo. And what we're going to do is we're going to
make a widget.
We're going to make a widget.
Now, these are widgets for WordPress or for anything?
Anybody.
Anybody.
Anybody. And let's see if this is going to work like I hope it's going to work. We're again, copy and paste.
Okay.
Right? Again,
we're going to go back to our blog.
Back to our blog. And I'm going to put something.
Another text element.
Another text element.
Still in the second column. That's where we're adding these things.
Again, with the little name.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll up this time so I don't have to do that to click. Click.
There we go. Now what did you do? And we're going to save those changes.
This is how easy this is. Important.
Yeah, don't forget to do that.
Don't forget that. Don't forget that. Again, with the F5.
Now under read by email, oh no, it's to the right of it, feeds.
Yeah. Oh, this is.
You left out an H.
I left out an H. It didn't work. But so we'll do something different. We're going to do.
Oh no, wait! I want to see it. Just put the H in.
We're going to we'll do my blog.
Okay.
We'll do that one.
So what would that have done if you?
It was going to put this big, nice, widgety thing on there.
Okay.
But sometimes it just.
You didn't do a Command A, so you got to do the Command A.
So let's do the Command A.
You see, you weren't even listening to your own instructions there.
How bad is that?
All right, we're going to go back to our presentation. We're going to fix that.
We're going to fix
Go back into text, but this is how easy it is to do.
Exactly. You make a mistake, you go, oops.
Yeah.
And you do that.
Now we got it. Don't forget to save.
It's always save.
Go back to our blog.
And we're going to view site and see if it did it what we wanted. Still, this is the wonders of the internet. Oops.
Now what's it doing?
One.
Refresh that. Did you refresh it?
I did. It just goofed up. So we're just going to do my blog, which is owned by...
I don't know.
Yahoo.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, owned by Yahoo.
So now what is this going to do?
You know those when you visit the blogs and they have those pictures of people visiting your blog?
Yeah. You can do that?
This is what this is for.
Where does it get the pictures? Is this kind of a standard system that everybody adds their pictures to?
Yeah. It's a community. They're calling it a community.
So if you want to have your picture show up on blogs you read, you would go to my blog, give them your picture, and then it would show up in the blogs that you read. All right.
So you know what? I'm going to get rid of this one.
Community is really important. I think people sometimes forget that when you're writing a blog, it isn't a personal journal. You're really speaking to an audience, and you want them to speak back. So comments, participation are all very important.
It's all about
so this kind of thing, adding a picture to a blog, letting your most devoted fans put their pictures there, I think is a great idea.
This is very cool.
Now let's see.
And this one should work even better because this is a nice one. A lot of people use my blog. I used to think it was creepy. Because I would be visiting my friend's site, and it takes a second to load after people start visiting.
Nobody's visited this.
No one's visited, but as people visit,
and their pictures will show up.
are showing up. So I'm visiting my friend's blogs, and my pictures there. It's like, oh, that's just creepy. But then you can see who's been visiting. So when you visit my blog,
I might have to do that on my blog. You just gave me 3 great ideas for my blog.
Aid RSS is a great one. When getting the widget on there shows your top posts, and can do all kinds of other cool things.
AIDERSS.
And this is what the main site looks like, and you can look at all kinds of.
There's so many cool things out there.
So many cool
and these
things.
are all designed to add little doodads to your existing blog.
And make it fun for people to come back and read.
And that's what you want.
And I didn't even get into templates, which you know me and those templates.
I like the one you showed us.
Wasn't that nice? Fjords,
I might even use that, because I could replace that picture with one of my own, right?
Exactly. And it automatically cuts it.
Interesting. You want to know more about Tris? You go to Blog Nation Canada. That is ca.blognation.com.
That's right.
And you can also, you have a blog, right?
I do. View from the Aisle.
View from the Aisle. Where is that?
It's at larixconsulting.com.
L-A-R-I-X. R-I-X consulting.com. So, you know, you got to see what he does. And by the way, we've got links to all of the things. We didn't even get to all of them, but all of that stuff is on our website, labwithleo.com. I'm going to run over there and steal every one of those buttons and put them on my site.
Exactly.
So that your picture will show up on my site. I like that idea. Thank you, Tris. Fun stuff. We'll be back in just a little bit. More of your calls coming up as the lab continues. Stay here. Here. Right here.
7, 6, 5 commercials. 4, 3, 2, 1. Roll commercial.
Hey, welcome back to the Lab with Leo. I'm Kate Abraham, and now it's time for my tip of the day. And as the site says, it's not news, but it is fark.com. FARK.com, which basically is the best online source for oddities and various news tidbits from around the world. The site draws from various different news groups, including the BBC, so it must be valid. So it's fark.com. The great thing is with this site is it is literally subcategorized into the various effectively the news groups. I'm checking out Geek, and did you know that if you live in Canada, you can get a lobotomy for $300?
That's a joke. I love it, though. People were upset about that billboard, you know.
Really?
Oh, yeah. In fact, there's a video, which you probably have on there, of the guy showing them painting the billboard and then the nasty voicemail messages they got.
Really?
Yes.
And the cool thing is with this, so there's kind of like, you know, they obviously categorize it as weird, obvious, scary, unlikely, but it does draw from like the CBC, you've obviously got Times Online, so there are some valid sites on here as well.
Yeah. And we should point out there's some also NFSW or NSFW sites, not safe for work. They mark them that way, so you'll know you shouldn't open that at work.
Hence why it's called fark.com. But I think they update it about 100 times a day.
Oh, yeah.
So that's kind of cool. And if you subscribe, I think it works out at about $5 a month.
It's very reasonable.
$5 a month. You can get the 2,000 links that are posted every day.
Right. Drew Curtis and his team do that. And, you know, he used to be a regular on the Screensavers. He was great.
Really?
I think we put Fark on the map. I don't think Fark would be around if it weren't for us.
It's very hard to say with an English accent.
You see, Fark. It sounds fine if you say Fark. Anyway.
It's probably getting bleeped out in England. But anyway, moving swiftly on. Our next caller is Terry from Trenton in Ontario.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much, Kate. Hello, Terry.
Hi, Leo. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. How are you today?
Very well, very well.
Well, what can I do for you, my friend?
Okay, basically my setup is I have a D-Link router.
Okay.
I have 6 computers on my network.
Okay.
They're all static IPs.
Okay.
And basically, I just got a new Vista machine, but I can't seem to open a certain port for my BitTorrent client.
So you want on your router to tell it that if BitTorrent traffic comes in on a certain port, it's actually a series of ports, to pass it directly to the Vista machine? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. I tried opening it on my router, but...
what happens?
Well, it takes it in the settings, so that port is open for the machine on the router, but on the Vista machine, I get the error. It says, unable to bind TCP incoming server.
Okay. So what it's most likely has nothing to do, in fact, with the router. It has to do with Vista and its much more stringent security and networking setups. So the Vista networking control panel, in fact, Andy did a great segment on this, which I highly recommend, and he's got a good article on it. But if you go to the networking sharing center in the control panel of Vista, you'll see it's very different than the old one. It's coming up. It'll come up in a moment. It's thinking. Here we go. And so what you want to make sure is that your settings on this are allowing the kind of connection that you want. Now, there are 3 different ways that you can set it up. You can set it up for public, private, or work. And I think that you probably, and then you can go more granularly into these settings. You want to make sure, for instance, if you're going to share files, that network discovery is turned on, file sharing is turned on. It's off by default. Both of these things need to be turned on for Vista to work with the network. And I suspect that what's happening is that Vista's own firewall may be blocking it. So you may also want to take a look at your Windows firewall settings, which you'll also find here in the lower left-hand corner. And if you've got the firewall on, which is by default on, it's just like a router. You're going to want to go into exceptions in the firewall and also open up the BitTorrent ports on that. And so it's just exactly the same. It's something that you're used to. So these are the ones that are by default turned on. You don't see BitTorrent here. There, you want to click Add Port and then add those BitTorrent ports. I can't remember what they are, but something like 8,000 to 16,000. So you'll put those in here, and let's see. And it looks like you might have to put them in each individual. Oh, here we can do this. Change the scope, so you can have the scope here. And then TCP or UDP and so forth. By opening the port, you're basically saying, I want incoming traffic from these ports to be allowed over to this machine. So it's one thing to do it in the router, but you also have to let it in. You have a firewall running on Windows Vista. And I'm getting a lot of calls lately from people having trouble with Windows Vista networking, and it's because the Vista networking is a little more, frankly, a little more stringent, a little more protected than it was on XP. So that's what you want to do. You go in the Network and Sharing Center. You're going to have to make sure that your network discovery is turned on, your file sharing is turned on, and then you want to go to the Windows Firewall and make sure that you've allowed those ports in. Episode 118, Andy did a great discussion of all of this. It's coming up in a future show, so make sure that you look for that, because he really talks about this. He's the expert on all this. He's the Vista guru here. All right, hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Now it's time for one of Sean's famous shinies, a great gadget that Sean's, every day he's got a new gadget for us. These aren't so shiny.
Well, this one's a little bit glary,
You've been using this, yeah.
Yeah, so these are from OtterBox. You may know OtterBox as a company that has waterproof boxes to hide your gadgets. And
is this waterproof?
It is waterproof, up to about 3 meters.
So you could take this into the pool with you?
You could theoretically take it into the pool. You probably want the waterproof headphones that come separately with this, but you can actually
have a headphone jack here. But this is all sealed. This is all rubber. Even this isn't the click wheel. This is a membrane on top of the click wheel.
Exactly. So this one right here is for the iPod video, and it comes with a little insert here if you want to put the skinnier 30 gigabyte version in.
Okay, so that'll just pump it up a little bit.
Yeah, so it's approaching about $50 for this, which is good if you want to go underwater. But I said, get the waterproof headphones, otherwise you're probably going to short circuit them and electrocute yourself.
Have you used these? Do you dive with these or anything?
I haven't dived with them. I've thrown them underwater, and they do hold up.
What a good idea.
You don't want to take those down any more than about 3 meters.
I think most people don't dive with their iPod. Well, maybe they do.
You never know. We've got the this one for the BlackBerry 8800 as well. This one is not waterproof for one key reason. You actually need to access the pearl here.
Yeah.
So what this one does is it makes it a little bit more water resistant.
So if you're going to take your BlackBerry in the rain, you think this would be a good idea?
Right, and it's got a little membrane
kind of rubbery
over top of this.
Yeah.
So there you go. It gives it a little bit of protection. Good for Vancouver, anyways.
No kidding.
They give protection against water, and they're available for a wide variety. We've just shown 2 here, but there's a ton more. Not all gadgets are waterproof, so be careful what you're getting. Don't dump your BlackBerry underwater. And it does make them a bit more bulky. This is way thicker than it used to be.
Yeah, but also it feels like it'd be more secure. It's got
you know, if you drop it, it'll give an extra. There's another
little protection.
Bit more protection.
Bit more protection. Oh, very cool. All from Otter, OTTER.com. Ray Maxwell is coming up in just a little bit. You ever wonder how an inkjet works? It's an amazing feat of engineering. He's going to explain it.
I think it's something to do with turkey basters, right?
Have you ever seen a spit take? It's just like that. No, I don't know. We'll find out. Ray's going to explain all. I'm sure it's much more complicated. First, though, one more chance to take our quick quiz question of the day. What does LED stand for? LED. Is it laser emission device, light energy displacement, light emitting diode, or Leo's excelling dental work? I don't know. Go to the web. Think about it. Talk amongst your friends. We'll have the answer for you when the lab continues. Welcome back to the lab. Before the break, we asked you what LED stands for. Those are those little bright lights you see everywhere now, and it stands for light emitting diode, because it's a diode that glows when electricity is applied to it. It's an amazing technology. It was originally just red, and now they've added all colors in the rainbow. It's quite amazing. Hey, this is Ray Maxwell. He is a color scientist, a speaker, a teacher, a photographer, jack of all trades, juggler. Saw him juggling him in the green room earlier today. He's going to show us how inkjets work, and it's really amazing when you find out what a miracle of technology this is.
It is truly amazing technology, and it has come a long way since it first began.
The principle basically is you spray ink onto a piece of paper, right?
That's right.
Like a sprayer, but it's very tiny
Very
droplets.
tiny droplets, picoliters.
Picoliters. What's that, a billionth of a liter?
That's right.
Billionth of a liter. That's
Right.
per drop?
Per drop.
Wow.
They actually measure, how many picoliters each drop has.
Wow.
But they have to have some way to cause this thing to spit out a drop.
Right.
And there's two basic methods that are used in what we call the drop-on-demand inkjet printers. There is a continuous inkjet printer, but those are going by the wayside because the DoD, the drop-on-demand, has gotten so good.
It's more efficient too,
Yes.
isn't it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, the continuous wastes ink all the time.
Right.
Any rate, if we have a look at this picture,
a gallon, you don't want to waste ink.
Oh no. Oh boy.
So this is this the print head itself? What is
This
going
is
on?
what's going on inside the print head, and this is a thermal. This is the type that HP and Canon use in their technology. And they have a little resistor in behind this thing, and they give a pulse of electricity, and it actually causes a bubble to form in the ink. It heats it.
It boils it.
Yeah, boils it, and it causes it to squirt a droplet out of this little tiny orifice here in the front, and that jumps over to the paper and sticks.
So basically you heat the ink, it bubbles, it squirts through a tiny hole, and then it hits the paper.
That's right.
That's the thermal method. Now there's another
That's
method.
thermal.
There's
Now,
electric method, right?
That's right. Piezoelectric is the name for this one. And in this case, we have a piezoelectric crystal. It's a quartz crystal. And when you put a voltage across the quartz crystal, it expands.
Interesting.
In length.
So then it pushes the ink out that way.
And it pushes the ink out that.
And who uses piezoelectric?
This is Epson.
Epson's the only one that uses it.
Well, there are others.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the big
Of
manufacturers.
The big three.
Okay.
Epson is this.
Is one better than the other?
It has been, but what's happening now is...
I have an Epson printer and a Canon printer. I had no idea they used different methods. I mean,
Yes.
they both look pretty darn good.
The truth of the matter is both of them now have some incredible sensors and chips in them that keep them very, very constant, because they have to measure the humidity, temperature, and pressure to know what kind of impulse to put out.
How much to heat it up or how much to electrify the piezoelectric.
That's
wow.
right. Yeah.
That's amazing.
It is. It's absolutely
Now, how
amazing.
does it know where to put the ink?
Well, that's entirely just from the. It has to have a very precise mechanical transport.
Right.
And then it is sitting there, squirting them out as it goes by each location on the page. Now, this creates a problem, though, for us. Because on our screen, I'm going to switch over here to Photoshop for a moment. I'm going to switch to this picture, and I'm going to blow it up. And if we look at this picture, this is a normal continuous tone image that's on our screen, and we start to see that it's made up of little squares.
If you zoom in close enough, you're always going to see that, no matter how high the resolution is.
These little squares.
Yep.
However, each one of those little squares can take on one of 16 million tones, because there are 8 bits for each color: red, green,
blue. At least
blue.
it's continuous. Each dot is one color.
That's right. But it's mixing 3 red, green, and blue values,
into that
and it
one.
has 255 levels for each one. Now, when we go to that inkjet head that we just looked
We
at,
don't have 16 million choices in there.
that thing either squirts out a drop of ink,
It's on or off.
or it doesn't.
Right.
So we have to pull a trick to get the look of, this is called continuous tone that's on our monitor.
Right.
And we use a trick called half toning to be able to print with a printer.
This sounds familiar. I know newspapers use this.
Yes.
They
Well,
screen it. All printing presses.
All printing of every kind, with the exception of dye sublimation, all of their printers are halftone.
Okay, so they have to screen it. Now, we only have 30 seconds. I don't think we're going to be able to explain the different kinds of screenings here.
Right. But at any rate, the inkjets use stochastic screening and so forth.
That's one
Now, let
kind.
me ask you this question.
Okay.
What kind of engineer would be at the heart of the team working on inkjets at this former company I used to work for at Creo? What kind of engineer, what training would you need if you wanted to be right at the heart of the team?
Somebody who has experts in fluid dynamics, I would think.
That's right. You're really warm.
What is it?
Aeronautical engineering.
Aeronautical engineering, because it's a jet, isn't it? And you have to know how it's going to come out. And
that's right.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Fascinating stuff. And yet printers today do an excellent job. I mean, it's amazing.
The state of the art with the current inkjet printers is just mind-blowing. I mean,
we have an article online that Ray's put together a lot more information, including how the screening is done, how it decides where to turn on a dot, how to trick the eye, essentially, into thinking it's continuous color when it's not.
That's correct.
Fascinating stuff. That's on our site, labwithleo.com. Ray's got his site up, maxwellmultimedia.com.
You got it.
We expect many great things from you now on that site.
I'm working hard on it.
Pictures, I want to be able to buy prints, all of that stuff. He's the best prints. Oh, they're so gorgeous. My wife thanks you for the print you gave us, by the way. You're welcome. 2 prints. All right, we're going to take a break, come back with a final word in just a bit. You stay right here. The lab continues right after this. Welcome back to the lab. We got some happy news just a few minutes ago. Our webmaster Raj Brar and his partner Susan just had twin girls, Kieran and Sadie. Yeah. So we congratulate them both. Everybody's doing great. We're real happy to add some more members to our family. You've probably seen Raj on the show. You won't see him for a little while. I think he'll be taking some time off.
The next 18 years.
No. Hey, we want you to stop by our website, get notes on everything you've seen on the show, subscribe to our blogs, and, of course, sign up to get on the show because we'd love to have you as a caller. Thanks for joining us. Make sure you tell your friends. We'll see you next time.
Have in common with Trojan horse? Find out today on The Lab with Leo.
I couldn't resist. Hey, welcome to the Lab with Leo. Sometimes that music just wants to make me dance. This is the show where we do not dance. We try not to dance. We endeavor not to dance or to sing, but instead we show you what is what with technology, how to use it, how to choose it, how to use it, how to choose it, how to abuse it, how to lose it.
How to lose it, choose it.
Choose it, use it, and abuse it. I think there's really only 4 words in there, but I said them a couple of times, so it sounded like we do more than we really do. It's really all about technology and helping you understand it so you can get the most out of it, whether it's for work or for play. This is show number 120.
Wow.
Something round and wonderful about that number. And ladies and gentlemen, Kate Abraham, who is here, and just looking lovely as always.
Thank you.
Your top matches your eyes. Quite lovely.
Kind of matching you in a kind of greeny bluey kind of way.
Greeny bluey, that's us. And we got to go. You saw Andy Walker? He's back, our old friend from Call for Help. He's going to. He's back with his food demos.
Yeah, I'm seeing the whole watermelon thing, and I'm not too sure.
A little too Gallagher for my taste. He also brought tarpaulins and raincoats.
Which implies there's going to be some mess.
Could be a little messy. Is there a sledgehammer, a mallet of any kind involved? We'll find out. Also, Leland Miller is here. He's our video editor. He's going to give us the basics on doing video right.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. Jim Rutherford, our old friend. Something new in digital photography. He's going to demonstrate high dynamic range photography, or HDR. Wait till you see this. It is mind-blowing. It's just gorgeous. You'll see. We'll show you how to do it. And you don't have to have a fancy camera either. He's just doing it with a plain old point and shoot.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But the main point of this show is to take your calls and help you with your problems. And we've got 3 great callers. 2 of them from down under, I see. Shall we start?
We shall.
Who's our first caller?
Have Tim from Sydney, New South Wales. And in the picture is his lovely daughter, Lucy.
Oh, hello, Tim. How are you today?
Well, thank you. How are you going?
I'm great. I think Lucy's a little older than that picture shows, though.
I think you're right. How did you guess that?
Did you know how I knew? Because there's a date stamp in the lower right-hand corner that says 1995.
I didn't even think about that.
But you know what? My kids are about the same age. Lucy's, what, 2 or 3 in that picture?
Yes, that's about right, yes.
Yeah. So she's 15 now?
Yes, she's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and my daughter's 15 too. And you know what the truth is? When they get to teenagers, you start to look at these old pictures and go, weren't they sweet? They used to be such nice kids.
No, basically, it was the most decent picture I could find of myself.
They used to listen to us, talk to us. That's a great, I love that picture. I would save that picture and show it to everybody too, Tim. Hey, what can I do for you today?
Good day, Leo. I am trying to find out how, if I can, make some of my little home movies
into screensavers. I have bought a DVD cam, and I'm wanting to know how I can, make them into little screensavers.
Yeah, what a great idea. Do you use Windows or Mac?
Windows.
Oh, all righty. Then our good friend Analog X to the rescue. Analog X is a programmer, brilliant programmer, and a good friend. Known him for years, and we used to have him on the screensavers all the time to talk about his software. He wrote look how small this is, 410K program for Windows XP called the XP Video Screensaver. It's absolutely free, and it couldn't be more simple to use. I love his programs because they're so small, and you don't even have to install them. You just download them, and I'm going to download it right here. It says download from Microsoft. I guess Microsoft is offering this just for their operating system. Well, that's kind of encouraging. It's part of their. It's now part of their Power Toys. How cool! Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do with that though. Cancel that. I'm opening it in a Mac. No wonder. that would be a problem. Anyway, you'll do it on Windows instead. Let's do that later. Let me go. Let me get this. Let me get this URL here, and we'll download it from Windows. The nice thing about his stuff is it's very small, very quick to install, so I can actually take the time to do this. Now I'm going to accept. Now we'll download this thing. Let's open up Windows here, full screen. And we're going to save it. Close tabs. And so this is very easy. This is the Windows XP Video Screensaver Power Toy. So I guess what happened is Microsoft bought it from him. Look at that. So once you do this, and we'll put the link in the show notes, or you can just do a search for Analog X Video Screensaver. That's what I did. It's very simple to use. You do have to have Windows Media Player 9, so you're going to make sure you have the latest Windows Media Player. And then it'll be in the screensavers. You just choose it. You can choose which video you want to launch, and actually we're downloading the Windows Media Player. I guess we don't have the latest version in here, so we'll download that. Now that's an interesting question if it works with 10 or 11. It may not. But once we do, we'll be able to play back any video. So you can have videos of Lucy gambling in the surf and have that be your screensaver. And nowadays, I tell you the truth, screensaver doesn't really do much, so it doesn't matter that you have the same movie playing over and over again. That's going to happen to the screen anyway. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim. Just Google search for Analog X, one word, and Video Screensaver, and you'll find it.
Analog X.
Analog X, a good friend. His real name is Mark Thompson, and we used to have him on the show, the Screensavers, all the time. He's just a great... Hey, the Screensavers. That was the name of the old TV show. Andy Walker's coming up in just a little bit. He's going to show us how Trojan horses work using common everyday food items. I always get nervous when he says that. You stay right here. Well, it's time once again for Andy Walker's patented food segments. The grocers of Vancouver must just be thrilled when you come to town.
Actually, the grocers of Toronto. This all went in my luggage this time.
No.
Try checking a watermelon.
You did not.
I absolutely did. Try.
That's like 100 pounds of watermelon
I know.
here.
It didn't fit, so I had to show how to buy
We've got a baguette, we've got grapes, we've got strawberries, and we've got watermelons. You've been grocery shopping.
Pre-grocery shopping, right? And, you expect to bring home, for example, grapes and everything that you normally would eat.
Fresh produce.
And a delicious watermelon.
Lovely watermelon.
Right? And you expect that when you get home and you open up the watermelon, that there is watermelon inside.
And isn't that beautiful?
Right.
Look at that. Yes.
Just like there is, when you download a file from the internet or when you get a file from a disk or whatever, you expect to get the file.
Get watermelon.
And inside the file, when you execute it, something good happens.
So this is like zip. This is a zip file or an executable, but you run it and you get luscious watermelon. I wish we had a spoon there.
You should probably.
Oh dear, I knew this was too good to be true because I thought, look, it's very simple, it's clean. Do you think there will be eye danger here?
Well, you never know, right? I mean, watermelon is dangerous. So that's the perfect world, right? You do your groceries, you get your watermelon. It's exactly as you expect.
You're not going to do an exploding watermelon, are you?
No, I'm not Gallagher.
Okay. No exploding watermelons on this show.
But the malware writers in the world, right? They're looking for really clever ways of getting nasty things onto your computer.
They certainly are, Andy.
So if you imagine a watermelon as a file, and a malware writer has been tampering with that file.
So you've been to the grocery store, a.k.a. the download bin.
And you get a watermelon which looks like a watermelon. Smells like a watermelon.
Sounds like a watermelon. But what's inside? Oh, brains.
Beats, right?
Beats.
Malware, nasty. And I got to say,
we don't want that.
This is some of the nastiest material on the planet, I have to say. So imagine, you know,
it also stains, so stay right over there. Okay.
Okay, so herein lies the issue. Is what they're doing is they're disguising. Doesn't it smell nasty?
Yeah.
Luckily, Trojan horses don't smell nasty. But what they do is just like the Trojan horse from the Greek myth.
Yes.
They've got something that
they
looks
look
normal,
exactly like a normal watermelon,
right. But inside something called malware.
Bad stuff.
Now,
okay.
Malware can come out in a variety of different ways.
But you know, you make a good point. Until you open it, you don't know. And
you don't know.
If you don't open it, you're probably okay, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, until it deploys its nasty guts, it's actually going to be
queasy.
Okay. Hey, do you want to taste some?
No.
Now, one of the secrets is it's one of the most beautiful delivery systems for nasty stuff. And let me show you some of the nasty stuff they put into.
Yes, this could be like Anna Kournikova pictures.
That's right.
Yes.
That's worse than that.
Yes.
So if I open up this tainted watermelon,
I can't even imagine what's going to be in there.
So what you have is, first of all, a knife, right?
A knife? What's that? Oh, geez.
To spread a virus.
To spread it,
right?
Okay.
And you have potentially
a little spam. Could be some spam in there,
right?
Yes.
To actually deploy something on your system that will actually send spam out. So once this is out of the file and on your system, this can actually be deploying spam out into the world.
And you just wanted watermelon.
I know. And
what
finally, a remote control.
What was that doing in the watermelon?
This is the most common thing inside of Trojan horses.
It's a remote control?
It's a backdoor remote control mechanism.
Of your system.
Of your system, so that somebody can, actually, and I really should have a robot in here with a remote control over there.
Because the hacker has the remote, doesn't he?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, you know, he or she...
Control your watermelon.
Can control your system, not your watermelon.
Oh, not your watermelon. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little confused. That's right.
Now, the interesting thing about Trojan horses in general are they're probably the most common mechanisms used to infect your system. And as you can tell, each one of these things is actually it's not designed to damage your system. In fact, what it's designed to do...
They want you to think you got watermelon.
They want you to think you got watermelon. They don't want you to know that you have anything but watermelon. But they do want to get these things on your system because what they do is they install this. Your system becomes what's called a part of a botnet.
Or a bot,
right?
Yes.
And that network can be remote controlled by the bad guys.
To send spam, to attack other systems, to do anything they want you to do.
Right, exactly. And in fact, that's true. You know, it's something called a denial of service attack, where once your system is infected by one of these things, it can then take down Amazon.com or it can take down a large bank.
You know what the big scam is right now is they go after gambling sites on big days like Super Bowl Sunday or the World Cup, and they say, "Excuse me, Mr. Gambling Site, I know you would hate to be down on this big betting day. It would be a terrible thing, but if you would come to us and we would protect you." And that way, they say, okay, here's 10,000. Please make sure we're not down on that day. Otherwise, what they're really threatening is they're going to use all these remote-controlled watermelon and attack the poker site, and it'll be down. So, but this is good news. So what should we do?
Well, ultimately what you're doing is, you know...
Stick with strawberries, I think.
No, I mean, most systems, of course, have a way...
most looking inside these things, right?
They do. That's what an antivirus product is usually for, right?
So
they actually can see
the watermelon.
whether or not it's actually beets or something...
And it'll quarantine. It'll take it and say, put it aside and say, you can't open this because it's got beets inside and you don't like beets.
Yes.
Actually, I like beets, but I'm not going to eat those beets. Those beets are not... Those have been inside that watermelon since Toronto Airport.
I know, it's a scary thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
thank you, Andrew.
That's Trojan horses done with watermelons.
All right.
Now we know more. Thank you very much.
I dubbed these Sir Watermelon. All right.
Beets, anybody?
Beets. Thank you very much for explaining that all, and I think it's all crystal clear now. Right now, it's time to get a zoom-in picture of something not involving watermelons, beets, or Andy Walker's eyeglasses. Something you'd commonly find around the lab. What the tech is this? I have no idea, but if you could figure that out, it looks like carrots. What is that? Think about it. We'll come back and we'll tell you. We'll zoom out and find out as the lab continues. You stay right here. Well, I don't know what that is. Take a close-up look at that. It looks like chicken feet and a four-way directional rotator cuff. What is it? I don't know what it is still.
It's Spider-Man.
It's a Jack 5 Pacific Marvel herpes game. I don't know what that is. But you took a close-up picture and you fooled me, and that's all you really care about, isn't it? At this point, you're just trying to humiliate Leo. Sean Carruthers with a zoom macro lens. Never would have guessed that. That's actually those all-in-one games, right? You buy that, you plug it into the TV set, and it's got all these different games inside the little joystick.
That one is all Marvel-related superhero type games.
Fun. Kids would love that. The Spider-Man not included.
What do you mean? The Spider-Man is on it, yes. It's bolted right to it.
That's part of it?
Yeah, I'm not sure that he's in the game, but I'm assuming he is.
Very cool, very cool. Let's get another. You know, Andy started it by just being weird, and then the rest of the show goes right downhill. Let's get another. Watermelon beats nothing more. Where are you going to go from there? Let's get another caller on the air here,
We
Kate.
have Baz from Birkdale in Queensland.
Hello, Baz. How are you today?
Hi, Leo. Fantastic. How about you?
I'm great. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
What can I do for you today?
Okay, I have a little problem that I hope you're going to solve for me.
Okay.
When you put a CD into a computer, you can use an auto-run file so that it automatically opens at a particular program.
That's right.
Okay, what I'm looking for is something that I can put on a jump drive that does exactly the same thing. Now, I know you can get bits of software to install on your computer, but what I'm looking at is to be able to put this on the jump drive and stick it into virtually any computer, and it will start the program.
Simplest thing in the world. There's two ways to do it. You can actually buy jump drives called U3 jump drives that have an auto run built into them. In fact, when you stick a U3 drive into the computer, you'll see a CD will mount first. It's a boot disk, and then automatically the USB will mount. So that U3 technology is built in and it'll do it. But you know, the truth is, Windows already has this auto run built into it automatically. All you have to do to make any CD or USB drive auto run is to create a little text file called autorun.inf in the root directory of it. autorun.inf, and then the text that should go in there is pretty simple. Easiest way to do this, by the way, is to find a CD or some other thing that will automatically run and copy its existing autorun.inf file, because then you won't get the syntax wrong. But let me see if I could find somewhere on the internet. I bet if I Google autorun.inf, I can find somebody who provides the basic syntax for it.
You know, the auto-run is what I use now when I build a CD, but it doesn't seem to want to do it when I put it onto a jump drive.
Well, it's going to depend on your system and whether it's got USB drives auto-mounted. Apparently, they're turned off in your system. Am I right on this? Let's ask Andy. He's the Vista expert. You got a microphone to your right there. Sure. Andy, did you get all the watermelon cleaned off? No beats?
I'm all right.
Okay. As I remember, if you do, will this work on a jump drive, on a USB drive?
Sorry, I wasn't following. I wasn't paying any attention.
Thanks a lot. You're busy. He's busy with something. How about you? It should, shouldn't it?
It should. There are a number of jump drives that will do that.
So maybe he has to get the U3. Does he have to get the U3? No, you can do it anyway, right?
You can do it anyway.
So I think the key is, if it's not doing that on your drives, Baz, it's probably on your system. It's probably because that auto run is disabled on your system, at least for USB drives. So you've already done this. Here's this. It's very simple. The sample auto run file right here. Auto run bracket. Open equals, and then this doesn't need to be autorun.exe. It should be the name of the program you want to run. What is the program you want to run?
There's a variety of programs. It could be a Word document. It could be a PowerPoint, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it's Word document,
file name in. Yeah.
If it's, you can't use a document name here. You'd have to use the Word program and then use as a parameter the document name. So that may be where your issue is. You can't open the document automatically. This has to be an exe right here.
Okay, do the program, then the file name.
Then the file name, as in this case, where they've given you an exe file with an argument. So depending on the program you're using, you'll have to look what the command line arguments for that program are. Sometimes it's just word.exe and then the name of the document. And you just have to look and see what it is for that particular program, okay? But yeah, you could follow it with a document name, but it has to be an exe that you're auto-running, I believe.
Okay.
Does that make sense? And if the exe isn't on the USB drive, then you'll have to have a full path name to the exe if it's not in the path. So you'll probably say something like C:\program files /Microsoft /Office /Word.exe, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Have you been using it with just the document names? That could explain why they're not running.
Yeah. Okay, that's great.
All right, hey, appreciate the call, Baz. It's actually a very handy feature of Windows that can sometimes be a problem. In fact, occasionally people say, how do I keep that from happening? And that's why I mentioned that you can, in fact, turn it off. You can turn it off in the registry. You can turn it off in the drive properties as well. So it may be on some systems it won't work because it's been disabled. You can also disable it or enable it by holding the shift key. If it's disabled, hold the shift key, and that'll enable it. If that makes sense. It's a toggle.
Thanks for that.
All right,
That's great.
Thank you, Baz. I appreciate it. So glad you're watching the show. Let's take a walk over to Ryan Ewell now. It's free file time.
Yes, it is.
Jewel.
Yes. And when Susie Gardner was here recently,
our web workshop maven,
she showed a program that had a bunch of features, but one of them was resizing a window for web developers.
I like that. Didn't you like that?
It was pretty cool. I mean, they did a lot of other things, but I found a free program that does that.
It does the same thing.
It does the same thing. So what it is, it's called...
This is so you can see what your website looks like on different screen sizes.
Exactly, and you don't have to go in and change your screen resolution.
Right.
It's called Mihov Active 800 by 600, but you can set it to other resolutions. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to hit Start and put my mouse cursor over top of what I want to resize, and it resized it.
And now we know that our site is too wide for an 800 by 600
There you go.
screen.
It doesn't fit there. And you can do it with other windows like My Computer. It's the same thing. It's anything that you can put the little mouse cursor over, it's going to resize it.
That's cool.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool. It does the countdown. You can set other resolutions. It doesn't have to be 800, 600. You can set it yourself.
And it's pretty much be used for web design. I can't think of a whole lot of other reasons you might want to use it.
It's pretty specific, but it's free.
And it's great.
So there you go.
Very useful.
It's for Windows. It's Mihov Active 800 by 600.
You have great free files. And where can they find those?
Labwithleo.com. Go to Ewell's Jewels. You'll find a bunch of them.
Do you ever do any video editing?
Yeah, once in a while I do.
We have our own guy, Leland, who's really like the king, isn't he?
He's really good.
He's amazing.
He's really good.
He's going to come by and show us some video editing tricks for you're just starting off to make your videos. Some things you should know as you shoot to make the best possible videos when you're done. All right, but before we do that, let's take our quiz of the day. Our question today is, what did cell biologist Michael Davidson find when he studied an HP chip under a microscope? Was it electrons, skin cells, dust particles, or he finally found Waldo? Go to the website, give us the answer. We'll talk about it on The Lab with Leo. Continues. Welcome back to the lab. It's time to talk about creating the greatest video you ever saw, and you can do it. Here, Leland Miller with us. He is an Emmy Award winner. I should just say the Emmy Award winning Leland Miller. That's how you say your name from now on.
Yeah, sure.
Emmy Award winning Leland Miller is here. He is a producer at Greedy Productions, which produces this show, a video editor. You also shoot. So you do it all.
Yeah, do a little writing, a little producing.
One little statuette here for the Game Tap show, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Game Tap News. So we're going to learn a little bit about how to make your videos look a little more pro, a little more Emmy Award winning, even if it's a home video.
Yeah, it's basically for all the filmmakers out there making their short films.
Now you're using Final Cut, but you have to point out everything you're going to say is appropriate to no matter what editor you're using.
Basically it's for style of editing, just basic tips in editing, right? So first one we got is basically the use of transitions, and
if you look at a movie, it's jump cut. The whole thing's jump cut. They rarely use a transition. They never see a barn door wipe in a movie.
Well, that's a good thing. You don't want to. You don't want to be using. You don't want to be using
no
transitions.
Barn door wipes.
My first tip is avoid using transitions. So we have a video here of someone using
I hate
a few transitions, and
you'll see it in TV shows sometimes.
Yeah, and
like Charlie's Angels.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically, with an editor, your main tool is a cut, and that's what you want to use for. And a transition is more of a style effect, like say in George Lucas, he did
trying to say something. Yeah,
but it's more for style. But really, you should avoid transitions at all possible. It's really cheesy and corny. They look amateurish.
It's also distracting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So here we have the one without.
Look at the same video with just simple cuts.
Simple cut looks good.
Now it looks like a movie.
Exactly.
I've seen them use in TV very, very quick dissolves, like,
Yeah, dissolves fine. Dissolves
like
are okay.
a second or less. Just quick dissolves.
Yeah, dissolves are fine. Those are okay. But anything else, I mean, really, it's a style choice. But you only want to use maybe a wipe or a push. Other than that, everything else is just kind of some fun little toys that are included in here, but no one uses them. You don't use them.
Yeah, I don't even know why they put them in there, because frankly, it's almost a temptation to overuse that just because it's there.
So another one we have is jump cuts. Now, jump cuts you can use. It's also used to progress time, and used correctly, it can look really cool. Like saying Kill Bill when they're walking down the the corridor.
What that would look like.
Well, let's see.
Cut.
Here's a bad
regular cut.
A bad one is one of these. This one here. So
that's a bad. It just looks like you lost some of your video.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's
she doesn't look too happy about it either. Kate's obviously annoyed that you're jump cutting her.
If we're gonna do a cool thing, we could do something like this.
If you're trying to express something, like
walking down the thing.
I like that you got a hair in the gate there. Is that a fake hair in the gate?
That's an old film look, a little special effect going on there.
Because digital cameras, I don't think they have hairs on them anymore.
No. Added a little look to it.
I love that effect.
So you can.
So you're using it to make time.
Yeah.
It's a stylistic
choice, yeah.
But don't do it on purpose.
But on purpose, when you have like back here with Kate, when she's.
I think it happens, frankly,
she's walking.
For us amateurs.
That's a cookie. And then here we have a bad cut where her arm is already at the.
It happens for us amateurs because we didn't shoot enough. We can't cover the edit.
Right.
So you have to look for others.
Yeah, shoot enough. That's also another tip. Shoot a lot. Shoot some cover. Shoot that you're gonna when you're gonna shoot. Make sure you're gonna have some cutaways. Some close-ups, some different angles.
Sometimes you can cover a bad edit by having the camera look somewhere else and then come back. Oh, look, she got to the door already.
Exactly.
Because you didn't have anything in between. You just had to put that there.
This is a major one. It's called crossing the action axis. Now, when you're in a scene with two people, you want to keep their relationship, their left to right relationship, the same. Now, if you go behind them, you cut behind them, it's called reverse angle, and that can really confuse or disorient the viewer. Then they're going to be kind of confused.
It's kind of unnatural.
Yeah, so we're going to watch this here.
Here's what this
is called crossing the action axis. So we have a scene here, two people talking.
Okay.
And now we cut.
Kate's
that's
on the
fine.
left.
She's on the right. And then now we cut behind them.
Oh, that's confusing.
Exactly. They're both looking the same way.
I'm confused. How did that happen?
So now here's a proper way.
Because we didn't know that we were going around behind them. They just.
So when you do your scene, you want to keep them back and forth in the same relationship, left to right. So.
Even if you got behind them, would you have them switch around?
Sorry?
Would you have them switch if you got behind them?
Well, no, that would even confuse people more.
Okay, so if you're going to go behind them, you got to show yourself going behind them so they understand why they've crossed the axis, why they've reversed around.
Looking the same way when you cut them.
Yeah. We actually worry about that even in television shows like this about crossing the line. You got to make sure that you don't do that.
Exactly.
I'm always on this side. You're always over there.
Otherwise, what the hell's going on? So another major thing is like when you have all that done, color correction.
Color correction.
So make sure you want to give all their shots looking the same.
I never think about that. Don't they all look the same anyway?
Well, sometimes you can be a little bit darker,
kind of orangey there. Now
a little bit lighter, right? And then you can have
looks very
one
amateurish.
That's blue.
Yeah.
One that's
looks like a bad
red.
Yeah.
You want to have all your shots look the same as much as possible, right? Because sometimes different conditions.
This is something that less expensive amateur editors can't handle. They don't have color correction.
Right.
So,
but you can use, simple ones like brightness and contrast and a little bit of color balance. You can adjust
you also probably want to use in the camera, when you're using the camera, make sure your white balance is good.
Yeah, as long as your white balance, you should be okay. And make sure your lighting conditions will change, here and there, but try and make your shots look as even as possible. So here's a final sequence, and taking all these things in consideration, here's a bad one that we've
This is the bad sequence.
Bad sequence. So we started the shot a little bit too late there.
Yeah. Kate walks in, sits down, looks around.
With a bad cut there.
Bad cut, bad color correction,
bad color,
bad transition.
Bad transition.
Bad watch. No, that's not part of it. She's leaving, okay.
And we have a star wipe, the token star
God.
wipe.
For no apparent reason, had nothing to do with anything.
Because everyone likes to use the star wipe. It's overused, it's overdone, it's ridiculous, it's silly.
It's crazy.
So here we go with
now
a
let's
proper
do the same
sequence.
thing done right.
Yeah.
She walks, she sits down, she looks around, he looks at her, she looks at her watch. Ew. See, now you could follow the story.
Exactly.
Before, we were busy looking at the star wipe.
Because every sequence is a little story within the major big story, right? And you have to be able to tell the beginning, middle, end of each scene. And you want to do it with a cut. And you don't need to have a million cuts either, because you can let the scene play out if the shot is done well, and the acting's done well as well.
All of these tools, people get excited about them, they start using them. What you really have to remember is everything is in service of the story. Don't use something that doesn't service the story.
Exactly. If it doesn't fit, you could have a different, don't change up your style of editing throughout the piece, because it's going to be throughout the viewer as well. Keep it consistent, and do what is right for that scene.
Great stuff. Leland Miller, see, this is why he's got this, ladies and gentlemen. He never did a star wipe, not once in Game Tap.
No, not once, yeah. I didn't think that, no.
Did I?
No. We use transitions, but no star wipes.
Thank you so much for coming by. And congratulations on the Emmy. More of your calls coming up in just a bit. When the Lab with Leo continues, you stay right here. Now, star wipe.
That was quite possibly the nicest welcome I could have given you with my star wipe. Welcome back to the Labs, Leo. It's Kate Abraham here, and I'm going to show you a tip of the day, which is something I want you to only reference when the lab is not on the television.
Oh.
If we haven't booked you in as a caller, you can use this site. If we have, do not go to it, okay? That's the deal, okay? This site is called whatis.techtarget.com.
What is .techtarget.com?
.techtarget.com, and basically it's a database of various tech tips, some quick links to how, basically explaining how things work.
You're telling them not to use us.
I'm telling them they can use us if we're not on the TV.
Okay.
And literally, it's a huge list that you can go through.
No,
it's all
great.
networked through. And then obviously from here, you can check out various options and then click through to articles.
I'm going to start using this.
What is a router? What is a router,
What is a
Mr.
router?
Laporte?
I don't know.
So there you go. It's all here. So this is, let me get this right. What is .techtarget.com?
Very good.
Is that
Useful,
right?
yes.
Yes.
Thank you for that great link.
No problem at all.
Now, if you don't mind, could I have a caller, please?
Indeed you can. You can have Ken, and he's from Thunder Bay in Ontario.
Excellent. Hello, Ken. Thank you, Kate. How are you, Ken?
Hello, Mr. Laporte. How are you today?
I'm very well. What can I do for you?
Well, we a little bit of a technical problem, actually. A while ago, I bought a new computer about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
My old computer, it ran a program called AutoSync. And basically what that would do is it would sync my calendars and my contacts with Yahoo, with my Yahoo account. On my new computer, however, it runs Windows Vista. Which is,
Yahoo AutoSync doesn't work with Vista.
Oh, no, they do not like each other.
No.
I sent an email to the tech support at Yahoo, and they told me about a program called IntelliSync.
Yeah, that's their old sync software that they used to use before they came up with AutoSync.
Yes.
And he says that works with Vista?
I'm not sure, actually. When I tried to...
I don't think it does.
When I tried to set it up, I realized it was far beyond my my expertise, as it were. And
I got something better for you anyway. So yeah, this is one of the nice things about Yahoo Calendar and Address Book is it does sync, or used to sync, with Outlook. So you'd click the sync button here on the calendar, and you can use this free service. It's called AutoSync. But there's a little bit of a catch on AutoSync, which is that it doesn't work in Vista. Now, again, Vista's been out now for over a year. Went to Gold Master in, October of 2006. And here we are in October of 2007, and there's still stuff that doesn't work with it. I'm not sure why, but I'm going to show you something that I use. And I have Google Calendar, Yahoo Calendar, Apple Address Book, Outlook. I have a bunch of different things, and I keep them all in sync together with something called Plaxo, P-L-A-X-O. Now, before you go, oh, no, not Plaxo. Plaxo did get a bad reputation early on. I think you use Plaxo, don't you, Andy?
Yeah, all the time.
It got a bad reputation early on because people would sign up for it, and Plaxo would send an email to everybody in your address book saying, hey, Leo just signed up for Plaxo. Why don't you sign up for Plaxo? Then he can keep track of you, and you can keep track of him. And it was basically spam. So Plaxo now has, and I gave them a hard time. They have cleaned up their ways. There's a free version. I'm a Plaxo premium user, but look what you can do now. This is so cool. You can set up these connections in a Plaxo. Let me go to my calendar and connect to, I won't show you my address book because it has some phone numbers in there. We probably don't want to broadcast on the TV. But you can set up Plaxo to keep track of your calendar, but also to synchronize with all of your other calendars. So it keeps track of my Yahoo calendar, my Google calendar, my LinkedIn calendar, my iCal on my MacBook, my iCal on my desktop. Everything. You can even have Outlook and MSN. These are all sync points, and I can add additional sync points. And this all works in the background. It's got software for all different programs, even Windows Mail, mobile access, AOL and AIM. I found this to do a great job. It has some additional features. If you pay for the full version, it has a deduper, which removes duplicate contacts, which I find one of the problems with syncing is that you frequently get duplicates in either your calendar or your address book. The deduper is a really great tool for getting rid of duplicates there. And now here's a neat thing. Andy and I both use Plaxo. So when Andy, you change your email address or your phone number, it's automatically updated in my address book.
That's right. Well, any data that you change, exactly. Not only, and as a member, it automatically does it for you. So you don't have to keep. I don't have to send an email to you and the 100 other people
together.
They're all
right?
synced together, right?
So it would be cool. It'd be really nice if everybody used it. But I'm not going to send an email to all my friends. That would be neat. Here's a guy, Craig Severson, who's been on the show many times, who is in fact a Plaxo member, and so his stuff is kept up to date. I have his address. I have his email. I even have a Yahoo map of how to get to his office and so forth. I mean, this is really cool, and it will sync up. So this data, when it's added here in Plaxo, will automatically be added to my Yahoo address book, and if I make an appointment with Craig, it'll go to the Yahoo calendar. So there is a free version of this. It doesn't have all the features I mentioned like the deduper, but it does the synchronization, which is what you want. Plus you have this advantage of you have an online additional backup through Plaxo. I like it a lot, and it's absolutely free, Ken.
Oh, that sounds awesome, Leo.
You'll find it very easy to use.
So much, man.
You run a little plug-in. It runs on my Mac and on my Windows. I'm a big fan. Thank you, Ken. I really appreciate the call. Andy,
and on Vista too. Works well on Vista.
By the way, yeah, Andy's the guy to ask on this stuff. It does work well on Vista, and yeah, I use it with Vista Mail, so that's kind of nice. Yeah.
Vista and also Office 2000, which would be Outlook 2000.
Oh, right, okay, good. Oh, 2007, you mean?
Excuse me, 2007. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. So there's nothing. In other words, they've kept this up to date. Why Yahoo has not, I don't know. It's one of the few things that'll actually work with Google address or Google calendars, which is really nice. There is no Google address book yet, but I have to say I'm really impressed with this program, and I plan to keep using it. Even though we had a little trouble early on with Plaxo, I paid for it now, and I'm glad I did. All right, thank you, Ken. Appreciate the call. Coming up in just a little bit, Jim Rutherford's going to be here. He's going to show us something cool called HDR, High Dynamic Range Photography. But first, it's time to spank Sean's monkey. Why is your monkey dancing?
Because it's happy.
Yeah, it's a happy burglar monkey. It's got a little mask on it.
Yeah, here we go. It's got a mask, but that's actually part of
Is this a gadget?
It's a gadget. It's part of an acrobatic routine. It's got a cape as well, and you know why?
Why?
Because you stick your fingers into his paws like so.
Yes.
And pull his legs back.
Shoot him at Andy!
He's a slingshot!
Whoa! Oh, he even makes noise. What is the name of this?
This is the Screaming Monkey Slingshot.
Oh, my kids would love this.
$7 only from our friends at Think Geek.
Think Geek. Oh, this is cubicle wear.
This
is for shooting over the wall of your cubicle.
Exactly.
Now, you probably took a little time to figure out which fingers go where, so I'm going to have to.
So there you go.
Am I roughly right here?
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
More or less? Okay, I'm going to shoot at the camera.
You can shoot at the camera.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, and action! Go! So there you go.
Do you have anything else? That's it?
I do.
$7.
Yeah. So there we go. The shiny of this one. It's a flying monkey. How can you not love that? It's easy to use. It's pretty inexpensive. Here's the dull thing here.
Yeah. What's wrong with it?
It gets really annoying listening to that. Yeah.
I wish it made other sounds.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Don't get distracted. All right, we've also got the irregular IQ cube. We got a double today.
A double?
Yes, so here we go. If we ever get
There's something wrong with this Rubik's Cube. Look at the squares on it. They're kind of strange. How do you use this? Oh, look, it's
irregular.
Oh, this is so hard. You would never be able to solve this. You couldn't.
I solved mine.
Oh, look at that. Show off. Wow, that's tough. If you're good at a Rubik's Cube, this makes it really tough.
An extra challenge. So it's a lot of fun. It's a big challenge. So if you're really bored with the old Rubik's Cube, try this one out.
Very hard.
It's very hard. You can get into.
Did you really solve it, or is that how it came?
You get doubles, so you can pretend that you solved one anyways.
That's what I thought. Hey, thank you, Sean. Those are Sean's shinies. You can catch more of those at labwithleo.com. Oh, this is going to go on all day, isn't it? High definition photography coming up when the Lab with Leo continues. You stay right here. Oh, wait a minute. First, our quick quiz question of the day. Are you ready? What did cell biologist Michael Davidson find when he was studying an HP chip under his microscope? Electrons, skin cells, dust particles. He finally found Waldo. Think about it. We'll talk about it when the Lab with Leo continues. Before the break, we asked you what Michael Davidson found when he looked at an HP chip under a microscope. It was dust. No. What? He finally found Waldo. I would not have guessed that. Was there a little Waldo engraved on the chip?
There was.
I'll be danged.
It's all
Isn't that funny?
I think it's called the Silicon Zoo. You can see all of the
Silicon
chips.
Zoo. Isn't that great? I love it. That's not what I would have guessed. I thought hair, dust. No, Waldo. Jim Rutherford is here. He's the editor of the Digital Media Minute. He joins us from time to time to talk about digital media and fun and cool stuff. And this is actually a really cool, I don't know if it's, I guess a technique would be the best way to describe it, photography technique that has emerged since digital photography became common. And it's called HDR, High Dynamic Range Photography. What is high dynamic?
Well, high dynamic range photography is the process of merging a number of exposures to increase the dynamic range of the color or the color value of the pixels in a picture. So when we're normally dealing with a digital picture that we take off our camera, we're dealing with a picture that records 8 bits of information per red, green, and blue.
Right.
So that means we get a color value between 0 and 255. So when we're taking a picture of an image that has a lot of dynamic range or a lot of different colors, we need more than 256 or more than 8 bits to represent that image accurately. And again, it's mainly due to our fact that when our eyes look at a scene, our eyes can adjust much more to the differences in contrast and differences in color than a digital camera can.
So we could look at a scene, maybe a sunset with something dark on the beach, and we could see both the dark thing and the bright sun. But a camera, you expose it for one or the other. One of them isn't going to be invisible. Either the sun will be bleached out and you'll be able to see the dark stuff, or vice versa. So this allows you to see both, kind of expand the range. In fact, you could expand it to beyond the range of the human eye.
Yeah, I believe you can.
Yeah, more than even we would normally be able to see.
That's right.
It's a pretty neat effect, and it gives you pictures that are just somehow magical. Yeah, I mean, they're just incredible.
Yeah.
So, should we show some just before we?
Here's a couple. Here's a few examples.
What it looks like.
There's a great group on Flickr. It's the HDR group.
So you can search for the tag HDR and you'll find it.
To the group HDR, and you find tons and tons of them. But here's an image where where there's a very bright sky in the background behind the trees and some backlighting. With a single shot image, we would probably notice that all of this area off to the side would be really, really dark, and it'd be very, very bright in the background.
So this is Esteban de Souza.
Yes, Esteban de Souza. Here's another one, a night scene, which is just phenomenal. You can see the amount of detail and.
Now that's clearly not natural. You couldn't see that.
No.
The handle for this photographer is stuck in customs. You can see some more stuff.
Fantastic.
That is just a gorgeous image.
And here's another one here, an inside photo of a church.
Yeah, and I've often tried to take pictures of stained glass windows, and you get the window, but you don't get the church. This you've got both.
I was discussing HDR with a friend of mine the other day, and he's currently looking for a house, and he's finding a lot of real estate agents are starting to use HDR photography because
that's cheating.
Well, it's kind of
that makes
cheating,
it look better than it is.
But quite often when you're taking a picture inside a house, you have a large window.
You want that detail.
You want that detail. So
is it easy enough that you could do it yourself?
Very, very easy. I'm going to show 2 quick techniques to do it. We'll show you how to do it in Photoshop. So if you have Photoshop, Photoshop has tools built in to do high dynamic range. And I've also found a free file that's very, very easy to use.
Does it for you?
Does it for you. But the first thing we need to consider when doing high dynamic range photography is we need to take our pictures. So we need to take a series of pictures that are all exposed at various levels. And pretty much any digital camera I've ever come across has the ability to go into your manual settings and change the exposure values. Right. My little cheap Canon camera has that built in.
So you don't have to have a fancy camera to do this.
No, you don't. If you do have a fancy camera, it's nice because most fancy cameras have auto exposure bracketing, and they'll actually take 3 pictures simultaneously. Yeah. So it makes it a lot easier.
How many images do you need to combine to make an HDR
photo? At least 3.
At least 3.
Yeah, and very importantly, use a tripod.
The photo has to be the same exact photo in all three situations.
Yeah. Now the two Photoshop.
You can do an HDR of your kids.
Yeah,
it's not
a little bit tricky.
Yeah. Okay.
Now the software I'm going to show you does have the ability to try to adjust the picture a little bit. So if you happen to bump your tripod a little bit, the software will do its best job as it can.
Best to have the camera in the same exact position.
Yeah. So here's the image that we're going to work with. You can see this is the normal exposure, and you can see we've got a really dark shadow in here across this log and along the beach. If we look into the hill over here, we're not seeing a lot of green. It's a beautiful green hill, and the clouds might be just a little bit too bright. And in fact, probably what's happened is the camera has exposed this image for the bright cloud.
Yeah.
So what I've done is I've taken a series of images.
Is it about a half a stop difference on each? How much difference?
I think
quarter of a stop?
I think I'm using about a third of a stop on this. Yeah, but you can do it with almost 2 stops on either end.
Side.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So here's low, and here's.
It would depend on the range you want to reflect.
So here's a little bit more open, and here's some that are starting to get a little bit overexposed.
Some are underexposed.
That's right.
The one in the middle is kind of just right according to the camera.
And you do have to make sure you have one that's just right. So at the normal exposure. So then we quickly jump into Photoshop, and I'm using Photoshop CS3, but this also works in Photoshop CS2. We click on the File menu, and we come down to the Automate option, and there's a Merge to HDR option.
So you've got that in the Automate.
Yeah, right in the Automate. And we're just going to point to a folder here. Whoops. So I'm going to choose Folder. I'm going to browse to it. On my desktop, I have a beach scene. And
all the images
that I've chosen. We're going to click OK. And then that's it. And Photoshop is going to go through, and it's going to do its magic, and it's going to create a high dynamic range image for us.
I've seen long tutorials that told you step by step what to do. I can't believe this will just do it automatically. Yeah. That's really slick.
And it will crunch away here for just a couple more seconds.
It's not instantaneous because it's a lot of data it's got to think about.
That's right. So now you see it's aligning the selected layer. So it's actually looking at the image right now, detecting edges, and trying to align all 5 of those images.
So if I get a tripod and I just physically go half a step up, half a step down, half a step up, half a step down, maybe get 5 images, one in the middle just right, that's probably sufficient to do this.
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
So here's our HDR image, and we'll notice that we're seeing a lot more detail in here. It's still not perfect.
So you can mess with that still.
So you can mess it with it, and what we'll do is we'll set our white point, and we'll set our white points to our clouds, so we're starting to see some detail in our clouds.
Right.
And this is our HDR image. So this is the image with the pixels represented at 32 bits. Wow. Now the problem is it does look a little bit dark here. It's not looking great yet, and that's because we're dealing with technology that's capable of displaying 8-bit images. So we need to go on to one more step, which is called tone mapping. And tone mapping will take this HDR image and convert it back down to either 16-bit or 8-bit. Okay. One other thing I want to point out is we have the options here to not include certain exposures within our HDR image.
Take one out if you decide you don't.
Yeah, so I took one the other day where a bird flew through one of the frames,
so
and
you get rid of that. So this is the way to do it manually. There is a way to do it automatically. We're out of time, but that's called Photomatics.
Yeah, Photomatics.
And I think we've demoed that before on the show.
Yeah, it's and again very simple.
Free.
And it's free. Yeah.
We'll have a link to that in the show notes, of course. DigitalMediaMinute.com is your site. Yes. Jim Rutherford is the editor at Digital Media Minute and a freelance web developer and a guy who obviously loves technology. Yes. And what fun. I can't wait to go home and do some high dynamic range photos. That really is very, very cool. Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
All right, a final word coming up right after this. Keep working on the picture. We'll show a final result when we come back.
Great.
Okay? All right, Jim's been working to finish up his high definition.
Yes, he has.
Look at this picture. This is really gorgeous. This is the beach and the log. So now you get the detail in the clouds, you get the detail in the log. It's kind of amazing. And I would love to do more and more of these just to really play with it. It's really a cool technique. We also have the picture of Waldo. This is the star wipe to Waldo. You look at that log, and there he is, Waldo. No, this is the Waldo that was on the HP chip. In fact, there's a whole lot. I didn't know this, but chip designers put a lot of these images in. If you Google Silicon Zoo, you can find a lot of these images this guy's been taking.
Isn't that amazing?
What a neat idea.
It's crazy. And this thing's tiny, tiny, tiny.
Oh, yeah.
Because we zoomed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you have to really zoom in. Thank God that monkey's gone. That's been driving you crazy for weeks.
I'm going to be dreaming about that one.
You want to be on the show? We'd like to get you on the show and promise no flying monkeys. Go to the website, labwithleo.com. Then what do they do, Kate?
Basically, submit everything. I'll phone you, get you booked on, you have a great time.
That's that easy. Look how quickly she did that. She's so efficient. Thanks for joining us. You want to get them made.
Then you actually have to check out Ancestry.com for that
Okay, so there are different
information.
prices on that.
But actually, you and I were talking earlier, so I just want to feature very quickly Genie.
I wanted to mention this because this is what I did. Now, you probably still want to use Family Tree Maker, but how do you get Mom and Grandma and everybody to give you the information? This is cool. This is online. It's a website. I started filling it in, and then I sent an email to my mom, and she added more to it. And then she would presumably send it to other relatives. This way you can get all the living relatives to at least get you started.
To do their bit almost.
Do their bit. It's very easy for them to use. It's an Ajax Web 2.0 style client. It's free to use. So I think this is a great place to start. I think in the long run you're going to want to go with some software.
I mean, that's the thing, especially for me, obviously having to phone my family and be like, okay, what's the details of granddad and great-granddad?
Get that first.
Yeah.
And then you can go online.
If I could email my mom this, that's great.
Yeah, it just sends her an invitation. It says, Kate's already started the family tree. Would you like to add to it? She clicks a link, goes to it, and then she can add to it. It's for free. And so that really is, I think, the best way to collect. And she could put pictures in there and other information, and then you'll import that into Family Tree to continue your research and development. This is what a great, I tell you that the world has changed. This used to be a lot of work just to get started on this. Now it's in software. Family Tree Maker, about $40 from Ancestry.com, and then you might want to get a membership in Ancestry if you want to keep this up. And they have all sorts of neat historic documents and stuff.
Fantastic.
You could still go to Salt Lake City if you want.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is they cover the States, they cover Canada, they've got records for Australia, for the UK.
Really? Oh, so it's all over the world.
Covered.
Yeah, you have to, because they have African American, Mexican, Irish, German, everywhere. This is fun. This is fun. Thank you, Kate. It's almost enough to get me to do this.
Not quite, though.
Not quite. I'm going to let Aunt Ginny continue her good work. Hey, we want to thank you very much. Good job, Kate Abraham. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break, come back with more calls. Before we do that, let's get a zoom in on something you'd find around the lab. Something Sean took with his macro lens. Boy, if I could just look at that a little longer, it looks like I have a thought. I don't know. Let's zoom out and find out when the lab continues. Stay here. What do you think it is?
I'm supposed to catch food with that. Survivor Man. 9 Friday on City.
Weeknight. Go back to the lab. Before the break, we saw this close-up of something you find around the lab. It looks like a hearing device of some type. Maybe a halogen bulb. I'll never get it right. Dang, nabbit. Sean's too good with, he loves this too. He loves this with his macro super duper lens. I want to correct myself. When we were talking to Al, I went to a Microsoft site and it said, oh, you have to have IE6 or better. And I thought, well, that's strange. I'm in IE7. I wasn't. I was in Safari. So I apologize. It does work fine in IE7. In fact, this is the site you want to go to, the Windows Vista Upgrade Advisor site. And so you walk you through everything you need to know before you do the upgrade. As I said, sometimes it's wrong, but at least to give you some idea of how compatible you are with Windows Vista. Now, Kate Abraham, I think it's time for another caller.
Indeed. We have Chris from Sunderland in Ontario.
Thank you, Kate. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Leo. How are you?
Wonderful. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
What can I do for you today?
I was wondering if it's possible to convert AAC format, the iTunes proprietary format, to an MP3 so I can burn it to a CD and play it on my home stereo.
Certainly. So the first question is, when you say, by the way, AAC is not an iTunes proprietary format. It's the successor to MP3. It comes from the same people, the Fraunhofer Institute, with a little help from Dolby Labs, and is an industry standard. So it's not Apple's only, it's not only Apple, but many players do want MP3 format. So you may want to convert it. Now I have to warn you, if these are songs you purchased on the iTunes Music Store, that's a protected AAC format, and that may or may not be convertible. Is this stuff that you ripped yourself from your own CDs, or is it stuff you bought on iTunes?
That's stuff I bought on iTunes.
Okay. See, that's a little different. That is in a format, it's an AAC format, but it's a protected AAC. It's got copy protection on it. They call it M4P, and you'll see that's the file extensions. When you purchase something on iTunes Music Store, unfortunately, you have to crack the copy protection. You have to remove it before you can move it to MP3 or any other format. Now, the first thing I would do is look and see if iTunes Music Store offers an unprotected version. Now EMI has said to Apple, well, you can start selling unprotected versions of our songs. Higher quality, they're still AAC, but that you can convert these to MP3. So some of your songs you may be able to upgrade to an unprotected version.
Is that the iTunes Plus you're speaking about?
iTunes Plus.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
I was looking at that, but that they charge like 40 cents per song.
You know, it's really weird.
Yeah.
If
expensive, too.
they
You've got a lot of music.
for a while they were charging $1.29 for these iTunes Plus songs. Then they lowered the price to 99 cents. But I think I don't understand. Do they still charge you if you want to upgrade to it?
Yeah, I was just looking at it right here. It's 40 cents per track.
That's crazy
And,
because
and the iTunes library, iTunes Plus library is very, very limited.
it's limited. It's only stuff from the EMI record label. And that's because other companies like Universal, which is also selling unprotected stuff now on Amazon, is not selling it on iTunes. I remember Apple is at the mercy of the record labels on these.
Right, yeah.
So they can only do it for songs the labels let them sell unprotected. So if it is protected, you're going to have to get software to unprotect it. Now, the software that we use is called HIM. I think it stands for Hear Your Music Now. And it's a cat and mouse game between HIM and iTunes. Every time the HIM folks come up with a crack for iTunes, Apple changes its format and the crack no longer works. So depending on when you're attempting this, it's him-project.org. The software is a little janky. It's not as easy. Are you on Windows or Mac?
I'm on Mac.
Yeah, it's a little, it's easier on Windows, frankly, than it is on Mac. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If you do it and then upgrade iTunes, often your copy protection will be brought back.
Right.
It's just a nasty situation. I'm so against copy protection. I understand artists' desire to protect themselves, and I certainly support their right to earn a living. But copy protection, you already bought these songs. Copy protection usually doesn't slow down pirates. Pirates know what to do to get around it. It only slows down honest people like you who just want to put your stuff on a different player.
Yeah, I just want to put it on a CD so I can play it on my home stereo, which actually gives me better quality than on an iPod.
Frankly, this encourages people to piracy. Because had you not bought these songs, you wouldn't have to worry about this. So it's exactly, I think, the opposite impact that the record industry wants. It's encouraging people to go to illegal sites and download unprotected music. Why would you pay for music that is limited when you can get it for free? Anyway, this is, you've already done so. That is, by the way, your other option. I'm not going to encourage that. It's legal in Canada. It depends on the local jurisdiction, obviously, in the United States and Australia, but it is legal in Canada. You could go to, so-called file sharing sites and download the same songs in MP3 format. That might be easier than trying to run the HIM music. But there is HIM software. It's him-project.org that will let you remove the copy protection from at least iTunes 7. It keeps changing, see? So here it is. I think in the long run, Apple's going to win this game, and it's to the detriment of users. And what I'm hoping is that now that EMI is doing it, Universal's doing it, all the record companies will stop selling copy-protected music. And I would encourage you to go to Amazon.com and buy your music there because it's unprotected. It's 256 kilobit MP3, better quality, unprotected. You don't have to deal with this.
The Radiohead experiment as well recently, where they're selling it directly.
That's right.
Unprotected, so.
You know, the interesting thing about that, Radiohead selling their new album on their website, unprotected, you decide what you want to pay. You could pay nothing or pay what most people are paying, about £10 per CD. But the ironic thing is that people are still getting more copies from the pirate sites than they are from the legitimate site, even though it could be free, because they're just used to it. The pirate sites are so easy to use. Hey, let's take a walk. Are you ready? Let's take a walk over to Ryan Ewell, who's got a jewel for us, a free file of the day.
Trying to relax here.
Relax.
Yeah, just relax.
Relax.
So I'm in Windows. I don't know how relaxing that is, but we have Easy Air. And what it is, you set it up, there's default, and this little bar on the right-hand side of my little overlay here is going up and down, and when it's green and going up, you breathe in.
Oh, it teaches you how to breathe.
It teaches you how to breathe. So you breathe in, Now, I don't know how interesting TV this is going to be as breathing, but you can change the settings. So if you're finding it's too much, you can change the cycles per minute. Oh, it's gone down there. So here, you want me to speed that up for you? Here we go. Let's do 14 cycles.
I feel relaxed already.
Are you feeling?
Yeah, this is a well-known technique for relaxation.
And the other thing you can do is you can actually make it
like
as an overlay, and it'll actually stay on top. So it'll stay on top of your programs. So it's just kind of a visual cue to help you.
It's too fast. You're going to make me pass out.
Well,
hyperventilating
the
already.
person that recommends to me said if you feel dizzy, stop doing it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay? But
don't set it so fast.
Don't set it so fast. You'll get dizzy. But
I'm not having a baby here.
This came from Thought Technologies.
It's free.
It's free, and they gave me kind of a guide of what's a good setup. So I'm going to put that in the free file link, so that you're not breathing too fast. But just hit the default.
And then as you
timing.
get better and better, and your lung capacity builds up, you might slow it down more.
There you
and more.
go. So it'll help you relax.
Pretty soon you won't be breathing at all.
Well, then you'll be dead.
If that happens, we don't have anything to do with it. It's all his fault.
There's
Ryan Yule's.
I am not liable for
where are Yule's Jewels?
They're on labwithleo.com. You hit free file Yule's Jewels, and there's a bunch of them there. This one and many more.
That's fun. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ryan. Appreciate it. Coming up, more of your calls in just a bit as the Lab with Leo continues. But right now, our quick quiz question of the day. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Is all this breathing helping your brain?
Hope so.
What radio frequency is used by RF radio frequency ID devices? Is it 13.56, 14.27, 15.98, or 20 kilohertz? I don't know. Think about it. We'll talk about it when the lab continues.
Hey, welcome back to the Lab with Leo. I'm Kate Abraham, and I've got a great tip of the day to keep you healthy and making you live to 100 years old. Now, do you remember a few years ago, Death Clock came out, and it basically told you when you were going to die, completely irrelevant date of birth? Well, this one is actually called livingto100.com, and the idea is it helps you to decide how you're going to live to 100, whether your lifestyle needs some work, like health tips, and it's actually kind of informative. Ignore the figure it gives you, it doesn't help you, but the idea is it makes you realize you need to live like a certain sort of way with your lifestyle, so it's called livingto100.com. And what it is, it's devised by a doctor, Thomas Pearls, who is an MD, and what you do is you click through, and the idea is you obviously enter your birthday, and then you go through, and it's multiple choice, very simple, about 6 pages. It then calculates a number for how you're going to live.
How long are you going to live?
I think I was 86.
Oh, that's good.
That's not bad.
I got to do this.
I mean, the thing is, ignore the number because, obviously fate comes into it at some point. But the cool thing is it shows you sort of various tips to how to improve your lifestyle.
Yeah, that's the point, obviously.
Which is very cool.
How you can live to 100.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Ray Kurzweil, who's he's a very famous artificial intelligence researcher, a computer scientist. He says he just wants to live long enough to live forever. Well, his theory is...
Would you want to, though?
No, I don't think so. But his theory is if he could just get like another 50 years under his belt, by then life extension technologies will be so advanced he'll never die.
Okay, I don't know if I'd want to do that.
You might have a shot at that. If you live to 86, you're going to make it.
I'm not going to live to 86.
You're going to live forever.
I'm going to freeze myself.
I'm just going to sit here and wave as you go bye-bye into the future. Are you going to freeze yourself?
Absolutely.
No, you wouldn't do that.
I wish I don't have 21, to be honest. But yeah, 86 seems like a long way off right now.
Yeah, it's a very long way up. So let's get our next caller on here.
Superb. We have Vincent from Glace Bay in Nova Scotia.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Not Glacier, Glace.
Glace, I think.
Hey,
Glace.
Vincent, how are you?
Not too bad, Leo.
So are there glaciers in Glace Bay?
No.
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 Otherwise, it would be Glacier Bay.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there ice cream in Glace Bay?
There is ice cream.
That's
here.
why they call it Glace Bay.
There you go.
All right. What can I do for you, Vincent?
I'm calling. I have a question of. I'm planning on getting a new laptop for Christmas.
Yes.
And I was looking at the iBooks.
Okay.
And
the MacBook, they call it now.
Yes. And I know they can run. Some of them can run Windows and Mac.
That's correct.
I was wondering, does the Windows operating system that runs on them, is it as fast as the Mac OS X, or is it slower?
It's slightly slower, but the other thing that's changed is that Macs are now Intel-based.
Yes.
So, and Windows is written for Intel processors. So it's not running in what we call emulation so much as a virtual machine. It doesn't have to change any instructions. It just has to run inside a window on OS X. So OS X is running, and then within it is running Windows. Actually, I'm doing it right now on the. Now this is a Mac Pro, which is a faster machine, but I've got Windows running here, and I've also got, you see the Mac dock right there, and they're both running simultaneously. So I've got the Windows toolbar, and I can, and it runs, as you can see, it runs pretty quickly. I mean, it doesn't feel slow at all. What programs do you want to run?
Like say Office or...
Oh, it's fine for Office, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's gaming, high-end gaming that'd be kind of slow. Now something's gone on here and it's just got slow on me, of course. The minute we start showing it, it goes, I'm not going to work for you. I'm not going to do what you say. We're running Vista. Now, there are some things. When you buy this MacBook, you're going to want to get at least 2 gigabytes of memory, okay?
Yes.
Because remember, if you're running Windows at the same time as you're running OS X, each needs its own RAM. They don't share the RAM.
No.
So you'll you want at least a gig for OS X and at least a gig for Vista. More is better. We're running on a 4 gig machine here, and I give Vista 1.5 gigs, which does help it run a little bit faster.
Right.
XP runs very well. Linux runs. You can run almost any PC operating system. There are 2 different programs that you can use to do this. One is called Parallels, and that was the first to do it at Parallels.com. It's $80. I have to say, though, my current favorite is from a company called VMware. It's called VMware Fusion. This is Parallels I'm showing right here. VMware Fusion has some advantages. On a MacBook, you won't see them. On a higher-end machine, or you won't see as much. On a higher-end machine, you see it because it allows you to use multiple processors. It gives you some additional benefits in terms of speed. And VMware has been at it for a long time. They're not a new company. They certainly know how to do it. They've been writing it. VMware has been writing virtual machines for Windows for years and for Linux.
Yeah.
So I would say choose the VMware Fusion. It's the same price. They also have the advantage you can download these pre-built virtual appliances of all different kinds of software. So there's a real advantage to VMware. Yeah, it will run like 90% as quickly. Right. Now, if you want full performance, all you do is you use Boot Camp, which comes with OS X Leopard, and install Windows on a separate partition on the MacBook, and then it'll run as fast. The MacBook will be a PC.
Right.
But then you can't run both Windows and OS X simultaneously that way. That's why Windows is full speed. It's not dealing with OS X. It's running bare to the metal.
Yes.
No, I find it works very well. In fact, I use Windows all the time on my Mac.
Oh. Okay.
The MacBooks have just been updated too, so your timing is very good. You waited. They updated them at the end of early November. The biggest update on the MacBook is I just went to macbook.com wrong. I want to go to store.apple.com. The biggest change they made is they put a much better video card in these low-end Macs. Slightly faster processors, but they have a new Intel video card, which really does make a big performance. I think the MacBook is a very good deal. I have both a MacBook and a MacBook Pro, and frankly, I use my MacBook more than I use a MacBook Pro.
Okay.
Good choice.
Yes.
And as I said, now with the new video, I think that there's no reason not to use it, and it should run Windows even a little bit faster. So yeah, absolutely. It's not something if you need a Windows machine, get a Windows machine.
Yes.
But if you want to run Mac and then run some Windows programs, this is a perfect compromise.
Yeah, exactly.
You enjoy. I think you're going to like it. Have you used a Mac before?
Not the new ones. No.
A switcher.
20 years ago.
Yeah, I see a lot of people doing that now, both because of the security for the Macintosh, but also the funny thing is, Macs have started to become the computer for the geek because of the operating system. Unix is an underlying operating system, comes with a lot of programming languages. It's a very powerful geek machine, and I think a lot of geeks are getting Macs like never before. Here is Sean running on his MacBook. He's running Windows, and it runs pretty well, right?
Yeah, it's running fairly well. Like I said, it does need about 2 gigs to get it going.
That's the key. You want more memory.
Yeah, and sometimes it revs up the processor a little bit, but it does work, and it does work very fast.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like the old Power PCs.
No, heavens forbid. That was emulation. It had to translate every single thing. Now it's running natively, so it's really great. Hey, thanks for the call, Vincent. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Leo.
And have a great day in Glace Bay. Coming up, more of your calls. Sean's got a shiny for us. Franklin Harris coming up, too, with Power over Ethernet. The lab continues right after this. Stay right here.
7, 6, 5 commercials. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who are you? Chuck. Premier's not.
Welcome back to the lab. It's time to say hello to Kate Abraham and get us another caller. Hello, Kate Abraham.
We have Jacob, and he is from Lively in Ontario.
Lively, Ontario. Hello, Jacob.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
Are you lively today?
Yeah.
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I just bought a iPod Touch.
Ooh, you lucky guy. Do you like it?
Yeah.
It's very beautiful, I have to say. It's kind of like an iPhone without the phone.
Yeah.
You know, what can I do to help you with your touch?
I jailbroke it.
You did. You just got it.
Yeah.
So jailbreaking it allows you to put third-party applications on it. Did you go to jailbreakme.com? Is that how you did it?
No, I found some video on YouTube.
Okay.
But I can't find any good places to get third-party apps for it.
Yeah. So I'm assuming, I don't know how you jailbroke it, but I'm assuming you have on the iTouch now this little blue arrow pointing down that says installer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so that doesn't come with anything initially. You have to install what they call community sources. So click the sources tab on here. What happens is this installer is kind of cool. It goes out onto the net and gets, let me click, oh, it's slow. It's registering the packages. Okay, now it goes out on the net and it gets packages that it can install from other places. So it comes with Null River, but what you want to do is install these two community sources, which is the conceded software package, and you just click install. We've already installed it, so I won't do that because it would remove it. And then the STE packaging. Once you do that, oh boy, wait till you see. You've got tons of stuff you can install. These are all programs you can install. Now, I have to admit, you know, there's nothing on here that you're going to go, wow, that's great. But it is all free. And there is some very cool stuff. You can play games. You can upload pictures to Flickr. It's got a voice recorder. Look at that. That's actually a web server, light TTPD. So there's a mobile chat. So you can see I'm scrolling through here. There's probably 100 different packages on here. But you just haven't installed the community sources yet, okay? So on that on that program installer, you want to click sources and install all the community sources, okay?
Okay.
And then you'll get a ton of programs you can install on there. Navizon is really cool. Navizon is like a GPS, although there's no GPS involved. It looks at the cell phone sites and says, oh, I know where Jacob is. He's in Lively. And it'll put you on the Google map and all of that stuff. So this is I have to say, this is a, you know, I'm always reluctant to recommend this because Apple has in the past shown some pretty negative, hostile responses to people who have hacked their iPhones. But if you want to put applications on the iTouch, you can. The easiest way is to go to the website, at least as we're recording this, jailbreakme.com. You actually could do it on the iPhone. That's how we installed all this stuff on the iTouch. And surf to that, and it'll install it all. Jailbreakme.com. In fact, I think it was Sean that broke this. Is it not?
I did. I didn't actually use the jailbreakme.com site.
Because it wasn't around when you did it. It's easier now, I'll tell you.
I'll do a full segment on this and show off some of the apps.
I just want to show you. Look at all the apps he's got. Oh, just that? You don't have more on
it? Not this one.
Oh, it scrolls that way now.
Yeah, you're used to the iPhone.
The old one. So look at all these. Yeah. He's got row after row. So that's really cool. So we'll take a look at some of these.
We'll take a look at more of those down the road.
Good. Wow, that's amazing.
I have something different to show you right now.
What do you got? I'm sorry, I got caught up by this shiny. Time for a Sean Shiny. Yeah. It's an iPivo.
iPivo. Now, we had looked at an iPivo device before called the Solo. It was a handset for Skype. Okay. This right here is called the Trio because it's a triple method. It does three things. So it is a handset for your Skype. It's also a hands-free. And it also will just act as your computer speaker as well. If you want.
Neat. Is it a decent speaker, though? It's kind of a small speaker.
It's okay. It's not super fantastic, but it works.
I thought this was a screen. It's just a hole.
It's just a hole, unfortunately.
So you can hang it on the wall like that.
Right.
But you could use it as a phone?
You can use it as a phone. You turn
like
it around
that?
The other way, actually.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a bit awkward.
Hello.
Now you're actually talking into the earpiece, so you flip it around that way.
Okay, not obvious.
But you know what we're going to do?
Hello.
We're going to call our friend Matt, who's in the control room.
Okay.
And
he's what I want. I already hear Matt in this hearing. Now, wow, that sounds good.
Yeah, so that's actually in hands-free mode. So you
talk to me.
Hey, how's it going? You got a minute left, so we got to get to the shinies and dolls.
It says the same thing in here that he says in here.
Yeah.
You know how Frank gets mad at me when you cheat time, and he's coming up next.
Is there an off button on this?
Well, you can actually...
is that Skype that I'm hearing?
That's Skype. That's coming through Skype.
That sounds really good.
Right, so that's the microphone.
Much better than
on
a phone.
If you want to change this and do it as a private call, you're doing this in a meeting,
then
you just pick it up, flip that switch on the side, over to that, and now you can hear him. But there we go.
You know, this is wrong. The wire comes out of a phone this way, not this way.
If I don't have that in my dolls, then it will be.
Yes, it should be.
So why don't we take a look at that right now?
Hey, you sound really good, Matt. Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Shinies? Here they are.
Okay.
So it is a combo handset and speakerphone, which is really nice. And it works on nearly any computer. I didn't need any drivers to get it working on my Mac. It works on PC. It is USB. It's a standard audio device on USB, so it'll work pretty much anywhere. It does have a carrying bag, which we'll show at the end.
Piece of plastic.
Works as a PC speaker as well, and that's the third thing on the trio. Dull, not comfortable for long calls, especially when you have that cord sticking out of your ear like that. And it is tethered to the PC. It would be nice if it was wireless, so you have to have it somewhere near your computer.
But you do get good sound, surprisingly good sound quality.
Sound quality is pretty good, and here's the bag. You can type.
And
that
you could
whole
use
thing
this
in
as
the
a
cable.
speakerphone, right?
You can use it as a.
That's probably the main way you'd want to use this. Yeah. All right. Very cool. IPV and not expensive.
No, it's only $80, so it's not too bad.
I could use that as a speakerphone. Yeah.
Choosing Frank. Then you got the quiz.
Okay, all right. We'll be back in just a bit. Franklin Harris is here. He's going to show you how to get power over Ethernet. But right now, what are you looking at? It's a little strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a guy in there. Right now, it's time for our quick quiz question of the day. Last chance to take this one. What radio frequency is used by RFID devices? Is it what? 13, 14, 15, or 20? That's how we'll leave it. I don't know. Think about it. We'll come back and talk about it when the lab continues. Stay here. Break, we asked you what radio frequency is used by RFID devices. I don't know. I'm going to say 20 hertz because that's really dumb. That's like a bass note. Oh. Well, it's a passive device. It's not broadcasting, but it was 13.7 megahertz. 560. You knew that?
No.
Franklin Harris is here. He is the managing editor at Technocrat, also the host of Underdevelopment TV, Digital Underground TV.
Because of you, I now own about 30 domain names.
Every time I say it wrong, he has to register another. Yeah. We're going to do a hack. I want to say something right up front. This is not for the faint of heart or for children.
Not at all.
We don't want to fry anybody.
This involves power and can be potentially dangerous if not done
kill
properly.
you. Yes,
absolutely.
So you're calling it power over Ethernet. What does that mean?
Well, PoE is actually a standard that was implemented in Cat 5e cabling.
So the idea is this could carry not only data but power
as well, and
just like USB does or FireWire.
That's right. But
how much power? 1.1 volts?
Actually, anything you want. There's a formula you can use. No, DC power only, DC. Not AC power.
Okay.
There's a formula you have to use on the length of cable and the type of power requirements. Some of the higher end routers, like some of the Cisco gear and the Nortel gear, have a PoE in them.
The advantage would be you wouldn't have to plug it in.
That's right. You wouldn't have power.
The
and
thing would be
usually
powered by the connector.
You see it in VoIP phones and high-end commercial VoIP phones. They carry the power in the Ethernet cable,
okay.
So you don't need an Ethernet cable and a power connector.
So Ethernet has how many pins in an Ethernet?
8.
And how many are used for the data?
4.
So
There's
at least
2
4
for
left over.
That's right. 2 for transmitting and 2 for receiving, and the other 4 are specifically set for power over Ethernet.
Okay, and most of the time they're unused, but now we're going to use them.
We're going to use them.
How do we do this?
Now, the initial idea for this is I have really, really bad reception in my backyard, and I was really skeptical about putting a huge antenna in the back.
Right.
CRTC might have a problem with that. So I figured, you know what? I'd like to buy an access point and put it outside.
This is a cheap Linksys WRT 54G, the classic hackable router.
$60. And so I took it apart and I started to think and look into this whole power Ethernet thing, and I came up with this clever and silly little hack.
Okay.
That, again, I stress is, if you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. Really don't. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have all these pictures on the website. We're going to jump power from the actual DC connector on the back of the router to the 4 open pins
on the Ethernet
Ethernet connector.
Okay.
Right.
So you don't have to disconnect the power adapter.
No,
you just merely solder a wire.
That's right.
And you'll have to know exactly which wires to solder. But you solder these 2 wires from the power adapter. We're going to go over here to the proper 2, and that's very important too.
It's a proper 2.
You could easily fry whatever you're connecting it to if you put them on the wrong.
Easily.
So you got he has diagrams showing which ones to connect. They don't jump around. So
no, they don't. They're pretty
standard
in place.
ports.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now that's the easy part.
That's the easy part.
That's the easy part. The harder part comes in actually
building.
That's right, wiring the whole jack.
Right.
So I just went to Home Depot and bought, a wall jack with 2 Cat 5 Ethernet connectors. It cost me $4.
Kind of thing you'd build in the wall.
That's right, type of thing. And I specifically got color-coded ones because it is very important to know which one to plug in where. orange being the hot one that carries the power.
What would happen if you plugged an unprepared Ethernet cable into the
Depends
power?
on what it's plugged into.
It could fry the device.
It could fry the device.
So this orange is saying, warning, warning,
That's right.
this has power on it.
That's right. That goes to the router, and that's the only place it goes to.
Okay.
And the wiring is actually quite simple. The data, the inbound data port here only contains the 4 wires that are required for transmitting and receiving.
Right.
They jump over to this one, and this also has the actual power wired into it as well.
So you're just adding 4 more wires.
That's right.
That are, in this case, the brown and the green and blue, and they're adding power on the other side.
That's correct.
So data on this side, power on this side.
That's right. So what we end up with is...
You'll plug this into the cable modem or the DSL modem.
That's right. And we're going to plug this one in here. And in this case...
Now, are you using the Linksys power adapter
yes,
on the other end?
I am using the Linksys.
So this is just basically a way of you scavenging the power adapter.
Absolutely.
Plug it in. And now this will be powered. We're going to plug that. Shall we plug that in?
We're going to plug that in.
Okay, I'm going to stand back.
And
not that I don't trust you. Oh, look, I saw the light come on. It blinked. So it's getting, so we don't have to, this is in the yard now, we don't have to plug that into anything.
Just run one wire outside.
See, that's actually a really cool idea. Yeah. And you know, it isn't that difficult because, you know, it's already a standard.
That's
You're
right.
not modifying these
as long
cables.
As you follow, and these jacks are great. They're color coded. It's
pretty straightforward.
They tell you exactly orange goes there, orange, white there, so forth. I mean, it's really hard to screw up.
All right, we have the details, the spec and the diagram on our website, and that is available at labwithleo.com. And again, this is whenever you play with power, you really want to know what you're doing. Be very careful on this. This is not something a kid should do unsupervised.
No, you can get hurt.
We don't want anybody to get hurt. But actually, it's kind of a neat little.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And put it in the attic. Put it anywhere you want, and you're not restricted to a location.
How many volts is it? It's not very much.
It's not at least 7.5 on this one.
Okay, so even if you.
Yeah, you're limited though to 50 feet because of the power requirements in here. So anything over 50 feet, you're going to start getting power drop, and it's not going to work right.
Thank you, Frank. You can catch Frank at Technocrat, tech.nocr.at. He's the managing editor there, and of course, the host of digitalunderground.tv joins us to show us really kind of cool little hacks like that one. I love that. All right, we're going to take a break, come back with a final word just for you right after this. Stay here.
The way the trach and home ventilation clinic came into being was that the children who attend the clinic, they and their families used to go see the ENT surgeon on one day, then they used to go see the home nutritional program the next day, and then they would come to see me the next day, and then we would say, well, I have to talk to Dr. So-and-so, and I have to talk to such and such before we can make a plan. And so finally we said that this is really inefficient from the family's point of view, and a lot of those children are poorly mobile because they are ventilated. So we said, fine, we will set aside a time and we will...
I just think this show really reflects the broad range, the spectrum of stuff you can do in technology. Everything from your family tree, simple, easy thing to do on a computer, you don't have to be a geek to do it, to putting power over your Ethernet cables, which not only do you have to be a geek, but you probably have to be a little crazy to do.
Maybe a little.
Yeah, but I love that. That's what I love about doing this show. We just want to give you a broad range of things you can do. You may never do power over Ethernet, but at least you kind of know a little bit about
You've got an idea now.
Yeah, what it could be and how it could work. We do thank you so much for being here. Hope you'll tell your friends and come back soon. And if you want to be on the show, we would love to get your question.
Yeah, labwithleo.com/tech questions. Submit your question. I'll phone you and get you booked in, and we will solve your problem.
She does that, by the way. What are you looking for? What kind of person would...
I'm looking for enthusiasm, I'm looking for webcams, I'm looking for great questions, and I'm looking for ladies.
She does the picking, so she gets to choose whatever she wants. I'd say I'm looking for ladies, but it wouldn't come out right. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hey, welcome. How are you? Good to see you. It's time for the Lab. Leo Laporte here, and this is the show where we, as James said, make your technology behave. We whip it into shape. Woo, baby. It's not that easy, is it?
That's why you have a new clipboard.
That's
isn't it?
I keep breaking the old one, whipping the technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Kate Abraham, looking lovely today.
Thank you very much.
We're going to have some fun.
We are indeed.
James is an expert on technology and how to make it behave.
Indeed.
Wow. This is a guy I want to meet.
Okay.
If he can figure out how to do that, I'm ready for him. This is the show where people come when their technology won't behave.
Exactly.
Franklin Harris is also here. He's going to show you a free way to do virtualization. We talk about that a lot, the ability to run one operating system underneath another. And Sean Carruthers has some health and well-being gadgets. He was making Frank sleep earlier. You were asleep. Right? It wasn't actually that hard. It was easier to do that than make your technology behave, I can tell you that. Let's get our first call on the air here. Fantastic. I think you have some good ones, yes?
Yes, we do. We have Yvonne, and she's from Three Hills in Alberta.
Do we have all?
2 ladies, 1 gentleman.
2 ladies?
Actually, 2 ladies, 1 teenage boy.
Okay. He could be a gentleman.
He could,
we don't know yet. Not all
He's not quite there yet, though, is he?
Hi, Yvonne. Welcome to the show. How are you today?
Hi, Leo. I'm great. How are you?
Oh, we're just so glad to have you on the show. What can I do for you?
Well, my question for you was, I'm doing some different projects for different people, and I'd actually like to be able to track their time spent on these projects as, accurate as possible. And I know there are good programs out there, but I'm not sure which ones are the best and which ones are safe to download.
Well, and the range is everything from free to $400. So it kind of can be hard to figure out exactly what you want to use. I found a couple. The truth is, I don't keep track of my time. So I had no idea, and I had to really look around to see what was out there before because I didn't know, to be honest with you. So, but I did do a search, and there's quite a bit of free and shareware software out there. I found a couple that cost a little bit, but you can try before you buy. First of all, let me ask, do you work with anybody else, or is it just you?
It's just me. I've taken a couple of courses through Edgar College, and I'm into web developing and and virtual assistant.
So these are going to be projects, web development projects then?
Web development and projects to, maybe manuals or something.
Excellent. And so, they do expect you to, unfortunately, keep track of your time and so forth. Mm-hmm. My machine seems to have kind of decided not to respond at all to anything I'm saying here. So hold on just a second. I'm going to look up a couple of these programs. Work for me, work. Have you ever had that happen to a computer? You're ready to work. The computer doesn't seem to be ready to do anything at all. You know what happened? I started Windows. That was my big mistake. Sean, can you tell me you might have to show, well, do we have you set up on there?
No.
We can do it on Kate's. So I'll walk over to Kate. Do you have the links for me, Kate?
I can find
All right, because I put a couple of links in the show notes there. Time Panic was one. The difference between these, I would try before you buy, Yvonne. Mm-hmm. One of them allows you to go to the web with it, which is kind of nice because, do you think you'll be working in different places, physical places, while you're doing this?
Perhaps I will be, but mostly I'll be doing it at home.
Okay, the simplest one is Time Panic. It's just like a time clock. Where this is actually the one on the web. I'm sorry, Time Panic, and it allows you to actually put this up on the web. It is a Windows program. Both of these are Windows. Are you on Windows?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Of course.
The other one is a little bit more like a time machine. It's called Timebox. Timebox at TAUBLER.com. Tabler.com. And this one is like just a time, like a punch clock. Both of these are $9.95, but you can try before you buy. Now there are $400 programs where Kate's looking for that link. You're going to find it here in just a second. I had it in the show notes. Both of them you can try before you buy, and they're both very, very simple. If you want something more elaborate, there's some that'll actually go back to a Microsoft Exchange server. That's for big work groups where you have a lot of people. But if it's just you, and all you really want to do is have a little program running in the corner that you click when you start, there it is, and you click it when you're done. Now, if you have to go to his software page. See over on the left, right there. It's Timebox. So just click Timebox there. Yeah, there we go. You get a little bit of a look at this. There it is. It's about as simple as you can get. I had it running I thought I was going to put it up on the other machine, but that one seems to have died a death on us. But you can try both of those. They're just a couple. I actually found there's a ton of shareware programs out there. These will both work on both XP and Vista. And there are even free programs, but I think for $10, this is well worth it. So if you want to have web access to your timesheet, Timebox, if it's just you want a little program in the corner, you say, okay, I'm ready, click it. That would be the Toppler program. Timebox is the name of it, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And then there are even more elaborate things you can do, which would watch what applications you run, things like that. I actually use this is kind of fun, a website called Wakoopa, W-A-K-O-O-P-A. And what Wakoopa does is it runs on your system and keeps track of how long you use each program. So if you know that I'm only going to be using Dreamweaver if I'm working with a client, for instance, you might use something like that, and that would automatically track your program usage, and that would kind of be another way to do it. But there's a few choices for you, okay?
Well, sounds good, thanks.
Yeah, so this is a new business for you, huh?
Well, I'm starting.
That's exciting.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And are you a graphic designer by profession or by hobby, or are you more interested in the programming side?
This is designing and programming as well.
That's great.
Developing the webs, and it's a new thing for me.
Well, I wish you all the best. We need more good web designers. And
I appreciate that.
There are a lot of people in this business who've been doing it for not very long at all who are very good. You can become really good very fast at it. It's really all about your interest and your love for it as much as anything else.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, great, Yvonne. And nice to talk to you. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
I appreciate it. We're going to take a little break. Coming up, we're going to show you how to virtualize one operating system inside of another. It's free, too, using VMware. Franklin Harris is here right after this. Stay right. And running a copy of Windows 95 or Linux, or even another copy of Windows XP.
Or another copy of XP or server.
Now, what we're going to show you works on Linux and Windows. They haven't made it available on their Mac.
No, they haven't. The Mac is Fusion, the only option they offer.
But you're running on a Mac, so that tells me you're running Fusion on the Mac, and within Fusion you're going to run these.
You can only
you're
run it
making me crazy.
You can only run it in boot camp.
You're running in boot camp. Okay.
If you try running it, it won't like
So you're running a Windows machine.
That's right. I'm running a Windows machine. They've got VMware has got 2 or 3 different products out there, mostly commercial products. I mean, these guys do virtualization at server farms. Most ISPs or web hosting companies use their very high-end product to take one server and split it up into 6 or 7 and sell it back to you. But they also have a few commercial products, or a few consumer products, sorry. 2 of them are completely free.
That's kind of neat. You can just download them and use them.
You can download it. The first one's VMware Player, the first one I'll talk about. Now, all this allows you to do is download any pre-made appliance.
So they actually have on their site hundreds of these. They call them appliances, but they're really pre-installed operating systems in a file that you download and you can run.
That's exactly.
These are all the appliances.
They've got tons. They've got operating systems. They've got commercial products.
Now they don't have Windows.
They do. They do have Windows pre-installed up until the serial key has to be entered.
So this would be great if you want to install it.
And that's the other thing, is if you work in an environment that requires multiple copies of Windows and you have the licenses, you can just download this and just keep replicating it over and over. So the problem with the player is that you can't create anything new. You can only download what's there and use it.
That's fine. I mean, I get Linux, I get all kinds
of
stuff.
You can get anything that's available there. About 6 months ago, they turned out, I'm not really sure why they did this, but 6 months ago, they turned their server application completely free.
This is their big commercial app that sold for hundreds of dollars.
Thousands of dollars.
Thousands of dollars.
And they've right there, free. It's completely free now.
Now, does the same thing as the player?
It does the same thing as the player and more. It allows you to run multiple operating systems at once. It allows you to create your own operating system, virtual machine. I've got it running here. So you get this little console once you get it installed up and running. It's a fairly large download. It's 300 or 400 megs.
And you need a fairly heavy-duty machine because you're running multiple operating systems simultaneously. Memory is the most important thing.
That's right. So I have the ability to create a new virtual machine. And if we quickly just go through the process here, it gives me the options. What is it? What are we running? We're running Linux, Windows, so we can sit there and say, let's run Windows 3.1.
That doesn't come with the software, but it just sets it up appropriately for that.
Asks you where you want to place this virtual hard disk. It's essentially one large image they put on your machine. You got networking options. You want to use a bridge. We're good with the bridge networking. How big you want your drive to be. and you're done. That's it. So once the machine has been created, if I click to start virtual machine, I could put in my Windows 3.1. I was about to say CD,
because you'll get a boot. See, what you get is a boot prompt. It's kind of funny. It's like a DOS boot prompt.
That's right. So it actually goes through the whole BIOS setup.
So there's really kind of a machine running here in the background.
That's right. Now I've got Debian pre-installed.
Not a hardware machine. So this is a Linux.
This is Debian.
Can you run it full screen as well as in this?
I can run it full screen, absolutely. I don't have the VMware tools installed.
Let's just run it in the little window just
at the meantime,
because it gives us an idea of the. Otherwise, it just looks like you're running it. So you want to know you're still running Windows XP.
You're still running it's XP, but it's within it. So
that's so wild. A good way to try out different operating systems too.
Now, yeah, it's an excellent way to try out different operating systems. It's an excellent way to play around with something you've never played around with before.
Right.
But there are some appliances that are very niche and specific to certain things.
They may be useful.
There is one appliance that I absolutely love, and it's called Janus VM. You can download this. It's 20 megs in size. You can run it in the player, and it will. I mean, if you're really worried about surfing the internet and you really want to remain anonymous,
surfing.
That's right. Not just anonymous surfing. It will remove ads from websites. So you just run this in the background, and I can just continue browsing. And it will block malicious sites.
You're browsing through it? I don't understand.
What it does is it sets up a VPN server. You download this VPN client that's right there, and you log in. And
there are hundreds of them. In fact, they even have a competition every year for the best virtual appliance, and some great ones in there, including a Staro security gateway, which we've talked about on the.
Trixbox has got virtual appliance for their phone system.
Could you run Myth or one of the?
No, you couldn't. I mean,
because you need access to the hardware.
That's right, and you need You need a TV tuner card, and
Myth is kind of like the DVR for Linux. I know you run at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a good way to try a lot of other things.
And it's free. 100% free.
And unless you're doing a commercial operating system like Windows, the operating systems are free as well.
Yeah,
like
if you're running Linux or any variant of BSD, it's got a lot of choices.
So should people download Player unless they have more advanced needs?
Yeah, if you just want to try out a new Linux distribution or want to get familiar with Linux, just get the Player. Download the image, get the Player. It's
or for
more
secure
than enough.
surfing, you can
secure surfing, you can use Janus. But if you want to run multiple operating systems, and you can have them running in the background. I mean, you can have a Linux machine running as a web server, and just because I close the console down, the machine's still running in the background.
It's always there.
So any services that are going are all still there.
Franklin Harris, managing editor at Technocrat, tech.nocr.at, and also host at digitalunderground.tv. And we have links to VMware and the server and the player and all the virtual appliances on our website, labwithleo.com. Now it's time for What the Tech, a close-up of something you might find around the lab. Why, it's a red button. I know that. It's the red button. But what's that red button go to? Think about it. We'll zoom out and we'll find out when the lab continues right after this. I even have that M Flyer and I didn't recognize the button. It makes the thing go in. Doesn't do anything. It's a mechanical button. Sean Carruthers got that. I don't know how he does it with his close-up lens. Let's get another call on the air here. Kate Abraham, who do you have for me?
We are going to Newmarket in Ontario, and we have Mackenzie.
Hello, Mackenzie.
Hey, Leo.
How are you today?
Good. You?
I'm great. What can I do for you?
Well, I just got a new game. It's called the Orange Box.
Everybody's getting the Orange Box. I think this might be the game of the year. You know, they paid a lot of attention to Halo 3, and they paid a lot of attention to BioShock. But really, people just want to play Half-Life 2. It's a 3-year-old game, re-released for the Xbox 360 and the PC, along with a new game, Portal, based on it. And which game are you playing?
Well, Team Fortress 2.
You like Team Fortress? It's got like 5 games on one. This is the best deal in gaming right now.
Yeah.
Are you playing it on a Windows machine or on an Xbox?
PC.
Okay. And what's going on?
Well, sometimes when I start it up, it wouldn't even run. It would say not responding, or it would just run extremely slow when I was playing it.
You know, it's funny. I mean, here we are. We have a Half-Life 2, which is 3 years old, and presumably would be less demanding. I mean, 3 years ago, the hardware wasn't nearly as fast as today's hardware. And yet, I remember when that came out, it was a hard thing to get running. And I think a lot of people who just assumed, well, I've got a late model PC are thinking, Boy, it's not running like it should. So tell me a little bit about your computer. Let's make sure you have enough computer. Is it a pretty recent machine?
Yeah, we just bought it.
Okay.
It's an HP. It has Vista, a Radeon X1 650.
Okay, that's a good video card. Certainly better than anything that was out back in 2004.
Yeah.
Tell me about the processor in there. How fast is it?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. And how much memory? Do you know how much RAM you have in the thing?
I think I got about 2, maybe a bit more.
2 gigs?
Yeah.
Okay. You have plenty of RAM. You have a good enough video card. I'm going to presume anybody who would build a machine with that video card in it is going to give you at least a Core 2 at 2 gigahertz. So you have enough processor. So it's not the hardware. It's probably drivers. Almost certainly drivers. So what I would do is I would go to the HP site, and I would make sure that you have the latest version of particularly the video card driver, okay? You might even want to go to ATI's site and download their updated video driver. Are you using Vista?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Vista certainly can run it. It's fast enough to run it. It's not, Vista is great for gaming, but it is finicky about the video drivers. I think most likely you want a new video driver on that thing.
Well, we did go to the ATI site.
Oh, you did? Good,
Yeah.
good going.
But I couldn't find the HP or
The 16. You're going to look for the 1650 driver. It won't say HP on it. Does that make sense? You couldn't find the driver? You want what they call the Catalyst driver, and you want the 32-bit Vista Catalyst driver, not the 64-bit, but the 32-bit Vista Catalyst driver. You could probably Google it. ATI Catalyst for Vista. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. It's ati.amd.com/support/drivers. Anyway, it goes on and on and on. And here it is. And let's see, it looks like they released one August 13th, 2007. So it's fairly recent. You want the Catalyst software suite 32-bit. And what's nice about that is that works with all the ATI boards. So you'll just download that, and then it'll install for you, and you'll be able to run it. So I would say, now I would say that'd be the first thing I would do to try to correct it. If that doesn't, I don't know. Then I would probably go to the Orange Box forums, and which I'm sure they have them, and see if others have had that problem. You're the second guy we've talked to in the last month with an HP machine it's not running very fast on. So I would say that this is one of the reasons I love an Xbox 360 or PS3. You just buy the disc, you put it in, you don't update the drivers, you don't do anything, it just runs.
Would the version of Windows Vista on that machine potentially cause a problem in this case?
I don't think so. I'd be very surprised. Vista, they've done a very good job of making it compatible with gaming. I have heard people complain about Vista gaming, but I have to think that in most cases it's because they don't have enough hardware. If you bought a machine with Vista on it, and you've got enough RAM, you've got enough processor, it should run. When I got BioShock, for instance, I had to update my drivers. I have NVIDIA drivers for it to work, but once I updated the drivers, it worked fine. So my suggestion is get the latest drivers, see if that helps. Okay?
Okay.
Have fun, Mackenzie.
Thanks.
Everybody wants to play this Orange Box game.
I've got it.
You like it?
I haven't had a chance to play it yet.
You're working too hard. We've got to get him some time off, all right? All right, we're going to take a break. Coming up, we're going to show you how to make your technology behave. James Sherritt is with Work Industries, and he has some good tips for people who are having trouble with their tech. But first, let's take our daily quiz. Our question of the day today is, which of the following technologies doesn't use magnets? Speakers and microphones, video cassette recorder, fluorescent light, or a CRT monitor. One of these, and only one, doesn't use a magnet. Which one is it? I don't know. We better go to the web and think about that, do some research. We'll come back and we'll talk about it when the lab continues. Welcome back to the lab. We all sometimes feel trapped by technology. In fact, if you're watching this show, you probably do feel trapped by technology. There's too much of it. It's too confusing, overwhelming. Sometimes it doesn't work. In fact, I would say probably most of the time it doesn't work. James Sherritt is here. He's a novelist. He's a partner at Work Industries at iWorkIndustries.com, and he's been working with the web and technologies for a long, long time, and he's got the 5 steps to technology freedom. Hello, James.
Hopefully.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
So wait a minute now. You look at all these gadgets. Most of us, frankly, have a lot of gadgets like this and feel overwhelmed by them. Are we going to throw them all out?
Well, not likely, right?
Not me.
We are the tool makers.
Don't look at me, man.
These are our tools.
You can't take my gadgets away.
So I first came up with the idea of doing a personal technologist service for people because I had everybody from like my grandfather who couldn't figure out how to take the flashing 12 off the VCR to my mom who couldn't see the keys on her cell phone without her little half glasses.
Good idea. So just like you have a personal shopper for your wardrobe,
you
have a personal technologist for your stuff, your
to
gadgets.
make it all work. Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah. So the idea is really to kind of mimic a personal financial planner.
Oh, I see.
Because a financial planner essentially acts as your advocate on your behalf to navigate complex situations and recommend a solution.
Now, do you do this for people?
This is exactly what we do for people, yeah.
That's really neat.
Yeah,
that's a great idea.
It's been a lot of fun, and I find it really rewarding because people come to us with devices and problems and habits.
But you're not like the Geek Squad where you say, oh, I'm going to configure your thing for you. You're more like an overall design for living.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, we really don't try and make you change your habits. We try and make the technology and your tools, and more importantly, your practices that encompass those devices work for you.
Well, let's get started. I'm ready.
Excellent. Okay. So the first step that we always work with people on is telling them they're not alone.
Yes.
Everybody has problems with this.
Even me.
Yeah, everybody. And it's not a new problem either. Ever since we've had pockets, we've been filling them with things.
Right.
And so just to make people not feel intimidated by anything or overly like they're helpless.
Right.
So that's the first step. The second thing really is what we've done here, which is what I call calling a summit with your devices. So it's just kind of bring them all out and laying them out,
Do you
kind
yell
of
at them for
organizing
me?
them.
Do you say,
well, yeah, some might have some scratches on them.
right. So we get everything out that we're using.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. And we've got a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of stuff, and we're really using Sean as an example. And Sean provides a great example because he is a geek.
Look at this.
He's got a lot of stuff.
2 iPhones.
Yeah, I know.
A BlackBerry.
He's got all kinds of stuff.
Camera, headset, iPod.
So I've sort of supplemented what he brought out here with some of the stuff that I use myself because I think it sort of illustrates what folks have.
Let me empty my.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. No, go ahead.
Phone,
Okay.
So really call a summit with your devices and then think about how you use them together.
Okay.
So for instance, this isn't just a camera. You don't just use it to take photos, of course. Your workflow is much more complex than that.
Right.
You use it to take photos, and then what do you do with the photos? You put them onto a computer.
So
and
it
then
goes
what do you
with
do
your
with
computer.
them?
And then you put them online, or you print them out, so you got a printer.
That's right, yeah. Exactly.
So you think about the workflow, how it all integrates in.
That's right. And then we get sort of a layer deeper, which is how do you personally work with your devices? So
do you sit and watch people? Will you spend some time with them?
Yeah, we try and do a lot of sort of example-based work, so we actually ask them to do something very task-based.
Let me see how you work.
Exactly.
Because Grandpa might work a little bit differently than your brother, right?
Yeah, exactly. And my brother doesn't work at all.
We'll talk about that another time.
Yeah, excellent.
We have another expert coming in for him.
There you go. So we really sort of focus on the tasks, and then we try and make recommendations as far as where you are today with all the devices that you are and what you're doing.
Do you find most people have too much crap?
Well, that's a common thing, yeah. I think that
they've purchased 4 PDAs.
Yeah.
And they only need 1.
Yeah. So we try and get to what the underlying problem is, or what they're trying to do with it, and figure out what's the best way to approach that.
You also say you want to have everything kind of work in concert together. It's not separated islands. We're all buddies here in our in my life.
Yeah,
right?
very much so. We try and work with standards-based devices. So, for instance, I never recommend that somebody buy a Sony device because they use proprietary memory and connections and all that kind of stuff. So, if you ever want to swap
you have to work
something out,
harder to get it into your flow.
Unless you want to use all Sony all the way through.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
that's what Sony wants you to do.
Exactly, and in a way, that's what Apple wants to do too.
Apple's very much that way.
So I sort of have a love-hate relationship with Apple.
Well,
in that
but
sense.
both Sony and Apple, I think, probably rightly feel that, well, if you would just buy only our products, everything everything would work so much easier, wouldn't it? It's not very realistic, though.
No, they tend to be premium products too, right?
Yes, that's right.
So we really try and work with standards-based, both in terms of file formats, connection devices, software, all that kind of stuff.
That's really great.
And then think about sort of compatibility forward as well. So what have you got today? What are you going to need tomorrow?
Right.
How does the stuff that you have today transfer to tomorrow? Because it's no longer sort of the devices that are really the sticking point. I mean, hardware's relatively inexpensive now. Software is getting less expensive all the time. It's actually the data that becomes the most expensive part.
Really what it's all about is your data.
Yeah, that's
so
where your
you'll
life
help
is.
people set up a backup plan as well, things like that.
Yeah, backup's a big one for us. It's amazing how many people just don't back up. So we try and help people not have to think about it. Just schedule it somehow so that it goes somewhere either onto the web or onto an external hard drive or something like that that they don't have to think about.
Do you find that people need regular tune-ups too? Because I imagine you get them set up, but 6 months down the road, things have started to fall apart again.
Sure, that's always part of it. And maybe they've filled their capacity in their backup, or maybe they've added a new device and haven't considered how it would affect their overall workflow or anything like that. So.
It's interesting. The promise of technology, of course, is to empower the individual. But in the early days of the automobile, when you bought a car, it came with a chauffeur and a mechanic because you couldn't drive it yourself. And I think we're still in that stage with technology. We shouldn't have to call you, but we do. We have to call somebody, an expert in, and say, okay, I got all this stuff, now what do I do?
That's right. How does it work for me?
And of course, then you add a network, and everything gets even crazier, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. We try and also advocate on behalf of simplicity.
So you get rid of some of this stuff sometimes?
Yeah, the fewer moving devices and the fewer sort of dependencies, the better, right? So I've got an old iPod.
Yeah, no
and
kidding.
I use it as a file transfer device, as a music player, as a recorder. So I've got a little microphone that sits on top of it. So it's really an audio device for me for input and output.
Really cool. So where can people go if they want to take advantage of your services? I think this is the kind of business we could go worldwide with this. Well, everybody needs this, right? This is universal.
We're looking for investors, so.
Good. What's the name of it? iWork Industries?
That's right. That's our company.
And if you go to iWorkIndustries.com,
we'll put something up on the front page linking into the personal technologist information.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I have a personal technologist. You've got your accountant. You've got nobody does their taxes themselves. It's too crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody should have to do their technology by themselves.
Invest in yourself.
James Sherritt is a partner in Work Industries at iWorkIndustries.com. It's great to meet you. Now, let's give this all back to Sean so we can get on with our lives.
Exactly, yeah.
He's got a little too much stuff. Yeah, take your stuff and get it out of here.
He's got overlap.
Someday I want to just get rid of it all. I'd probably go through some severe withdrawal, however.
That's utopia.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be nice not to have the BlackBerry, the pager, no email, no voicemail, no. Oh.
They turn off.
No, they don't. They don't turn off. James Sherritt, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take a break, come back with more of your calls in just a little bit as the lab continues. You stay right here.
7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, welcome back to the Lab with Leo. I'm Kate Abraham, and now it's time for my tip of the day. And this one is for all you foodies out there. It's food411.com, which is the most comprehensive food site I have found online. Literally, it's got blogs, it's got ingredients, it's got recipes, it's got explanations, it's got online shopping, it's got gift ideas. I told you, yeah, it's food411.com. Super easy site to navigate. It's so clean, so effective. Everything's separated, for instance, ingredients. Obviously, then you've got the health elements. Everything is just bulleted into, easy to read. As you can see, ever so easy to use.
Are you a good cook?
I am a really good cook, to be honest with you.
What do you like to cook?
I'm very good at Italian food. I love curries. I'm a really
I love curry too.
Huge Indian food fan, and I'm a pretty good cook.
So will you go to sites like this and look up ideas or get tips? Or
for me, the big thing I find is that if I've got to kind of grill some kind of meat that I'm not used to, I'll check out these sites. Because otherwise, if you ruin it, it's like all that effort, and it's
the worst. I have that problem with my pork. It always gets too dry.
I have the same issue.
Yes.
So check out
I'm going to have to go here, food411.
411.com.
Why is my pork dry?
Yes, help me make undry pork.
Help me. help me. So good. That's a good one. I'm going to make a note of that one. Now, let's get our next caller on.
Fantastic. We have Heather, and she's from Melita in Manitoba.
Really? I have a coffee maker named Melita.
Do you?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Kate. Hello, Heather.
Hello.
How are you today?
It's Melita. We only have one T.
Melita. So Melita is the coffee. Melita is the Manitoba.
Yes.
Got it.
Fine. I'm thinking about dry and needing help. I restarted my computer a couple months ago, and now I get a red, a little box that says, no CD-ROM drives found.
Windows XP.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know why. The minute XP came out, this started happening. It's been happening for 5 years. And it drives me crazy. It is probably the single most common flaw in Windows XP. And I've seen a lot of different reasons it can happen. In fact, I found a page here at windowsnetworking.com that shows you, look at these. CD drive is not recognized as recordable drive. CD drive is missing after you install XP. It goes on and on and on. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of different things you can do. I can't guarantee they'll work because it just really depends on what's wrong. But there are a lot of different issues. Here's Microsoft's page. You can no longer access a CD drive or DVD drive. Now, do you get an error message, or it just doesn't look like there's one at all?
Well, I get the yellow triangle with the exclamation mark in it.
In your device manager. And then what happens if you try to access it, or do you just don't see it at all?
It's not there at all anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they're not in device manager.
They're not in device manager?
No, it just says they're not there anymore.
So there's no entry for it for DVD or CD-ROM drives at all?
No. So I can't even, my computer needs to be redone.
You can't delete them.
I can't even put the XP, disk in to reformat it because it doesn't recognize the drive.
Actually, you could if you started from scratch. It might.
Well, I put the disk in and it doesn't do anything.
Well, it won't recognize it. So here's the question. And actually, this is a good little diagnostic here. It may be something's wrong with Windows, in which case, when you rebooted the machine, you would see the CD or a DVD in there. So on startup, in other words, can you reboot and start up the installer?
I don't know.
Do you know what I'm saying? In other words, if Windows has screwed up the device, which happens, by the way, a lot, it doesn't mean the device is inaccessible to the hardware. It just means Windows can't see it. Its drivers are messed up. So in that case, when you first boot up the machine, you know how it gives you the little messages, I see the hard drive, I see the CD. It would see the CD. You could go into the BIOS setup. It would see the CD. Everything would be there. And the best test of all, if you put your Windows install disk in there and you booted to the Windows install disk, and most of the time that's automatic, if the Windows installer runs. If it does, then there's nothing wrong with the hardware. Your installation of Windows is confused.
Oh, okay.
So that's the first thing to try. Let's see if we can figure out where it's fallen apart. Now, if you cannot boot a CD, in other words, if even before Windows runs the CD is invisible, then there's a physical problem. There's something wrong with the cable or the drive itself. Do you have more than one drive in there?
Yeah, there's two, and it doesn't recognize either.
And they failed at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, it wouldn't be the drive. If there is a hardware problem, it would be the cable. Chances are it's one cable connected to both drives. Or, and this would be bad news, it would be the connector on the motherboard or the IDE interface is dead. But you haven't tried this boot thing, have you?
No, I'm really not that advanced in computer. I know how to go on Facebook and check my email.
That's fine. You need James here. So here's the thing with this. This is the first thing I want you to try. Do you have a boot disk?
Well, see, no. I don't know what happened to it.
You don't have any disks?
Not right now. I wanted to see my computer. I can't make backup disks because I have no DVD.
Of course you can't. But we're going to try to figure out if it's just Windows or if it's the hardware. So if you can, borrow a disk that will boot up, whether it is a Windows install disk or something else. Norton, if you have Norton antivirus, that disk boots. A disk that will start up by itself. Because if those will work, then we know the hardware is fine. Then we focus on Windows. So this is all troubleshooting is this process. I can't give you a magic bullet and say, oh, just do this, everything will work. Because it could be a lot of different things are messed up. You understand?
Right.
So let's first see if the hardware is working by booting a disk. If a disk boots, then I can give you some suggestions. This is Microsoft's page on how to resolve the problem, and it has all sorts of really wacky things. But it focuses on a registry error. This is actually very well known. There is a weird problem in Windows. Now this is very advanced, Heather, and this is the kind of thing that you probably don't want to do yourself. Although this is how you get to be a geek.
Brandon and get them to fix it.
Yeah, get somebody to come in there, and you're actually. I'm going to put this in the show notes. There are actually some keys you would delete in the current control set H-key local machine in the registry. You delete these keys, and believe it or not, this is a very common problem. It fixes it. But this is only if Windows is messed up. It may not be that Windows is messed up. It may be your hardware is messed up, and I can't tell. And it may not even be this. It may be that there's some software that's been installed that is causing a problem. In the early days of XP, if you installed, for instance, Roxio's Easy CD Creator, you'd lose your CDs because the two drivers were in conflict, the Windows built-in driver and Roxio's driver, because they both came from the same company. And there are lots of problems of this category, incompatibilities with other software. So, bottom line is, I can't tell you what's wrong. First thing you got to do is see if you can boot. If you can, then I would try this, delete these keys. If that doesn't work, then you might want to uninstall some programs, particularly anything that uses a CD, like a CD burning program, until you can get back to the point where it's working again. Worst case scenario, you may need to reinstall Windows. All right, Heather, I know that's a lot, but that's the best we can do on that one. Because I can't tell you exactly what's wrong. I can give you the reassurance that you're not alone. This happens all the time with XP. I don't know why. Often it's just that registry key. You delete it, everything goes fine. Who could understand that? Ryan Ewell maybe could, because he is a jewel. He's got another free file for us. This one is a Windows free file.
It is. It's called Twisted Brush.
Twisted Brush.
And this is the free edition. And it's an art kind of tool. It's got 12 or so different brushes. And so I'm going to choose, let's choose a soft pastel here. And then we can just go in. We can change the color.
It's pretty.
It's similar to Art Rage 2. I think they're very, very similar.
Yeah.
And I did a little bit of Google searching, and it seems like these two are kind of neck and neck as far as, which one's better or which one does this, that.
Good. It's good to know about both.
Yeah, this one has some features that Art Rage might not have, like, for instance, some presets here. Like, this is a pretty cool preset. You can go along here. You can then smear things, change the colors.
Preset.
You can change the opacity, so you can go in and now it's like it's a little less opaque, and it's just different brushes, colors, sizes, and it's a lot of fun just to play around, smear them together.
Twisted Brush.
Twisted Brush. This is the free edition. So.
And what do you get if you pay for it? Use it?
It's a $30 for the and that gives you, I think, around 100 or 150 brushes, and then if you want the whole kit and caboodle for lifetime free upgrades, it's like 100 and something. But this is
kind of like Art Rage in that sense. It's inexpensive, but they give you a free version so you can try it out. Twisted Brush, we'll find that on the page, right?
Labwithleo.com, click on free files. There's some jewels there. This one, many others. Check out Art Rage 2 and see which one you like better if you want.
Hundreds of good things.
Yeah, hundreds now.
Did you know, speaking of hundreds, that there are thousands of particles in the air we're breathing right now?
Probably billions.
Billions? I don't know. Is it unlimited? Sean can tell you. He's got a counter.
Nice.
We're going to take a look at some health gadgets, including an air particle counter. I don't know. Yeah, this is stuff you don't want to know. Well, that's coming up in just a little bit. Right now, though, it's our quick quiz question of the day. Here it is. Which of the following technologies does not use magnets besides Franklin Harris's head? Is it speakers and microphones, video cassette recorders, fluorescent lights, or CRT monitors? He's got a magnet in his head? No wonder it's so hard to get through airport control. Anyway, which of these doesn't? We'll find out when the lab continues right after this. Back to the lab. Before the break, we asked you which of the following technologies does not use magnets. I think it's fluorescent lights. I'd be right. Speakers and microphones use them. Video cassette recorder obviously uses them. What was the other one?
CRT.
CRT, it uses it to bend the beam. It's got to be fluorescent. Got to be fluorescent lights.
You got to get up pretty early in the morning to fool you.
Not necessarily. You did get up early in the morning, though, and you collected a bunch of health stuff. These are health gadgets. Starting, where should we start? With a little sleep?
No, we'll start on this side.
Start with a big one?
Yeah, so one of the biggest problems we have in a lot of houses, especially here in Vancouver, is particles. There's a bunch of crap in the air.
I think that's normal, though, isn't it?
It's kind of normal, but
dust.
It's called dust, and in some houses where it's dustier than others, you want to make sure that
I guess if you're sensitive, yeah.
Right, we've got allergies in my house. We've got a cat.
Is this a HEPA filter?
It is a HEPA filter. So this is from IQ Air, and this is a compact model of their
compact?
Yeah.
I think it's the size of a small refrigerator.
This is more compact than a lot of heavy-duty filtration systems, but it is still pretty big.
Now, we're not talking one of them silly ozone things, are we?
No.
This doesn't put ozone into the air, because that's bad for you.
This doesn't put ozone. This doesn't put ions into all this one does.
I got sucked into buying an ionizer by a very sharp salesman, and it makes me cough. That's just what I want.
Well,
so this is not that.
No, this one will hopefully make you not cough.
That's the idea. So it's just a big filter.
Right. So it's a big filter. It pulls air through the bottom and spits it out the top right here. It's got 6 different fan speeds. It gets a little bit noisy and rattly when it's right up at the top speed, unfortunately. But when it's on the
normally you
low,
wouldn't run it at the top speed. You'd run it kind of all the time.
No, you'd run it at that speed if you really have a lot of dust in the air you need to clean up after a minor accident with a bag of flour or something like that.
Smoke is dust, right? Smoke is particulate.
Yeah. Now, what this one has that I really like is a timer. So it has all the days of the week. You can set it what time to turn on and what time to turn off.
Cool.
You can do it by day. So if you don't want it to do it on the weekends, you can set it to do that too.
Will it make the air smell better?
It won't make the air smell better. It doesn't have a charcoal filter. You can get the next step up from this, and it will.
Okay.
Now, the one thing I wanted to show off next, which goes with this one,
how bad we are.
Particle filters.
We got a lot of particles.
We've got a particle scan here from the same company, IQ Air, and this one's also.
It's got a little sucker at the top.
It's got a sucker at the top. So what this is doing is this measuring how many particles per cubic foot there is in the air here. And right now we're seeing it's about 330. It varies depending on what's in the air at any given point.
So these particles are greater than 0.3 micrometers.
Right.
And there's quite a bit of them.
Yeah, and you can really make this go up. I found it.
Is that 300 or is that 3,000? 3,000.
It's 300.
300.
So yeah, that's a decimal in the middle.
300 per cubic
foot.
Well, that's not that bad.
Yeah, so a party trick here, it's also a breathalyzer. And you can make
now
that
we go up. Now it's 1,000.
Yeah,
right.
so I had something really stinky
well,
for lunch.
Well, it could also just be water vapor, right?
Yeah.
Because I imagine water vapor would count.
So here's the trick. So the air quality around here is about 300 particles, more or less.
What do you want it to be?
Well, as little as possible.
Okay.
Right. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to put this right up against the output of this.
See how many particles are coming out of the thing. No.
0.
You know, they're in cahoots. It's from the same company.
It is from the same company.
They're in cahoots. It says, oh, wait a minute, quick, he's putting it. That's pretty good.
It gets rid of a lot of
0.
particles. I mean, obviously, when you're a little bit further away from there, it goes back up, but right around this, it actually pulls it down.
So, have you tried this in your house?
I have tried this in the house.
If you run this for a while, does that number go down?
Overall, it does go down.
Yeah,
yes.
It's not going to be 0, obviously. There's always new stuff
0.
being kicked up.
Right, but we found that my partner, she's allergic to cats, and there's a lot of dust in the house.
Gets that dander out of there.
And it does definitely.
That's really neat.
That's nice. It's about $689 for this. It's a bit pricey, but it really does the job. It's got a huge filter, so it does.
And how often do you have to change the filter?
It has a countdown on there, and it's a ways away, a few years.
A
number
good.
of years. So you don't have to change it regularly.
Okay, that's great.
So that one is, again, $689. The particle scanner, you're not going to buy this casually. It's about $1,900. It's a professional precision.
But it's kind of neat to see that there's literally 0 coming out of there. That's pretty good.
Right.
Wow.
So there we go.
That's cool.
Oh, and this it comes with a remote control as well for
IQ Air.
IQ Air. So next. We have
the Dynapulse 2000.
Yeah, actually the Dynapulse 50. The 2000 is a bit more pricey.
Yes.
But this right here is essentially magnetic therapy, and it comes with an emitter pad and this control thing. So it has settings for pain and sleep. And that doesn't mean it causes pain. It actually is supposed to prevent your pain. Now we had Matt Harris try this out.
This is medieval.
Yeah,
there is a magnet in it because we put these on there, it vibrates.
Yeah,
them, right?
they do some stuff if you put these together, but
it's not a strong magnet.
It's not very strong, and you don't want it really strong. Magnets can actually really mess with you.
Yeah, that's why I'd be a little nervous about this.
And I'm a bit nervous about this as well. Now, so
it's a magnetic flux emitter.
Right. I tested it on Matt.
Right.
Because I didn't want to test on myself. I was too worried.
Well, he has many evil humors.
Yes.
So this would remove his evil humors.
So he had a sore back. It didn't do a whole lot for him.
Didn't help his sore back.
But again, my partner, she put it on, and it fixed her problems.
Let's not forget that there's a huge mental component to every illness, and if you believe this is going to work, it may well work for you.
It may well work.
Yeah.
But she said it didn't work so well for sleep. What worked better for sleep, on the other hand, this is $500, was this power naps system.
Now this I believe, because this is going to play something, isn't it?
Yeah, so this
is going to say you are getting sleepy.
This is a portable MP3 player. It's got the same form factor as a lot of the
it's a little wedge though.
Yeah, they're like the talking books that you have out there.
Right.
It's one of those. So you play it. I wouldn't play it right now because we want to finish this.
Is it going to make me sleepy?
It will make you sleepy.
No, it's not going to. Is it actually? What does it say?
It's
just like white noise.
Yeah. So
I use Pizziz.
Right.
Which they have a Pizziz player, but you can also get the software and just put it on your computer.
Right.
So it sounds like the ocean. It's
this is about
nice.
$40. It's you can get it on CD.
Let me just take Matt out of my ear, because he doesn't help sleep at all. Oh, now I'm relaxed.
There we go. It does actually work. But it's a little bit more jarring than
Does it say anything? It's just white noise the whole time?
There is a voice as well in there.
Is he going to talk to me?
Yes.
Say something.
And one last thing for your health and well-being.
Mm-hmm.
We have the bliss light right here. It's been going behind us. I don't know whether you could see it.
I knew I felt blissful.
Little laser beams are shooting off over here.
This is so cool.
So it has.
It's like a
ton of these
planetarium.
little dots. It's like a little planetarium. All of them move, and it has.
There's some
little
purple in it
galaxy
too,
behind there,
though, isn't there?
Right. You can turn up this galaxy that's in behind there, the purple part, and then the green lights. So that's blissful. It's great for a restaurant, great for home if you want a little planetarium.
I want this.
It's $1,000.
I don't want this. I do want it, but I can't afford it. That's beautiful.
It's really cool.
Neat? Look at that.
For a club or a business, this would be awesome. But
cool.
Maybe not for home.
Links to all of this on our website, labwithleo.com. Thank you, Sean. I feel much better and calmer already. We'll have a final word right after this. Sean has one more health gadget for us.
Yes.
This is the nasal sanitizer.
Your nose in. Okay, so it's little Q-tip-like things. It's got a little bit of liquid in there.
You think I'm going to put this in my nose on TV?
I was hoping.
All right, if you want to be... That hurt. No, I don't know. Why would you need a nasal sand? This is instead of picking your nose.
It's got a little bit of liquid in there.
Does it have a scraper on the bottom, too, if you got really...
Like a finger substitute.
It's instead of your finger. That's wacky. How much are these?
$10 for a 10-pack.
And it fights germs.
And it fights germs.
It reduces the risk of infection.
Labwithleo.com/tech questions.
Thanks for joining us.
workpodcast.com. I'm going to show you a sneak peek of a new service that allows you to have video conversation online. Today on The Lab.
How are you? Good to see you. I'm so glad you're here today. Oh, you're going to be glad you're here today, too. I'm Leo Laporte. This is The Lab, the place where we explain technology. It's kind of a lab where our experiments are on your brain. That's really not very appealing, is it, Kate Abraham? We have to think of something better than that.
That sounds a little bit too kind of complex.
We won't experiment on you, but the idea is we want to pour some stuff into your brain. That's worse.
That sounds worse, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, if you watch this show, you'll understand how technology works. You'll get to use it in your life. You'll become a technology master. How about that?
That's better.
That works.
That sounds good.
That works. Kate, where's my clip? Oh, it's way over there. The clipboard's way over there. I don't even know what show this is. I don't know anything. Hand me the clipboard, please, if you would. Thank you, sir. Now, it's your one job, Kate. No, she does many other things. This is episode 139, and we have Molly Stanbury, you just saw her a second ago. She's going to show me something that I tried to get an invite to, and I couldn't.
Were you snubbed?
I was snubbed. Thank goodness we have guests on the show who are a little bit more popular, and she was able to get an invite. So she's got me one now, so I'm happy about that. You've got a tip. We've got some shinies from Sean, and Tris Hussey is going to show us how to back up your blog before it's too late.
Wouldn't that be awful if you lost everything?
Do you back up your blog?
No, I don't. Of
course you don't.
And I've got probably about 3 years worth of stuff on
You
there.
might want to do this.
I should probably think about doing this.
Watch this segment. Whenever it's funny because I think we've all learned, maybe we don't do it, but we need to back up our local data, right? But we just assume, well, it's a website, it's safe, right? No. I've lost many a thing on a website.
Really?
Back up, I've learned. That's how we usually do learn. Something terrible happens, so we're going to prevent that. So let's get to our callers here. We've got some great ones I see, and our first call of the day is...
A Jeopardy winner.
A Jeopardy winner?
So
Can you phrase that as a question?
A Jeopardy winner. Who is Brett from Whitehorse in the Yukon Territory?
A Jeopardy winner? Hello, Brett.
Hello, Leo.
Oh, man, you must be super smart to get on Jeopardy.
Well, I think I was kind of lucky, too.
You have to take a lot of tests and stuff, though, right?
Yeah, you do. That's true.
I am impressed. I have my brother-in-law, who is the dean of a major university, can't get into Jeopardy. He can't pass. Oh, look, there's you and Alex Trebek.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm impressed. So now, here's the question.
I actually drove 700 miles to Fairbanks when they did the tryout.
Oh, well, you really wanted to get on. How did you do?
I won one day, so I can actually claim to be a Jeopardy champion.
That's a pretty good feeling. That's wonderful. And you won some money, and you got the glory of it, and for the rest of your life, you'll always be known as a Jeopardy champion.
Absolutely. And now it's me on here to meet you, Leo. This is wonderful.
Well, I tell you, I'm not as smart as Alex Trebek, but at least I can phrase sentences as a sentence, not a question. So give me your question.
All right, well, and it has to do with my Jeopardy appearance, of course.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure that I preserved that in the best format that I could.
Of course you do.
So I went to my local cable company, and I bought a high-definition PVR, and I taped recorded my 2 appearances on that.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if there's some way to get a high-definition copy of, if I could pull those files off of the PVR directly.
That's, of course, what you want to do. And you know that they're on that hard drive in that DVR in perfect condition and ready to go and blah. Yeah, guess what? Hollywood and the networks are conspiring to keep you from getting that copy off, even though you absolutely have a legitimate right to it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they don't want you to, because think about it. An HD DVR would be a great piracy device. You just record those high-def movies as they come in over the cable, put them on a DVD. You could go out in the front of your house and put them on a blanket and sell them. And don't you know we're all just a bunch of pirates?
Oh, no.
At least that's what the movie companies think. So they do prevent that. And what they do is they scramble. Now, it depends on your DVR, but all modern DVRs, they scramble the data on the hard drive. So even if you could get it off, like take out the hard drive and put it in another computer and take off the file, even then it wouldn't be of any use. So, I mean, who makes the DVR that you have?
It's a Motorola DVR, and it actually does have a FireWire port in the back.
Oh, yeah, but that's just a tease.
No.
Doesn't do nothing. The cable companies do this. Motorola makes these. Scientific Atlanta does the same thing. They make these with USB ports and FireWire ports, but it's up to the cable company whether they're going to enable them or not. And no cable company wants to enable them in terms of getting data off, because if they did, you'd be stealing. They think. This is why, I mean, it drives me crazy. No, we just, look, we've got a hard drive, it fills up, I want to put them on a DVD so I can watch the show later or something. There's all sorts of legitimate reasons. Now, the good news is you probably have some sort of analog output from that. Maybe you don't, it's an HD DVD. Do you have a component jacks, or do you have composite video jacks coming off of that?
It does have a component output, yeah.
Okay, so that's good, that's unprotected. So the best thing to do is to get that component analog content, import it into your computer, then burn a DVD from there. I presume you have a computer. I'm seeing you on Skype.
Exactly, yeah.
Seems like a safe bet, right? So that's probably the best thing to do. So now what you need is an analog to digital converter. Yes, I know on the hard drive it's digital, but it's not digital in any form that you're allowed to use it, unfortunately. So a number of companies make these. What kind of computer you have, Windows or Mac?
Windows.
Okay. I would go to Pinnacle Systems. Don't get the cheap one. Actually, we have to find one that uses component. So let's go to pinnaclesys.com. They make a variety of, I think, very good capture devices. We want one, ideally, that does FireWire. That's going to give you the best result. Let's look at the Pinnacle Studio products and see if we can get something that's going to work for you. The key is going to be capturing this in from the component. Do you have, out of curiosity, you have a composite out as well?
I believe there's a composite out as well, yeah.
Yeah, this is what we call the analog hole. Absolutely there are devices like this one that have composite, as you can see, composite input. Finding component input is going to be the key, and I'm going to have to do some searching for one that does component. If, worst case, you do composite, it's not so bad. You burn a DVD of it. The truth is, remember, this is standard definition television you're recording, so it's not, well, maybe not. I guess Jeopardy's high def, isn't it?
They are high def copies, and I copied them off of high def channels.
Yeah. Do you have a Blu-ray burner? Or
I do not, but I'm planning to get one eventually.
That'd be another thing you need. I mean, to get the high def version of this is going to require some expense, $150 for the capture card, then God knows how much for a Blu-ray burner, and then if you can find Blu-ray blanks, they'll probably cost $20. Yeah, good luck finding them because nobody's making them yet. So all in all, this is to get a high-def copy of this is going to be tough. You could just store that DVR until it gets easy. But you have to take advantage of what they call the analog hole, which is, even though it's digital content on that hard drive, you have to record it from the analog output. They can't copy protect the analog output, or they don't, in most cases. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to play it on your TV and things like that.
Right.
Hey, I got a question for you, though.
Yes, sir.
As of 2006, you could take a 48-hour ride between these two cities with a stretch on the world's highest railroad.
Yeah, you would have to do that.
I wouldn't have gotten it either. This is the question he missed on the second game. What are...
Beijing and Lhasa.
You know it now.
Oh, yeah. I'm always going to know that one.
No, that must hurt. I'm sorry I did that. We'll never ask that question again. Hey, I think that's so thrilling to have been on Jeopardy. That's very cool. And I congratulate you on your win. A Jeopardy champion, our first. I'm going to look and see if I could find a video capture device that uses a component in. That's what you'd like to do. At least get it on your computer in high def. You could store it there on a high def. And when you get a Blu-ray or a high def burner, you can burn it off at that point. But at least you'll have it on your computer in high def. And that's what I would do. You could save it forever that way. All right, we're going to take a break. Coming up, Molly Stanberry. She is going to show you something called Seismic. Very cool. Allows you to put video on your blog, on your Twitter. Free and easy. Molly will be with us in just a moment. Stay right here. Welcome back to the lab. Leo Laporte here. Molly Stanberry is here too. She is from MacMost.com and WomenOfWarcraftPodcast.com. She's an online media guru. We're going to talk about something new on Web 2.0, something that I could not get an invitation to.
Whatever, you have an invite.
She got me one. This is actually kind of an interesting startup called Seismic.
Seismic.
What is Seismic?
Seismic is an online video conversation. It's a rather small group right now. It's all alpha.
As you see this, we expect it will be available for you to try.
As you see this, it'll be available at the end of January, early February.
Roughly around when this airs.
For the beta.
So you'd still have to ask to get in.
You'd still have to get an invitation.
Okay. So what happens? So you got an invitation.
I got an invitation.
You're in that small, tight group. How did you get an invitation?
I just, you meet people at conferences and you become friends with people who have invitation codes.
See, foolish me, I just went to the website, filled out my name, and they...
No, I did that too, and I didn't get one. I did the same thing. You just have to find different ways.
Leo what?
Leo,
Okay, so you've got your account there. You go to seesmic.com.
This is the page that the viewers will see at this point, or so you're going to have...
If you sign up, not people who will see your videos.
No, I'm talking about any Joe Blow who goes
wants
to the site.
To use this, yeah.
Who goes to the site right now. This is what you're going to see. Already have an account, have an invitation code. I'm going to click on the already have an account.
So now we're going to go into this is the stuff that you don't get to see.
This is behind the scenes.
This is pretty.
C'est belle.
So this allows you to record video in the website?
Yes.
So you have a camera on your Mac, so you can do that.
I have a camera on my Mac. Let me go ahead and post a video real quick. Do you want to record a quick little...
Really? Just like that, huh?
Yeah.
This is using that flat... Oh, look at that. Okay.
From Lab with Leo. So I'm going to put in a title. We're on so many different cameras. We're overexposed right now.
Yeah, tell me about it.
All right. So I'm going to push this big red button. You want to step into the frame? So this is us recording the video on the Lab with Leo.
Yeah.
This is, you might know this guy.
Where's my invitation, Loic?
He totally just spiked the audio way out of control.
Okay, now stop it.
All right, here we go.
So you don't want to do long ones on this.
No, you want to keep them short. My rule is under a minute, because when I'm watching people's stuff, it's like, it's too long.
So it should be, so this is kind of, you likened it a little bit to something like Twitter or Jaiku or accounts where it's a little microblog, a little tiny slice.
Tiny little slice of what's going on, just like a video conversation, and it's great because you can go, people in France, Australia, Germany, China.
But where does this go now that we've made it?
Now that we've made it, it goes to a public timeline right here. And
now, again, do you have to have an invitation to look at this?
You don't actually, and I was going to show you.
So this part is open to the public.
I could show you on my Twitter, if I have Twitter up.
Yeah.
It posts to a couple different social networks. Coming soon, YouTube, but right now it's.
So, oh, there it is. It posted it.
Yep, see?
Look at that.
Molly Berry.
So that thing we just did?
That thing we just did, I'm going following that link that it posted in Twitter.
And so you click that link in Twitter and it will bring you to a site. Now, it's a very barren site. It just shows the video.
It's a standalone video.
Okay.
But there you go. There you have it, is the one that we just recorded.
So this is us recording the video on the lab with Leo.
Yeah.
You know this guy.
All right, so there's that.
Oh my God, I sound like an insane man. You don't want to ever see yourself
debatable.
on camera. Okay, so that's cool.
Yeah.
So can I put that on my blog, or is it just Twitter,
you can
or?
Put it on your blog. There's a couple different ways you can upload video too. You can post a URL from like YouTube or wherever. Or
Now, unlike YouTube, it's not embeddable. So, well, on Twitter, it's not embeddable. Could I embed this on a blog so that I could? Like they have embed code? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, they do. Right here.
So you could embed this on a blog as well. So this would be a very easy way to record a short video thing.
And you can copy the link to post just standalone video, just like we just saw.
Oh, that's neat. Not that anybody would want to see that.
Right.
Okay. That's appalling. Appalling. I am embarrassed. So why would somebody want to do this? Well, how do you use it, and how do other people use this?
People use it to have conversation, just like this. People use it.
So they'll post interviews, in effect.
You can post interviews. You can post thoughts, ideas,
it's like
debates.
A diary.
You can ask a question to the world, like, "What should I blog about today?" You know, and have tons of people. You know, it's like it's funny, it's stupid, it's boring, it's whatever people are.
It's
basically.
like a blog or any other web content.
Yeah.
And now, what else can we do? I understand that Matt made a message. Should we see Matt's message?
Yeah, I friended Matt, so you can follow people just like on Twitter.
So once you're a member of this thing, then it's like a video Twitter. You follow people and you see what they say.
You see what they say.
Oh, boy.
You're up to you're notified, and it's in your little.
Is there a oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Greetings from Matt Harris here at the lab.
So is there a community? We don't care what Matt says.
Yeah.
Is there a community? Is there a community of people now, like there is on Twitter, posting all the time?
Posting all the time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And is there anything interesting, or is this just kind of silly?
There's lots of interesting stuff. People talk about. Oh God. People talk about all kinds of.
It's kind of an interesting idea, using video instead of text
to communicate
to talk with each other.
As a woman, honestly, it's so much more helpful because I'm watching somebody talk.
You look at people's faces.
The faces and the eyes.
Some people are like that. They don't want to see the text. They want to see the face.
I think it's cool.
There's also a mashup.
Yes.
What's that?
There's a shows tab. Right there.
So people can actually do their shows this way.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's coming. They want to start building shows around different seismic users, people who are popular.
Like
really,
Veronica Belmont,
yeah,
she's a heavy seismic user.
Yeah, people who are really fun in the community. Right now they have a daily mashup of just like whatever went on that day. Like
I guess they don't feel that I would be a good person to have on that site because I am personally not as interesting as some other people like Matt Harris. No, I'm just kidding. Seismic should be open by now. If it not, it will be soon. And this might be a tool that you would use in conjunction with your other Web 2.0 stuff that you're doing if you're a content creator. Yeah. Are you using this now on your sites?
Not on my sites yet, but I'm using Seismic heavily. I'm heavily addicted.
You like Twittering type micro video blog, I guess. It's a whole new category.
How can I tell everybody what's going on every day, every second of every day? That's me.
Well, there are a lot of people who probably want to know what Molly's up to. She's very popular, the host of MacMost.com, Women of Warcraft Podcast.com, and her new blog, which she just started, which is mollystanberry.com. And she is Molly Berry on Twitter. And what are you on Seismic if we want to follow?
Molly Berry.
Molly Berry.
Molly Berry.
Like Holly, but Molly. Got it. And Y, not E.
Right, and not at all like Holly.
It's nice to talk to you. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, totally.
I have to try this.
You're on now.
If only I could get an invitation.
You have an invitation?
I know I like being like the outsider. I like to pretend nobody likes me. Even if it's true. Let's get a close-up of something you'd find commonly around the lab. This is it. Looks like a wax candle, doesn't it? Or perhaps a gripper of some kind. I don't know. What do you think it is? We'll zoom out and find out when the lab continues. Stay right here. Handler. What is that? Let's zoom out. Oh, it's an Olfa knife. Oh, okay. Obviously, I knew that. Thank you, Matt. I'll tell you, Sean is good. Sean Harris. I call him Matt Harris, and I'm calling him Sean Harris. Sean Carruthers is the guy who does that with his super duper macro lens. Now, Kate Abraham, I know who you are.
Absolutely.
Let's get another caller on the show.
I have Daniel, and he's from Ottawa in Ontario.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello, Leo. Thank you for taking my call today.
But of course, thank you for calling. What can I do for you?
I have a rather bizarre problem with my wife's PC.
Okay.
It's an older machine. It's always been very quirky. It's much stabler now that I've been using XP Pro.
I love quirky machines. Isn't that great?
Yes, well, it was worse on ME, Windows ME.
ME was quirky. Now yeah, you can blame ME for that, not anything else. Yeah.
She wanted a new keyboard, and she asked me to get her a wireless one.
Okay.
And so, since it's cheaper than remodeling the kitchen, I said, no problem.
Anything you want, honey, under $150.
That's it. So I got her a wireless keyboard and mouse.
Good.
The installation went very, very well.
Right.
The keyboard and the mouse work perfectly.
Yeah.
The problem now is the PC doesn't shut down.
Oh, that's interesting.
It does shut down, but it restarts immediately.
And it comes right back on.
Yeah.
And this absolutely happened when you started using that keyboard.
Yes, I tried taking off the keyboard.
That's the first
putting
thing.
The old one.
Yeah, and?
It did exactly the same thing, so I did a...
That's interesting. So even without the keyboard, it's still restarting?
Yes.
That's good. You know, that's a very good diagnostic. Probably the first one I'd suggest. Let's see if there's a short circuit in the keyboard or some button that's turning a machine on. So take it off, put on the old one, but it still happens.
Yeah, so what I did is I did a safe... I used a feature that allows to go to a previous configuration.
Yes.
And it stopped doing it.
Aha. Well, I think it's pretty clear the keyboard installed some software.
Yes.
Did the keyboard come with a disk?
No, it's a Microsoft one. It was recognized very easily by
Oh, yeah. It does. Here's the thing. It does come with software, but it's built into Windows. So when you first plug it in, it's a Microsoft product. Microsoft says, you've put on the super duper wireless Microsoft instead of remodeling the kitchen keyboard, and we will install that right away. And so it did the whole thing, you know. The little window pops up installing, now it's okay to go ahead and use your keyboard. That is installing a driver. Just because it didn't ask for a disk, it just means that that driver is already present. I would say without a doubt that driver is what's doing it. You said wireless. Does it have a wireless dongle or is it Bluetooth?
Honestly, I don't know. It's a USB connection in the back.
Okay, so yeah, it has a little wireless dongle. You know, it sounds to me like what's happening. You've done great diagnostic work, by the way. You've done exactly what I would suggest doing. Diagnosing a problem like this kind of troubleshooting, really is a process of elimination. We slowly eliminate the variables till we figure out what it was. You took off the hardware, it wasn't the hardware, so then you reverted back to an older version of Windows. Aha, that fixed it. So now we know it's something that happened when you installed this, and I think what happened is that it's that driver. So there's a couple of things you can do. What I suspect the reason the driver's why would the driver restart? That's a very odd thing. I would say it's a bug in the driver. So what I would probably do is go to Microsoft's site and see if you can get an updated driver for that keyboard, updated software for that keyboard. Have you looked?
I must admit I didn't look. I just tried to troubleshoot the problem.
Yeah. I would say that might be the first thing that you would want to do. Microsoft, so you have the Microsoft Wireless Optical Desktop Pro, is that what you have? Something like that.
Yes, I don't. Wireless Optical Desktop 700.
700.
So that's what it came.
Okay. I would, not the best reviews on this thing. I would.
Quirky.
Quirky, yes. I would say go to the Microsoft site and see if they have updated software for this. They do have some troubleshooting results on here. Let me just see, out of curiosity, if it says something about rebooting the machine. You never know. This is the Microsoft tech note on this. How do we sign up for temporary files now? They do have a troubleshooting page, which you can get at the support.microsoft.com site. And you see, as you can see, there's quite a few things that they have to troubleshoot here. I bet you clearly it's a software issue. I bet you installing new software from the Microsoft site will fix this. I'm looking to see if they say, there's quite a few things that can happen to this thing. But I don't see anything about spontaneous rebootion. But that's probably what's due to the software. I would download the new IntelliPoint software. They put, the stuff that comes with Windows is not the latest. Get the latest one for XP Pro and see if that helps. That's a weird problem. You did I'm impressed though. You did exactly the right thing at figuring out what was going on with it. Sean is the hipster. Have you ever had that experience with the wireless keyboard forcing your machine back on after you turned it off?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
He's listening to something.
I can't
Do you
hear
have
you.
headphones in?
I have headphones
What is that?
in.
You know, you look good in that. You look like Tom Cruise. Give me a big toothy smile. Tom Cruise, my God! He's here in person. So what is that you're wearing, Mr. Cruz?
Well, Mr. Laporte, I'm wearing the Oakley Split Thump.
Oh, okay.
Which is...
I've seen the original Oakley Thumps. These look different.
Right. So what this is it's a set of sunglasses that has an MP3 player
It's not split
built
thumb.
right in. Split thumb.
It's thump.
I split my thumb earlier on.
Is it split thumb or thump?
Thump.
Like thump. Okay.
Yeah. So what this is again, it has an MP3 player built right into the arms.
You can see
and
right here on his
right here.
arms. On his arms.
And you know what the nice thing about this is? It's actually very discreet. This doesn't look discreet, but this is just the sticker that's over top, and we're using this for
take that off.
So we can take this off, and then it just looks.
I see.
Let's see if we can do that. So there we go.
Oh, now you just look like.
Yeah. So it's impossible to tell that these are MP3 sunglasses, except for the earphones that are dangling.
No, but you
down
wouldn't
here.
notice that. Yeah. That's very cool.
But you know what? When you don't need the earphones, just take them
Snap them off. Then you look like an average dork.
Then you look like an average.
Now, let me ask you something.
Yes.
The original Thumps didn't have a lot of memory. How much memory are on these?
This one has, I think, about 512 in the
just
model.
a few albums.
It's a few albums. It's not something that you're gonna, get an iPod Nano's worth of material into. So it's.
You could put a whole book on tape on it though, while you're listening, skiing up and down the slopes.
It's adequate. It's adequate for a.
And does the sound good?
Sound is really good.
Does it thump?
It does thump.
Okay, let's get your shinies and your dolls.
I can't see the screen at all in these sunglasses.
It's very expensive, $270.
Yeah, they're pretty pricey, but the good thing is that it does have a pretty discreet design. The MP3 playback is built in, and it does sound good. And the buds do detach when they're not needed.
And when you say no driver required, that means you can hook it up to Windows very
it connects
easily.
by
You
USB.
just copy it right over.
Yeah, and you can connect it to Mac, which is what I used actually to copy things over. The downside of it, unfortunately, is you could lose the earbuds.
They come out pretty easily.
Yeah, they come off easily, and it does come with a little carrying case, but you could still lose them, and once they're gone, forget about it.
You need a new thumb.
And it's expensive, of course, and as you mentioned, not much onboard memory.
But you left off one, and you look like Tom Cruise when you're wearing it.
Is that shiny or dull?
I think that's a good question, actually. I don't know. We'll put that in the neutral column, depending on your taste.
Oh, and shiny. These things do configure fairly well.
It looks like, you can put it on any kind of ear.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have more of your calls coming up in just a little bit. Thank you, Sean. That's very cool. First, our quick quiz question of the day. This is it. Where is cell phone giant Nokia based? It is not, as they said in Transformers, or is it? In Tokyo, Japan, Hong Kong, China, Singapore, or Espoo, Finland? Espoo, Finland, come on. Go to the website, give us the answer. We'll talk about it a little later on when the lab continues.
Hey, welcome back to the Lab with Leo. I'm Kate Abraham, and now it's time for our tip of the day. And this is a great travel resource if you're planning a trip abroad, or if you just want to be traveling abroad. For me, it's the wannabe, but it's the National Geographic Travel Magazine online. Fantastic site. It's such a beautiful site to use, very easy. The cool thing is it's more about travel than tourism, so you get to see more actually of the countries that you want to see rather than the beaches and the beautiful skies. I understand Leo is actually heading off to Cairo soon.
Yes.
So there's a great little article in this month about Cairo destination.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that's the nationalgeographic.com/traveler.
Yeah, I'm doing all the research I can right now. You've been to Cairo.
I have actually. I went to Hurghada and I went to Luxor as well. So
was it wonderful?
It's beautiful. It's stunning because there's so much culture that you just can't imagine you're actually seeing because it's so old. It's crazy to see. You can't get your head around the fact that this is so old.
And we've all seen so many pictures of it. It's probably hard to realize it's real when you're actually looking
when you're
at
actually at the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens in Luxor, it's amazing.
I'll put a bunch of pictures on my Flickr. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic.
So let's get another caller on, shall we?
Absolutely. We have Mark, and he is from Winter Springs in Florida.
Oh, hey, Mark, how are you?
Good, Leo. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Are you a snowbird, or do you spend all year long there?
We're here all year long.
Oh, I'm so jealous. How can I help you today?
Well, we've got several computers, 3 of them actually in our house, and we've got iTunes on all of them. And I want to know how to keep the iTunes library synced between the 3 computers.
Join the club. So I have a very similar problem. My daughter has her iTunes account. My son has his. I have mine. Unfortunately, I'm finding frequently they'll buy a song that I've already purchased because they didn't know that we had it already. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And you get duplications. So it is the Holy Grail. There are a couple of ways to do this. Of course, we share our iTunes library. When you're in iTunes, you can turn on sharing, but that doesn't really solve this problem, and mostly because my kids aren't going to see what's in Dad's library anyway. But I should just show you this, that if you turn on sharing, it's in the iTunes preferences under sharing, you can share, and it's not the default, share my library in the local network. Now what that means is that when the next time somebody uses iTunes on our network at home, it'll say, you know, Dad's library, and they can play any song from it. They can listen to it. It streams over the network. If you have a relatively fast network, should be no problem, even wireless. You can play the music. It's just as if that iTunes library is available locally. It doesn't merge the libraries, though, so each of us has our own library. So that's one way to do it. If you want to have a central library, you can also do that, and there's two ways to accomplish that. Probably the best way would be to get a central network-attached storage. This is a hard drive that is not on a computer, but is just on the network, and put everything on that. You know, you're going to have to do once, you're going to have to sync all three libraries, move them over to that so you don't have duplications. That's possible. There's lots of ways to do that to avoid duplications. I use a program called ChronoSync for the Mac. Are you Mac or Windows?
Windows.
Windows. There are programs like Microsoft Sync Toy that will do that. The idea being copy a file if it doesn't already exist on the network attached storage. But you only do this once. You get everything moved over to the network attached storage. The next thing you have to do is make sure that that drive is mapped on your Windows machine. In other words, it shows up as a local drive. You can do that from the Explorer. The network attached storage will be by default already be in shared mode. You know, you don't have to worry about that. But you're going to then select Map Network Drive from Windows Explorer, and you're going to say, okay, I want drive. I use M, so I'll remember that's media or music. You'll find that on the server, and you'll click Reconnect at Login. Now, every time you boot any of your machines, your music drive, even though it's not local, will show up as the M drive on all of those different Windows machines. It's one single network drive. It's on the network, shared with everybody. So now we've got a central library. You do have to go back into iTunes and say, okay, my iTunes library is not where it would normally be. You do that in the Advanced tab of the Preferences. You're going to just choose a new location, and that's easy. Just choose the iTunes Music folder location. In this case, you're going to say it's on the M drive, point to that, and now you'll have one single iTunes library that all of your machines are playing off of. Do you follow me on that?
Yeah.
The key is this kind of a device. This is a network-attached storage. We've shown you many of these. This one is called the Platinum NAS from Micronet. And the idea is we have multiple drives in here. There's some other advantages to doing this. For instance, this can also be used as a backup drive. You have your backup programs run every night and backup files to M. It can also be used, because it supports multiple drives, it can be used in a RAID configuration that makes it more robust. If one of the drive fails, we just pull it out, put a new one in, and we don't lose any data. So your music library is more protected this way. I use a RAID 5 network attached storage. D-Link makes them, Netgear makes them. In front, this is, as I said, this is from Micronet. There are a lot of different companies that make these. They range in price depending on storage. Usually around $800 or $900 you can get a terabyte, which should be enough for even the largest music libraries. Yeah. When you do a NAS, you could also have the NAS act as an iTunes library sharing the music. But generally what I would do is have those drives mount automatically. That way when they buy songs, it automatically copies those songs to the NAS, things like that. Does that make sense?
So if I buy a song on one of the computers, will it show up in the library of the other computers?
Yeah, because there's only one library.
Okay.
So everything gets downloaded to that library and stays there. So you're all sharing a single library.
Okay.
All the playlists are the same. Everything's the same because that library is living on this NAS, which looks to each of those Windows machines like its own iTunes library. It's actually a very cool way to do it.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. It's a great question. I know a lot of people want to do it. It's too bad you have to spend $1,000 to make it happen, but
exactly.
You already got 3 computers. Let's add to it. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care. More of your calls coming up with the lab right after this. We're good at you spending your money.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Minus 30, if you just go a few more degrees, it won't matter if it's Celsius or Fahrenheit, right? Isn't that minus 40 that they meet in the middle? Minus 30! Robert, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you inside?
Yes, I am. It's actually about minus 20 now.
Oh, it's warming up. It's spring. What can I do for you?
Well, I had a very slow startup problem a little over a month ago, and like it would take like from when I'd press the button there until my desktop showed up, it took like 5 minutes there, and other than that, the computer was running fast and really good.
Oh, interesting. So it was only on startup.
Yeah, and other people said, well, check what's running in the background, and I did some auto run stuff, and I couldn't really find anything obtrusive. There was no virus or anything that I could find. And like I had mentioned in a later email to you guys, I go on your site a lot, and I downloaded one of these icon programs that you had on there, Iconoid or something.
Yep.
And oddly enough, the next day when I turned the computer on, it was as fast as it was when it was brand new.
I love it.
And I would like to know what happened.
Yeah, you narrowed it down. That's really interesting. So what happens on Windows is that in order for it to display the cache, the icons in any folder, and we'll just go into my computer and show you, as you go through these folders. In order to display these icons, Windows caches them. Otherwise, it wouldn't pop up in the way that it does. Actually works best with document folders. We just don't have any documents in here. These just wouldn't pop up unless it cached them ahead of time. In other words, especially on a folder with a lot of files in it, in order to figure out each individual icon in each individual file, it would have to spend a lot of time reading the disk. And it would take minutes just to open a folder. So Windows maintains what we call an icon cache. That is a file with all of this icon information in it that it can load very quickly. It keeps it indexed and so forth. My guess is that you had a corrupt, damaged, or just gigantic icon cache, and that's what was taking so long. Now, this isn't going to be true for everybody. I'm sure there are people watching who say, oh, my Windows takes 5 minutes, but maybe it will be true for many of them. There's a lot of things Windows does when it first starts up, including loading that icon cache. Now I'm in Vista, so I'm not sure if they still call it shell icon cache, but that's what they called it in Windows XP. Are you in Windows XP or?
XP, Home, Service Pack 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I would say it's a flaw in the overall design of the system. It should be something that the system should automatically keep an eye on and protect you against. But in fact, the icon cache can just get really, really big, and you should be able to flush it very easily. Unfortunately, in order to flush it, you usually have to run a program like Iconoid, or you can go into this is a registry hack. You can go into the shell icon cache key, max cached icons in your Windows current version Explorer, and you can lower that number or increase that number till you get it to do what you want it to do. I think what most likely happened is you had a damaged file. Windows tries to read it, finally reads it, and everything's running fine after that. So that Iconoid program or whatever program you installed, what it did was it blasted that cache out. You started with a fresh one, and boom, everything's better. It's a good thing to keep an eye on. There is a very good program, and I recommend it for all versions of Windows, called Tweak UI, that has a little feature that will just delete the icon cache and start over. And I wish Microsoft had made that kind of part of the operating system, but it didn't. So you have to go to, if you Google Tweak UI, T-W-E-A-K-U-I, all one word, it'll take you right to the Microsoft Power Toys for Windows XP, and you can download it as a control panel applet. There's lots of other good toys here too, by the way. But Tweak UI is just really handy. It's a great way to delete that icon cache. It's built into Tweak UI, so you can easily modify that. In fact, I'm going to install it right now on our machine, because we ought to have that too. Interesting problem, Robert. I'm glad you found the solution. It's one of those things that can drive you crazy for years. People will end up rebuilding their system just because they can never figure it out, and it could be just as simple as deleting the icon cache. Same thing will happen with fonts. If you have an awful lot of fonts or there's a bad font, it can take a long time to load those fonts in.
You like finding a needle in a haystack.
He thanks you, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Because it was your recommendation.
Yeah, Iconoid?
Iconoid.
Yeah,
That
Iconoid's
fixed
great.
it.
I tell you, for anyone running Parallels and they just go crazy because their icons every time you switch,
Right.
Iconoid, ever since I installed it, I haven't had a problem since.
And it must be a side effect of Iconoid that it somehow changed the icon cache. It's a very strange thing, but it did.
There's so much going on in these computers.
It is. They're awfully complicated. Now, it's time for another free file. Who knows? This one could speed up Windows Boot 2 inadvertently.
Maybe.
Maybe
but it's
not.
for Mac, so I don't know if it will.
Seems unlikely, then.
What
is this?
This is FF MPEG-X. Now,
Oh, yeah.
Video encoding is a bit of a dark art. There's a lot going on. We've had Dr. Ivan Bayachin. There's a lot of things that are powerful that you, as a user or consumer, you just don't know how to do. Well, this kind of simplifies it. It's for Mac, and it's a download, and it lets you encode video. So what I can do here is I have this little video file here, and it's me on lab rats. And it's in an M4V format, which is for your iPod, I believe. So what we're going to do is we're going to drag it over here, and we're going to insert it. And now we can choose to convert it into...
Boy, that's easy.
It's
Look at
drag
all
and
those
drop.
different formats.
MOVs, XVID, DivX, 3GP. Now, you have to follow a bit of an install process. It's not the easiest install in the world, but there's step-by-step instructions. I'll point you there. Because legally speaking, they can't give you...
You have to get the codecs.
You have to get the codecs. They can't provide the codecs with this kind of skin. They have to. You have to install them. So, but it's
This is a program that's been around for a long time in Unix and on. It's an open source program.
I saw the changelog going back to like 2002 or something like that.
It's a great program.
Yeah.
And some programs like, I believe, I may be wrong, but Visual Hub and Handbrake, I think, use these libraries.
I actually think MPEG Streamclip, which I've shown off before, I think it uses a version.
This is the deal.
This is where you go.
The real deal.
This is where
FFmpegX, and it's free.
It's absolutely free.
Where would I get that?
You go to labcleo.com, free files, Jules. I'll take you there.
Have you backed up your blog lately?
No.
I knew it. She hasn't either.
No, I haven't.
Nope, I haven't either. So maybe we better find out how to back up your blog.
I have a feeling it's going to be soon.
Tris Hussey will tell you everything you need to know as the lab continues. You stay right here. But first, our quick quiz question of the day. I should state this as a statement, and then you could state your answer as a question. Where is cell phone giant Nokia based? Tokyo, Japan, Hong Kong, China, Singapore, or Espoo? Is that a word? Espoo, Finland. Think about it. We'll tell you when the lab continues. Lab, before the break, we asked you, well, cell phone giant Nokia is based. Well, don't make the mistake that guy made in the Transformers when he said, Nokia, the greatest company out of Japan. No, it's Espoo, Finland. The Finnish make the finest cell phones. There also is where Ericsson is from.
And
they practically
handheld
invented
devices,
the cell phone. Yeah,
and you can do so many cool things over there with cell phones.
And in fact, I think text messaging is also Finnish. So
I believe it is.
A friend of mine who's Finnish said, yeah, it's because we Finns are shy and we don't want to talk to, tell people we're breaking up with them in person, so we invented text messaging so we can send a message.
Great, so they started it. Man, it's all their fault.
Tris, somebody just got in trouble for calling in sick via text message, but then the Scottish courts ruled, no, that's okay.
Yeah,
You can do that.
You can do that.
Tris Hussey is here. He is the editor of Blog Nation at ca.blognation.com and is a pro blogger who knows all about tweaking and tricking out your blog. We're going to show you probably one of the least sexy, but the most important things you can do on your blog.
Very important. Now, I caught an earlier show where you said your blog gets backed up automatically and goes to your Gmail.
Right.
Well, I do the same thing. And before we get really geeky with just WordPress, people don't think about backing up their blog.
Well, isn't it safe? Doesn't my host back it up for me?
Yeah, well, they do and they don't. And the thing is, like your posts, especially for WordPress and movable type, they're stored in a database, and that might not be backed up, like you think.
Or you might get something that is hard to restore.
Exactly. Or
it's backed up to last week, and you've got 20 things that you wrote that you don't want to lose.
Exactly. So, for your posts, there's really one or two ways to easily do this.
Okay.
The easiest way is if your blog this platform has an export function, you can usually export to XML.
Right.
It'll be one file that should have all of your posts.
So look at the management console of your blog and see if there's a way to export
Exactly.
your blog.
So I know Blogware has this, WordPress has this, WordPress.com, but Blogger doesn't have this.
Blogger doesn't.
Blogger, you can't export your posts.
Is there no way to back up a Blogger blog?
Well,
because that's a problem. I know a lot of people use Blogger.
Exactly. Now, you can say, oh, I will...
And you trust Blogger that maybe they're going to be backing it up
but
for
still, you could write a post that completely scours your blog. It's not hard to do. I'm sure you've done it. I've left an open HTML tag and the whole thing, and you have to delete the post or something. I found this service called Blog Backup Online. It's in beta, just like everything else, but it's a free account. You get about 50 megs of storage. You can add in your blog, WordPress, Blogger, whatever, and it goes in and backs up all the posts for you.
And the key is it does it automatically.
And it does it automatically every night. You can download that as an export file.
See, sure, you can export by hand, but nobody ever does.
No one ever does.
You need something that does it without your intervention.
Exactly. And that's what, you can't always trust that your host is going to be backing it up, their Blogger isn't going to die on you, or if you want to move your blog. If you want to move your blog from Blogger to something real, then you need a copy of those posts.
I used Blog Backup Online to move my Vox blog to WordPress. There was no export in Vox, just like there is in Blogger, but I was able to get it backed up into Blog Backup Online and then output it as RSS, which I could then import into WordPress, and it actually worked pretty well.
It works very nice.
I got all my files.
Exactly, and all the comments, they should all be there.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about the next thing that you should back up, your template.
Oh, yeah, because you put some work into designing it, right?
How many tweaks have you put on your templates? Yeah,
Lots.
Me too. So, for Blogger, they have everything in one file.
So you can just copy it?
You can just copy it, and they've now improved it so there's a little link when you go into edit the HTML. Assuming if you're getting geeky with your template, you might want to download a copy first.
Right.
That's where you go.
Idea. Yeah.
For WordPress, you're going to have to FTP in. And remember what into the themes directory, which is usually wherever your blog root is, /WP content /themes, and then pull down the theme that you.
It's not a bad idea to periodically copy the whole WP content folder, because that has uploads of images, it has themes, it has all your plugins. So that is the one big customization most people do to WordPress. If you get that whole folder, you're actually pretty good.
You're pretty good, but here's the last thing for WordPress. You and I both use this. We're actually on your blog.
I love this.
WP Backup. I love this.
It's a plugin.
It's a plugin for WordPress, and and it automatically backs up your blog for you, like you.
You can see that once daily I email it to myself.
And I do the same thing. Once daily I get an email from there.
You notice I don't include all the tables. There's stuff in there that I don't really want to keep, logins and so forth, but I keep all of my posts, and that's the most important thing that you want to keep.
Some of the other things you might want to back up your OpenID things, maybe your PodPress stats.
Depends if you use it. I have that there, but I don't use PodPress.
Yeah.
So
but
things like that.
The important things, which are the comments, the links, your options. Now, what this is doing is making a copy of the database. And this is if something goes really south, you're going to have to get geeky with importing your database through SQL. But you know what? If you've really gone that south, I'm sure your
somebody
host
will
help you out.
Yeah.
And it's not that
help
hard.
You. It's not such a big deal. It's a simple MySQL command. The most important thing is do the backup. If the worst happens, then you can worry about getting it restored.
And so you're ready for disaster, or if you want to move.
Yeah. Very important.
Very, very important.
Yeah, it was a big deal for me because I have blog posts in 7 or 8 different engines, and I really I just want one place, and I want it somewhere that I can keep it forever. Because I know, in 20 years I might want to look back on my life and say, boy, I wasted a lot of time.
Why was I blogging that? Why was I blogging that? What does it matter?
Why was I writing that down? So then I'll be able to, because I have it all backed up.
There you go.
Hey, thank you, Tris. Really great to talk to you. Look for Tris on Blog Nation. It's ca.blognation.com, and his own website, which is
Larix Consulting.
LARIX Consulting. Thank you.
That should be a quiz question. What larynx is?
What is a larynx? Not a larynx.
Not a larynx.
Is it a kind of bug?
It's a tree.
Who knew? What kind of tree? A good tree?
It's a larch tree.
It's a larch.
Yeah.
And you just like that tree?
It's the only deciduous conifer.
There you go. Name a deciduous conifer. What is a larynx? We'll have final words for you right after this. Stay right here. kind of a create your own content online show. But we talk about that a lot, and I like to talk about it because I think that that's one of the most exciting things about technology.
Absolutely.
Getting to publish yourself, right?
Completely.
Yeah. You're starting to like this video blog thing, aren't you?
I'm feeling a lot more confident with it, yes.
She likes it. She's loving it. Where is Kate's blog?
It is at labwithleo.com/Kate/blog.
And you can also go there and fill out that form if you have a question for us.
Questions.
Yeah, we'd love to get you on this show. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
We'll see you next time on The Lab. Bye-bye. They also have a refurbished factory direct product, so you could save some money there. So this is another good one, Swan Store, SWANN store.com. I don't blame you. You want to protect your little guy there, Ian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call. It's good to talk to you both.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, this is a good thing to do. Nowadays, you could even just get a little, Logitech QuickCam and hook it up to your PC. The problem with doing it that way is you have to leave it on all the time. You have to run the software all the time. So sometimes it's better just to get a standalone unit. Hey, coming up, Ray Maxwell's going to be here. He's going to show... Hello there. Oh, isn't that cute? He's going to show you how to sharpen your pictures using the unsharp filter. What? You stay right here. We'll explain all when the lab continues.
Life's state.
This, we just need Ray.
Yes.
The rest of us.
But I'm going to show you the first steps of that.
Show us
today.
what it is. First of all, am I right? Is this the unsharp mask filter?
I'm actually going to show you the Smart Sharpen filter in Photoshop today, but it's very similar. What unsharp mask does is very similar. Smart Sharpen is a little smarter.
Smarter. So it's like a tool that uses probably the same technology.
But I'm going to show you today with this pattern that I've got what it really does if we zoom in and look at it and so forth. So
let's sharpen.
Just for a little history,
why do they call it
unsharp mask? Yeah. They used to take when they did it all in the darkroom.
Okay.
You actually make a negative with a piece of film, and you put a piece of glass between it to make it unsharp, and then you sandwich it and go through it, and it actually will make the edges sharper.
It appears to make things crisper.
Right. Right,
Okay.
but you made an unsharp mask to make it happen.
So, and as with many things in Photoshop, they use the analog photographers' names like Dodge, Burn, Unsharp Mask.
Exactly.
That's what people understand.
Exactly.
All right.
So today I have created this pattern, which is just a bunch of concentric circles.
Okay.
And I've blurred it using Gaussian blur.
So we're going to zoom in, we'll see that the lines are not as crisp.
Yeah, they're not as crisp. In fact, I will zoom in here.
It's soft.
And you can see that it is indeed soft.
Yeah.
All right. And now I'm going to come back out here so I can grab my filter.
Now that may be a desirable effect, but sometimes
sometimes we want to. We're going to have a look today and see what these filters really do. I'm going to really exaggerate what's going on.
Now this is in CS3 only, this Smart Sharpen tool?
No, it's in CS2 as well.
Okay.
Yes. And
probably not in Elements,
right.
I'm guessing.
But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kick the amount. First of all, I'm going to go down here and select Gaussian blur because that's the kind of blur that I did to make this. And now I'm going to grab the amount and I'm going to turn it way up so we exaggerate things. And now I'm going to increase the radius, which is going to increase the radius around every edge that it finds there. And look what happens.
It really... I don't know if it's sharp. It does something.
Well, as I exaggerate this, I'm going to really exaggerate it. Let's look at what's happening here. What it's doing is it's taking a certain, this was a solid gray level.
Yeah.
As it approaches a lighter level, it first makes it darker, and then it makes jump to a really lighter edge, and then it goes back to the normal gray.
So it's kind of an optical illusion. It's putting a gradient on there that makes it appear to be a crisper transition.
Right, almost looks three-dimensional.
Yeah.
But that makes it look sharper. Now, if I turn down the radius, you'll see that it happens, it isn't as wide in effect.
Yeah.
And
you probably don't want such a grotesque effect.
Right.
You want an appearance of sharpness without an appearance of three dimensions.
But if you see, if I click on this, see, here's before.
Well, there's a big difference.
And here's after.
Much sharper.
And it
looks like it's coming into focus, actually.
It looks like it snaps into focus. Yeah. All it's doing is putting these little edges where it's going dark and then super light and then back to the tone. So it's overshooting, if you will.
So on a photograph isn't as orderly a picture as this.
Right. I've just chosen this to demonstrate what the filter does.
But it's doing roughly the same thing.
It's doing exactly the same thing.
Interesting.
And I've also blown it up here so you can see the effect. Now, let me just show you the advanced mode of this filter, because what we can do is we can go into the shadow area and we can fade just in the shadows without doing it to the highlights.
That removes some of that 3D effect.
Yeah. See, in our dark shades down here now, I can control how much sharpening in a particular tone area.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And now if I go to the highlights, I can pull the same trick.
Okay.
I can fade the effect. And I can adjust the tonal width and so forth. Now the other thing in the basic sharpen here is I can go to motion blur, and this isn't how I made this blur, but if you moved your camera, you can adjust the direction of the blur and apply this same filter to sharpen the thing and take out motion blur.
Interesting.
But again, it does the basic same effect, and you can also go into lens blur, which is very close to Gaussian blur.
Okay. Okay.
But that's how we make our images sharpen. I would say one more thing about Bruce Fraser's book here, the image sharpening book. What he recommends at the very high end is that the people who really, make their living doing this, they sharpen for the input device, be it scanner or camera. Then they sharpen in Photoshop. Now that's usually done in Adobe Camera Raw. And then they sharpen for the subject matter, if it's a tight pattern, a weave, or something like that. And then finally, they do the final sharpening based on what kind of output, because you sharpen differently for an inkjet printer than you do for an offset press.
That's pretty advanced.
That's very advanced.
3 times. Can you show us kind of the basics that the settings everybody would want to at least play with when they're taking a look at their
Typical
pictures?
settings when you're working on pictures, I usually sharpen around 100 to 150%, and I usually use a radius between 1 and 2 pixels, because that's dealing with the fine detail of a typical picture.
And should you use Gaussian or lens blur?
Usually lens blur, because usually that's what you're dealing with.
Right.
So that's a good starting point.
Excellent. Great information. We have all the details on our website, labwithleo.com. You can also go to Ray's site, maxwellmultimedia.com. He's got photos, all sorts of great stuff.
And I've got a pointer there to an excellent site for Photoshop that actually takes you through this very tutorial called Dr. Brown's Tips and Techniques for Photoshop.
That's Russell Brown. He's great. He's one of the best. He's really fun.
Right.
You are the best. He's just one of them. Ray Maxwell, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Ray. All right, we're going to take a break. Take a look at a very sharp picture of something very close up. You sharpened this. Look at that. That's a great shot. I don't know what it is, though. Do you know? Something commonly found around the lab. Tell you what, we'll zoom out and we'll find out when the lab continues right after this. It is the Shure Music Phone adapter. Yeah, I knew that. That must be the microphone on it. Boy, I tell you, I don't know how he does that. Sean has this super macro lens. He zooms in on this stuff, and it doesn't look anything like it does in real life. Don't show off, Sean. We know what you're doing. Making me crazy.
Just tricking you the whole time.
Yeah. So, Kate, I think we have a caller. It looks like from Australia, judging by the shirt.
Very happy shirt. This is Peter, and he is from Harriettville in Victoria.
I love that shirt, Peter.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are things in Harriettville?
Oh, it's just excellent here.
I bet it is.
Part of the world.
Looks like summer weather there.
Yeah, it's about 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's already about 27, 28 degrees outside.
Man, meanwhile, it's snowing here in Canada. So.
Yeah, well, we're the opposite, aren't we?
Yeah, we are, aren't we? What can I do for you, Peter?
Well, Leo, I've got a friend who gave me this problem, and it's a problem for me too sometimes. In Picasa, when you put in a caption in the edit page, the caption goes in, and then when you try to use that photo in another application, like YouLead DVD Picture Show or something like that, the caption doesn't stay there. I'd like to know how I get the caption to stay there.
It's gone.
So that I can use it in other applications.
Picasa is, I think, a wonderful program. It is from Google now. Google bought it, Picasa. Don't spell it like Picasso. And it is, I think, given that it's free, it is a pretty wonderful photo sharing, cataloging, editing program. And it's beautiful, too. The user interface is fantastic. Now, the good news is Google knows what they're doing. And now, there are many programs that support captioning in a non-standard way and store it in a file somewhere, and then you export your photo, and it's poof, gone. But Google takes your ratings, your captioning, all the extra stuff you're putting, and actually stores it in the photo in an industry standard way. So the good news is those captions are there. Are these JPEG photos? Are they stored as JPEGs? I'm sure they are. If it's not a JPEG, this won't work because only JPEGs support this EXIF and IPTC tags. But that's what they're using, is the IPTC tags. IPTC tags were originally created by, I think, the Associated Press. I'm not sure, but they were used predominantly by photojournalists as a way of adding information into a photo that you could keep with the photo. There's another form of photo tagging called EXIF, E-X-I-F, that you've probably heard of. And EXIF is commonly used for things like saving the exposure, the kind of lens used, the date, the time, that kind of thing. So IPTC tags extend that to allow things like a caption, and you can see this is a little complicated, but that's exactly what's happening. Well, the problem is that it won't be visible in a program that doesn't understand IPTC tags, and apparently ULEAD DVD Studio is one of them. That's not the end of the world because there are plenty like IrfanView, Photoshop Album, Photoshop itself. There are a great many programs that do understand IPTC tags. So that's what you want to look for. They will see the caption, they'll see the ratings, and anything else that's been stored. Are you familiar? I mean, as long as we've got the king of Photoshop here, we should ask him. Are you familiar with this, Ray Maxwell,
yes,
the IPTC tags?
The IPTC tags are the more professional set.
Yes.
The EXIF were put in by the camera manufacturers, and I used to get very upset with them because they would put sRGB in no matter what the color space of the camera really was.
Right.
And but also the IPTC are extendable.
Yes, you can put as much information in there as you'd like. Right. Now, Adobe has a new standard that they would like to promote called XMP that I suppose in the future may replace them. But for a long time to come, EXIF and IPTC will be understood. And Picasa's doing it right, I guess, is the bottom line, Peter. But you have to use a program to burn your DVDs that can read these IPTC tags. My recommendation would be Adobe Photoshop Elements, which is an excellent program, and we'll see the tags.
Right. Okay.
Okay, does that make sense? The good news is it's saved, it's not lost, and it's in the picture. So if you've exported the picture, if, for instance, you burn it to a DVD for backup, unlike non-standard tags that other programs might use, it goes with the picture. So those captions are not lost. I know a lot of people put a lot of effort into captioning and tagging and putting information about their photos into other programs, and if you don't use that program, it's lost forever. It's stored in any file that goes along with the program, but that's not part of the picture. So that's the good news is Google did it right. So don't worry, you're safe. You probably, if you want to have them show up as part of your video slideshow, you probably want to choose a program that will understand it. And as I said, I know Photoshop Elements does.
Photoshop Elements. Okay,
yep. That's a great program. Not Photoshop Elements, Photoshop Album. Adobe Photoshop Album. Elements usually comes with it. That's why I mention it. But it's a great program. Very similar to Picasa. Picasa will do burning too. So, and IrfanView is free. IrfanView, IRFANVIEW is free. It also does IPTC tags. All right, time to get a shiny. What do you say? Let's stroll on over to Sean Carruthers, who has turned into the Death Star, ladies and gentlemen. Darth Vader. Darth, how are you? Good to see. Your helmet came open, and all this time I thought there was a head in there, but no, it turns out there's a keyboard.
Yes. So one of the challenges with children and learning is getting them to learn.
Yeah.
Darth Vader can help your kids to learn.
Pick up your lightsaber.
Your lightsaber. We have a lightsaber tucked away inside. This is what passes for a mouse in this world.
That's cool.
Just extend it out. And now you can interact with the screen here.
What should I do? 1 + 1 equals Yoda.
Well, right now you're in the process of selecting from a number of the different games. So
speed.
Whoa. I'm not even sure what you're doing here, but you have various different games like math, spelling, various other things in here that will help your kids to learn. And you turned your lightsaber off. Well, as you can tell, it takes a little bit of practice.
I'm ready.
So, Leo,
this is cool. How much is this?
This is $50. It's from Oregon Scientific.
And remember, then use
Memory
the
game.
light
Are you as smart as a 5-year-old, Leo?
Is that who this is for?
It's for pretty young kids. That's one thing I did notice about this is that.
What did you just see? Use the lightsaber or the cursor key to select the answer.
Uh-oh.
I'm not as smart as a 5-year-old.
Yes. So
there's a slight difference between the three.
Yeah, so it's aimed at very young children. If you're a little bit older than 5, like maybe you're 8 to 10, it might get a little bit repetitive. But, you know, the Darth Vader aspect to this will...
And look at that.
...will sort of bring a lot of people in. So there we go. It does teach your kids spelling and math, etc. And you can interact with the mini lightsaber, which you didn't seem to be very good at there. And there is a bit of variety in the game, so there's a lot to go through, especially when you're younger. The effects, as you can tell, are a bit cheesy. It has an 8-bit video game quality, and the lightsaber doesn't tuck away cleanly in that little package, that little spot there. Older kids will find it repetitive, and the most unfortunate part about this, your kids may embrace the dark side if they're learning from Darth Vader.
That's okay. The lightsaber is strong in this one. I like it. That's very cool. From Oregon Scientific, that's one of Sean's shinies. And by the way, Sean thought it was broken because he kept trying to pry it open.
Yeah.
Hit the nose to open it up, right?
Yeah, you do this. If you just try prying it open like that,
do that.
It doesn't work. See? Oh, sometimes it works. The force is not strong in me.
Let's take a break. Coming up in just a bit, we're going to design web apps. Yes, you stay right here. The lab continues in just a moment, but first, it's our quiz question of the day. I'm sorry, no lightsabers or Darth Vader helmets for you on this one. Which file system does Mac OS X use for system disks? Is it HFS Plus, FAT32, NTFS, or UDF? I don't know. Let's find out when the lab continues. Welcome back to the lab. It's time to talk a little bit about making your own Facebook application. I love this idea. Are you normal?
Well, turns out I'm about 21% normal.
These guys have created a Facebook application called Are You Normal? Yeah? You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. Well, one of the great things about Web 2.0 and the sort of new generation of apps on the web is that they're social by nature, and so connecting with other people. So
I love this idea.
Yeah, it's a great thing, really. And Facebook's opened up their API to allow us to build applications that plug into their social network, where there are tens of millions of people talking to each other all the time. And we've built an application called Are You Normal, where friends can answer a set of questions and compare their answers with each other and see how normal they are relative to all the other people that have answered the questions.
So this is your page, Michael Ferguson.
Yeah, this is my...
and I see you're only 21% normal. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah?
Yeah, it's not a very current picture of me, but...
Nobody puts... I have my little kid pictures of me on the page, too. I love that. It's a lot of fun. So how hard is it... We see so many Facebook applications now. How hard is it to develop a Facebook application?
Well, there's a lot of really tricky things about not only building it, but deploying it and maintaining it over time.
Because it runs off your servers, not their servers. Is that right?
Well, it's a little bit of both, actually. Yeah. And Paul's here because he's our technical guru, and he led all the development. He can talk about some of the details.
Yeah.
There's a lot of challenging things about building Facebook apps. But once we've kind of cut our teeth a little bit and absorbed some of the wounds ourselves, we're happy to pass some of those insights along.
Is that what Kizen does? This is your company, Kizen, right?
Kinzen, yeah, that's right.
Kinzen, I'm sorry. Is that what it does? It's not just Facebook applications, is it?
Well, it's not just Facebook applications.
But it's social stuff?
Social networking, that's right. We build applications that help people connect with each other, because a social network is only useful if you can do things with the people that are in it with you. And so we build applications to help people utilize these social networking apps for cool things.
Now, this is a very new space. I mean, Facebook only opened up applications a few months ago. What were you doing before then?
Well, we were building social networking apps of our own. So we were building out applications and platforms for doing social networking applications, and we saw this great opportunity to take our IP and move it into a space where there's millions and millions of people.
All right, Paul, show us how this all works here.
Okay, so I'll just quickly show you what Are You Normal is about, so you have a sense of what the app is, and then I'll
how normal are you, Paul, by the way?
Oh, I'm about 37. I'm actually quite a bit more than Michael.
Okay.
So to find it,
That must be a bug.
The way that most Facebook users find apps is they just go to the search box and type in. So for us, you just type in "Are you normal?" Once you get there, you'd see a list of surveys, and if you have friends that are already there, you'll see how they've already answered those surveys.
Is it based on other people? So what you answer, you compare to other people, and then 21% means that you're 21% off kilter? Is that what it means?
That's right. There's no one right answer. What we do is we compare your answers to the answers that all the other people have given. So we're not the arbiters.
This is kind of a neat idea. Was this your idea? Who came up with the idea?
I think it was pretty collaborative.
We have a very creative group, and we all came up together with this idea of not only asking questions, but asking our community to tell us what questions to ask.
That's kind of key, isn't it? Is the community involvement. So, and that's what you've done so well here, because not only are the questions coming from the community, the answers are coming from the community, and you're comparing yourself to the community. It's all about community, really. Without community, there's nothing here.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So we wanted to also discuss some of the issues in actually building these applications. So we talked a little bit about the social aspects of the front end.
Right.
So one of the tricky parts with a really social application like this is that it's sort of like the wind, right? It can just pick you up and take you off really quickly.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, that's
thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions could end up using this.
Right. And if you're unlucky, you don't want to have invested for millions of users, right?
Right, that's true. So how do you scale is the question. How do you go from 0 to 60 without really knowing ahead of time how fast you're going to end up having to go?
Right. So what you want to do is develop your application so it can run on multiple computers at once, and then you can buy or rent extra computers as you go.
Yeah.
What we do is we actually use a hosting provider that specializes in Facebook applications, Joyent, and so we can buy a small bit at the beginning when we launch a new app, and then we can just add on extra servers. Oh, geez, it's growing quickly, and every day we can add on an extra server.
Very, very interesting. And you're writing this now in something called FBML, right? Facebook Markup Language.
Exactly.
Is it like JavaScript? Is it like C? What is it like?
It's like HTML, the Facebook markup language, but they also have a JavaScript, which is called FBJS, which is like JavaScript, but just a little bit different.
Just different enough so that Paul had to go crazy figuring it out.
Exactly.
So everything is written in that language.
Yeah.
And then you put this program on the Joyent servers.
Exactly.
And then you announce somehow to the world, we've got a Facebook app.
Exactly. There's an application directory that I showed you at the beginning, and you can just tell Facebook, hey, I've got this app, and here's the URL for it at Joyent, and then they send all the requests through Facebook to Joyent.
Your server.
Yeah, exactly. And then they run our application and return the results, and then it comes back to the user within Facebook.
Michael, how hard was this to get the world to know about it, though? I mean, what do you do to tell the world there's an application here?
Well, there's a few things. There's not just one thing, and that's part of the trick of these applications is doing the right thing for your kind of app. We started by doing two things. One is by, of course, inviting everybody that we knew. So we did the surveys ourselves and invited all of our friends, and they invited their friends.
You hope you have a lot of friends.
That's right, and that your friends have lots of friends. And it turns out, 6 degrees of separation, millions and millions of people. So it grows that way.
So there is a viral part to it.
That's very important to the growth. And building your app so that it's interesting enough that it will appear on the list of popular applications.
And then people see it.
That's right. So you can't just put any kind of app in Facebook and expect it to be successful, obviously.
What was the growth curve like? I mean, day 1, day 6, day 20, how did it go?
Yeah, well, I guess we started off just the very first day, because we got on the application directory, pretty high up on the application directory. I think someone saw it maybe at Facebook and liked it. So we got pretty high up on the application directory. So the very first day we got probably 10,000 users.
Oh,
and we were like,
man!
10,000, we weren't expecting that, having not done anything yet. We launched the app, just registered in the directory, none of our own marketing.
Oh, man!
And then it just grew from there. It's been only a little bit more than a month, and we're now at 750,000 people who have used it.
Lord, that's incredible.
That's amazing.
That's incredible. And it's because, well, you've designed something that people want to play with, and that's kind of key. Now, there's a lot of issues with designing for Facebook. You're in a closed platform. You're playing their game, their way. Is that difficult? Did you find that challenging, especially coming from an environment where you had a little bit more control over what you were doing?
Well, absolutely. And I think you need to be very respectful of Facebook's platform.
Yes.
Their terms of service are very tight, and you need to make sure that you build your app according to their terms of service. So if you're building Facebook apps, I recommend that you read the terms of service very carefully.
Yeah. How do you make money on something like this?
Well, there's a couple of different ways. Are You Normal for us is really an opportunity for us to deploy on the Facebook platform, cut our teeth a little bit, learn some lessons, but also to promote our brand and those kinds of things.
So you don't mind, I mean, you're not putting ads in it, you're not trying to monetize it, you don't mind that it's free, even though you do have fixed costs. I mean, Joyent is not cheap. You're going to pay some money for this server bandwidth and so forth like that.
Yeah, well, we're very lucky to be working very closely with Joyent, and it turns out that they're actually quite inexpensive, and they have a number of programs for people that are starting up new Facebook apps. They're a great company that way. We could be putting ads in our app, and we've chosen not to specifically because we want to keep it nice and clean. Many people do monetize their Facebook apps.
I think a lot of what's happening though right now on the web is people are saying, you know, we're going to put it out there, we're going to build an audience, we'll worry about figuring out how to make money on it later. And you know, it all works out in the end, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
right.
fun to be part of this
It is
amazing
fun to be part
thing.
of it. Yeah, no, it's part of our ongoing plan of developing as a company, and we're planning to deploy a series of Facebook applications over time.
I have a friend, Jake Jarvis, who's just a high school kid who has developed several very popular Facebook applications, and he's getting job offers and people are contacting him. It's kind of amazing what can happen in an amazing environment like Facebook.
Yeah, that's right.
Are You Normal? Just search for normal, you'll find it. It'll pop right up. I'm going to take the test right now. I'll let you know.
I can already tell you how that's going to turn out.
You're 18%. What are you again, Paul?
I'm 37.
37. I'm shooting for 4 or 5, somewhere in there. Michael Ferguson is Chief Product and Innovation Officer at Kinzen. Paul Prescott is the Director of Application Development. And Are You Normal is an example of what you do to become part of this amazing social network that Facebook has become. I can't wait to play with it. That's very cool. Thanks for coming in and telling us a little bit about what to expect. Maybe you guys should write the book on this, and then everybody can be part of Facebook. More of your calls coming up in just a little bit. The lab will be right back after these messages. Stay here.
Hey, welcome back to the Lab with Leo. I'm Kate Abraham, and now it's time for my quick tip of the day. Now, have you ever wanted to tour New York's Chinatown? I've always wanted to, but never had a chance to, so I've got a great website, Gods of Chinatown. It's actually set up by an artist called Isabel Chang, and what she's done is she's created panoramas of the various elements of Chinatown. And the great thing is once you click through, it becomes completely interactive, and it's so easy to use. And the great thing is you can actually explore the temples of Chinatown. So there you go, and you can use it to read more. So
how pretty.
It's such a beautiful site.
It's really neat.
It's so easy to use. And the good thing I like about this site, not necessarily because it's Chinatown, but it'd be so cool if you could do other parts of New York.
Yeah.
So there you go. So the idea is you can basically just tour through Chinatown without ever having to leave your house.
Or the Bowery.
Or the Bowery.
We definitely don't want to go there alone. Oh, trust me. So I found out I'm 20% normal.
That's all right.
That's good.
That's not bad. It could be worse.
Could be worse. I want you to take the test, and
Okay,
we'll see how
I will
normal
add
you
it.
are. It's kind of fun. It was really fun. Yeah, funny questions, too. Yeah, very funny. I'd be very curious what you say.
I will do it for you now.
So let's get another caller on the air
Super.
here.
We have Hardeep, and he is from Mississauga in Ontario.
Thank you, Kate. Hello, Hardeep.
Hi, Leo.
How are you today?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
Couldn't be better, even though I'm only 20% normal. I think that's a good thing. I don't want to be... Who wants to be normal, right?
Well, normal is boring, isn't it?
Boring. So why don't you ask a question, and I'll answer it in an abnormal way.
Right. Well, okay. Basically, a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was talking about how you can install the Mac OS on a PC, on a regular desktop PC. And so I was reading up on it, and I mean, there's a lot of different illegal ways to do it. Obviously, it's not really...
There's no legal way to do it.
No, of course.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering, do you think this is a move that Apple will be making sometime in the soon?
That's a very interesting question. So let me explain what's going on. Because Apples now are built on Intel chips, and in fact, Apples are in most ways identical to PCs. There's only one slight difference, and that's how they boot up. They don't use BIOS, they use EFI, but in every other way they're the same. It is possible to modify OS X, the Macintosh operating system, to run on a beige box, a standard PC that you'd buy in the store. It's not very complicated. If you Google Hackintosh or OS x86, and this is the Wikipedia article on this, you'll find very simple ways to modify even the latest version of OS X, Leopard, to run on a standard PC. In fact, I've seen people get it running on all sorts of devices, broad variety of devices. The key is getting this EFI to work like BIOS, and it's not particularly complicated. It's been solved. But when you say, is it legal, here's the key. Apple, in their license agreement, says you have to run it on our hardware. Apple, and this is an important thing to remember, Apple is, as of right now, a hardware company. OS X is an operating system they design for running on their hardware. They make money on the hardware. That's what they consider their business to be. Now, somebody once asked me, well, who has the bigger wallet, Bill Gates or Steve Jobs? And obviously Steve Jobs does not have as much money, Apple does not have as much success as Microsoft. And Microsoft doesn't sell the hardware, they just sell the operating system. They let other companies make the computers. On the other hand, one of the reasons OS X I think is so reliable and robust is because Apple knows exactly what hardware it's going to run on. It's very difficult for Microsoft. They have to design for an almost infinite variety of hardware combinations, right? So Apple has an advantage by saying it's only going to run on the hardware we make. We understand that hardware. We design for that hardware. It's going to work fine on that hardware. You know, ethically, it'll be up to you whether you want to violate the license agreement. Practically, I don't think you're going to get a very good experience. It's a hack. And if you really want to run OS X, the best thing to do is run it on a Mac. Will Apple ever sell OS X in a box for you to put on a PC? I think that's always in the back of their minds. It's plan B. But right now, they're so successful selling hardware, there's not much incentive for them to do that. I don't see them doing that anytime in the near future. But you never know. If the hardware business goes south for any reason, they've always got that as a possibility. So it could happen. Let's take a walk on over here. Right now, Apple runs OS X. Yep. It runs Linux. It runs Windows. So they kind of have the best of all possible
Runs them
worlds.
at the same time.
Yeah. Now, what are you running right now?
I'm running Windows.
And
on
it
a
looks
Mac.
like a star chart of some kind.
It's for Windows. It's called Orbitron. And it's actually tracking satellites. Now, I'm sure there's thousands of satellites and many are classified, so this one doesn't have them all, but it can predict where satellites are. You can tell it where it is. So I've told it that I'm in Vancouver. So down at the bottom right here, it's actually showing me, based on Vancouver,
What's overhead right now?
What's overhead right now. And I'm actually this big kind of circle here is actually the International Space Station.
Oh,
so
it's going to be above us in a few hours.
It might be traveling east over the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, okay.
So, and it shows you the time of day, and you can predict things. So if you're an astronomer, or they said amateur radio people use this, it's just a way of knowing where satellites are and where they're going to be and predicting them.
And it's free.
It's absolutely free. It's called Orbitron.
Our free file of the
Windows,
day. One of Yule's jewels.
One of Yule's jewels.
Where would people find that?
Laborclio.com. Click on free files. Yule's jewels are there.
You should just have like a special place. Just YuleJewels.com.
It's in people's hearts. That's the special place.
It is. It's in all our hearts, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
A merry, merry Yule jewel to you. Thank you, Ryan.
Yes, thank you. You're welcome.
The original Yule log.
I am.
Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to talk about Quartz Composer, a way you can do your own iTunes visualizations on the Mac. Randall Schwartz will be here. But before we do that, one more chance to take our quick quiz question of the day. We're talking about OS X. What file system does it use? HFS Plus, FAT32, NTFS, or UDF? I ask you. Well, we'll tell you right after these words. Stay right here. To the lab before the break, we asked you, which file system does OS X use? HFS Plus. Although, if you really wanted to be sticky, if you meant system disks like the installed DVDs, it would be UDF. So I'll give you half a point for UDF. Now, apparently, Kate is 82% normal. I'm 20%, no, less normal. And Sean is 40% normal. I'm working with a bunch of normal people. Wow. You've got to take that too.
I will have
Are you
to
on
do it.
Facebook?
I am on Facebook.
Do you like Facebook?
Haven't done much with it.
Yeah. You're not a Facebook type. You're a busy guy.
I'm a busy guy.
Randall Schwartz is here. He's a very well-known Perl programmer, the author of a brand new book, a compilation of your columns for, is it for the Linux Journal that these are from? Or the
Linux
Perl
Magazine and Unix Review and Sysadmin Magazine. Yes.
Right, just some fun stuff. It's called
Pearls of Wisdom.
Pearls of Wisdom.
Yes.
But today he's going to show us how to use a very cool feature in OS X. Now, you have to install the developer tools in OS X to have this, right?
Yes.
But they come on the disk.
Yeah, they do. It's free. Even if you don't have it, there's a free download available to upgrade whatever you have. And in fact, I recommend checking the developer site from time to time to make sure that you have the latest version.
You have to create a free account to do that.
What Quartz Composer is, it was introduced in Tiger. So it's introduced 10.4. It's been upgraded for Leopard. I haven't played with the Leopard version yet.
Okay.
But what it does is it lets you visually describe a flow of images through a system, through a series of transformations that are being done by the graphics processor in your machine. So this is for all the machines that have advanced graphics processors like MacBook Pro and the high-end machines like that.
All the Intel Macs.
So yeah, all the Intel Macs basically. So you basically describe a flow of information, and there's many sources like the mouse position or some MIDI keyboard or the eyesight camera or whatever, and there's many transformations you can put on, like spin it around in 3 space and things like that, and many ways that can be rendered.
You know what these transformations are in many cases because if you've used Photo Booth or some of the strange photo applications available for the Mac, those are all Quartz transformations, the spin, the mirror, all of that.
iChat and Leopard lets you drop Quartz compositions into there to actually modify the way you look, which is really cool. But another place that this showed up, especially in version 10.4 where I first noticed it, is if you go into the screensaver preferences, you'll notice that some of the screensavers are listed with like this little color image next to it. Like here for RSS Visualizer, there's this little thing over here. And notice the RSS Visualizer is really neat. It has this kind of real 3D effect, it's spinning around and stuff. That's written using Quartz Composer.
Interesting.
Now what we can do
So it's kind of a visual programming language.
So I like this RSS Visualizer, but let's say I wanted to build on it because I like that, but I really want also the time of day to show up in the corner.
Could you do that?
Yes, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So what I've done is I've gone into the folder where RSS Visualizer is actually in the system. It's under system/library/where. It doesn't really matter where it is.
The screensavers folder, and it's a QTZ file.
It's a QTZ file. That stands for the Quartz Composer thing. So I'm going to drag that, option-click that, drag that to my desktop.
Make a copy, because we don't want to modify the original.
Don't change the original, so that would be bad. Okay. Now I'm going to double-click on that, and it will come up in Quartz Composer.
Again, you have to have the developer tools installed before you get this.
Comes up, and in fact, what we have here is a visualization window, which is doing exactly the same thing.
Okay.
Now over here, we actually have the code that is driving this RSS Visualizer. We could go in and modify that. There's a lot of things in there. I'm not going to touch any of that because all I'm going to do is add the date to it.
What we're actually seeing is kind of a flow chart of how the data goes, what it goes through, and then what. So you start in effect with an RSS feed, which you then
it goes through various things. Now I don't have to understand any of that. In fact, those all came from these building blocks that are listed over here on the left-hand side. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add 4 more building blocks to put the time of day on there.
This is kind of like the grown-up version of Scratch, the programming language for kids we were talking about earlier.
Exactly. So here I'm going to take the system time, and that comes back with this in Unix internal time number. We really don't care. It shows 0 here in the preview. I have no idea what just shows 0, but it actually shows
it will be a larger number.
Real number there.
Runs.
Then I'm going to grab the date formatter, and that's going to turn that time into something that we can actually pull up.
Because you don't want the seconds. You don't really want the seconds since the startup of the system. You want the current date and time.
Now here's the 2 blocks hooked together. Now if I actually drag from the time to the time here, it connects the 2 things together. Now if I double click on this and pull up my info window, where's my info window? There we go. If we look at it, nope, sorry, it has different settings for how I want to have the time appear and things like that.
And there's a kind of a default setting.
Control that, so I'm not going to mess with that yet.
Change that.
I'm not going to mess with that yet. Now, if we look at the string over here, it still says empty string. So I guess in the preview it doesn't work very well, but it will by the time we get it all done. Now I'm going to turn this formatted string into an image by calling up image with string.
Now, this is where the Quartz magic begins.
Exactly. So I'm going to drag this box down here. And again, now it has a lot more inputs and a lot more outputs. So we're only going to need one of them, which is the string input. I'm going to just drag down to here and say that's your string. Now there's also a lot of settings on here, so I can control the font, the size, and things like that. And there's also some other image controls and stuff over here. Again, I'm not going to mess with most of it because most of it actually came out okay for the defaults. And finally, I need one more thing. This creates the image, but it doesn't actually put it on the screen. To get it on the screen, I need a thing called a billboard. And what billboard is a 2D rendering space. It actually takes whatever image I want. Oops, sorry, I want billboard here. Drag this down, and this, in fact, when I finally get this in here, we should see by dragging image over to image here, I will actually see, now notice, here in my preview.
It's doing it.
Okay, but that's not
doing
quite
anything
right.
interesting.
Not quite right. I mean, what I really wanted to have, oops, I lost my preview. What I really want to do is move it around a little bit. So I'm going to change, let me get my preview back here.
We're out of time, so quickly do a few things to it. But I get the idea of what you can do.
So basically, with a couple more steps, I would have controlled that. Then I could have saved it as a Quartz Composer thing and dropped it back.
Play with it. We're going to take a break. Okay. Do something cool with it. When we come back, will you have time in a couple of minutes?
Yes,
All right. We're going to make Randall do some Quartz composing. Okay. While we take a break, we'll be back in just a bit. The Lab with Leo continues right after this. Make it. Yeah, I got a new name for Kate. No more Kate Abraham. We're going to call you Abby Normal.
Abby Normal.
82% normal.
I'm actually worried of what actually happened to the rest of it.
Now you don't want to be so normal.
I want to be hitting 100.
We're all doing Are You Normal? This is fun. Hey, let's see what Randall's come up with. He's been playing this whole break. He only had a couple of minutes. Look, ooh,
I made the date wiggle back and forth a little bit, yeah. So I added a low-frequency oscillator to it. So a couple more minutes, I could have had it spin around in different directions and stuff.
You can have it do all sorts of things, but that's the point. And, you know, a fun way to kind of get into this whole idea of visual programming and what you can do with it. I think it's very cool. The Quartz Composer. And a good place to start is one of those Quartz screensavers, because that'll give you kind of the basic code, which you can then modify. Always fun to modify other people's code. That's how I start too. Hey, if you want to be on the show, we'd love to have you, right?
Indeed, we would. labwithleo.com/tech questions.
Just go on there and fill out the form, and who knows, you could be asking your question on the next show. We thank you so much for being here. Tell all your friends this is the place to go to find out all sorts of wild and wacky things about computers and whether you're normal. Exactly. We're so normal. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Who are you? Chuck. Let the geek go! All of our secrets are in his head.
I may come with baggage.
I could be your very own baggage handler. We need to talk about protection.
I don't think it's gonna get that far.
I need a gun.
Chuck.
Don't move!
All new season begins tomorrow.
Please don't move.
On Space.
Now you fall, as all Jedi must.
Friday. Before it begins, go behind the scenes for an exclusive in-depth look at the new Star Wars animated TV series.
Follow me, boys!
When I started, I said, we're going to make the best animated TV series ever been conceived of.
Star Wars, The Clone Wars, behind the scenes. Friday.
May the Force be with you.
On Space.
Just relax.
Feeling a bit stiff? Don't get rubbed the wrong way. Aussie's new Opposites Attract spray does double duty for extra strong hold that's still soft to the touch.